the world of Paranormal M, where darkness tells its stories. Haunted places and sinister artifacts await your curiosity. Subscribe now. The unknown is calling. The Ghost Dog. On July 5th, my dog passed away. I loved her more than I can say. She's been my companion for nearly a decade now. She wasn't just smart for a dog, she was sharp in a way that sometimes felt almost human. She understood words and moods and routines, and she even tilted her head when I spoke as if she were really trying to listen. My wife, seeing how broken I was, brought home a new puppy, the very same evening. Far too soon. And I told her so, but she just couldn't stand watching me stare at the empty spot beside the couch. It's one my old dog used to sleep in. First occurrence. About 3 weeks later, I was working in my office. The new puppy was asleep on my lap when my phone buzzed. It was a text from my wife. "Come get your puppy." And that confused me. I looked down at the little one snoring between my knees, and when I walked to the bedroom, my wife was half sitting up looking pale. Our other dogs were curled up around her on the bed, still half asleep. She said she'd just been woken by the doggy door, the one that leads outside, flapping open. Something small ran in, barked twice, and left again. But every single dog we owned was inside. I told her maybe she'd dreamed it, but she swore she hadn't and said the other dogs had lifted their heads too, all looking toward the door. I went outside checking the yard, and nothing, no paw prints. No disturbed dirt near the fence. Our place, it's fenced all around, but stray animals do show up now and then. Still, this time, there's no trace of anything. I convinced myself it was a half-dream. I had to. The second occurrence. About 2 weeks ago, it happened again. I was at my desk late at night, same room, but 2 dogs in my lap. One of her strays, and they're obsessed with the other and never lets them out of her sight, so I figured she'd be along soon. Then I heard it, the soft flap of the small doggy door opening. It's a sound I know well. It's because I installed that one myself. Smaller than the others, meant only for my late dog to use so she could wander freely around the house. I couldn't see the door from where I sat, but I waited for the next sound. Her nails on the floor, the second flap leading outside. Nothing. The silence stretched on. I called her name, got no answer. When I finally turned to look, nothing was there, and I got up and checked every room. The rest of the dogs were either in the yard or asleep in the bedroom. But I know what I heard. The door opened and closed just a few feet away from me, and there's no way it could have done that on its own. What do you call that? My wife and I lived here 12 years. We've heard the usual creaks, the air conditioner kicking on, and the occasional possum in the yard, but this is different. And she heard it too, weeks earlier, same sound, same little bark. It even sounded like her bark, the one from the dog I lost. I'm not quick to believe in ghosts, especially not animal ghosts, but I've run out of other explanations. Nothing about those doors makes sense. Maybe she just came back home one last time. The call from inside the house. Yesterday morning, I woke up and did what I always do. Grabbed my phone first thing. I keep it playing soft rain sounds all night so I can sleep. Anyway, I opened it up and boom, notifications everywhere. Like my phone had been in airplane mode all night and suddenly decided to wake up. Messages and emails all coming in at once. Weird, but whatever. And then I see it, a missed call and a voicemail like a... nice. Maybe it's the job I'm waiting to hear back from. So I tapped the number to call back, and suddenly the landline phone at my grandparents' house starts ringing. For context, I live with my grandparents, and they're very old school. I never, ever call the landline. I always call my grandpa's cell phone if I need something. My number definitely isn't saved in their house phone, so why on earth would it be calling me back? And here's where it gets stranger. My grandpa had just gotten home about 10 minutes ago, around 10:15 a.m. He'd been out all morning. As the landline rings, I jump out of bed and I run to the hallway. I see him coming toward my room. "Did you call me earlier?" I ask. He looks at me confused. "No, I just got back." So I show him my phone, missed call, voicemail, timestamp 9:38 a.m. The call came from our landline. See, it says you called me. You even left a voicemail. How could I? I wasn't even home. And that's when the silence hits. No one else was home, just me and a phone call that apparently came from inside the house. Our landline isn't one of those fancy glitchy ones either. It doesn't accidentally dial people, especially not numbers that aren't in its memory. After we both stood there processing this, I finally played the voicemail. It wasn't much, just a short beep, but the weird part is the last call was long enough to hit voicemail. Someone or something, it had let it ring. So yeah, if anybody has any logical or not so logical explanation for how a phone can call myself from inside my own house when no one's home, I'm all ears. I'm still creeped out. The quiet house next door. I've lived for years in a semi-detached house with my grandparents next door. The place is old, over 100 years, and before we moved in, it belonged to one family for 3 generations. Lately, I've been doing some remodeling. I found strange objects tucked inside the walls and old coins and yellowed notes. Even a cracked porcelain doll's head. Nothing sinister, just odd things that make you pause. I used to think the house just had its quirks. I mean, sometimes cupboards opened and blinds turned themselves halfway up, or the blankets folded down like someone had been sitting on them. Never anything scary. More like the house breathing, but in the last year and a half, things have felt different. My wife and I moved in together about a year ago, and ever since, something's been louder. At first, it was little things. Doors swinging open, footsteps when nobody was home. Drawers rattling like someone was looking for something. Well, my family would call while I was at work, and they were asking if I came home early. That's because they heard furniture scraping across the floor. Once I reached for the front door and it opened before I even touched it. Just a gentle swing, as if someone on the other side was letting me in. Right there in the hallway lay a prayer book face down several feet from where it belonged on a low shelf near the entrance. I put it back, thinking I must have left the door unlatched. But the next morning it was face down again, same spot, and again the day after, always face down. One night, half asleep by my wife, we both heard 3 knocks. They came from inside the hall closet, the one that opens by itself. At first I thought I dreamed it until I saw her sitting upright whispering to me, "Did you hear that?" We both heard the same pattern, 3 knocks evenly spaced. And since then it happens almost weekly and always in threes. Our dog started noticing it too. He'll stand in the living room doorway, staring at that same closet with his tail stiff and his ears flat, completely still. Then suddenly he bolts to us and hides between our legs, growling at the dark. Once as he ran back, a framed picture flew off the wall, and landing halfway across the room. Another time he refused to come inside the house at all, and I had to carry him in. And of course, the closet door was open. I buy flowers for my wife every couple of weeks, and good man. Then once when we came back from a walk, we found the vase, or vase, upright in the middle of the floor. The decorations from the table stacked neatly beside it, and nothing was broken. It looked arranged. We started taking photos around the house. Not ghost hunting, just documenting weirdness. Twice we caught something like a black shape hanging over our heads in a photo, blocking the wall completely. It wasn't there in the pictures before or after. Once we left a camera recording for a few hours. Caught a shadow glide slowly from that closet across the room and then shoot back again. The whole thing lasted maybe 15 seconds. You could see the outline, the head and the shoulders and the torso. No tricks of light, just shadows moving with purpose. I'd been trying to piece together why all this began when my wife moved in. So, I finally asked if she'd brought anything new with her. Something old, maybe. She admitted she picked up a vintage spirit board in an estate sale, tucked it into that same closet. I didn't even know it was in there. We both love antique finds and horror films, so I never thought twice about the gargoyle figurines or the candle holders. But now it feels like too many coincidences. And that bookshelf full of horror memorabilia sits right next to the closet, the one where everything keeps happening. Lately, we've been having nightmares, and same ones sometimes. We'll wake up drenched in sweat, hearing faint knocking from somewhere below the floorboards. Occasionally, we catch a smell of something rotten that vanishes as quickly as it appears, and sometimes we see light, a small glowing orb drifting through the room. It moves slowly and deliberately, and then disappears into the wall. We both saw it once together and didn't speak for a full minute. It wasn't a bug. It wasn't light from a car. It was something else. I don't want to jump to wild conclusions. I've lived here almost a decade with barely any strange moments before this. But lately, the comfort is gone. My wife's afraid to be alone here, and honestly, I'm not as calm as I pretend to be. I keep the Bible. Still that same one on the entry shelf now, face up just in case. I'm not claiming anything supernatural. I just know this house feels different now, and I can't explain why. The man in the green chair. This happened back in the late 80s. My mom and I were renting a small second-floor flat in Evanston, just outside of Chicago. The place was old, chipped crown molding, creaky floors, and those tall, drafty windows that rattled whenever the wind, sort of off the lake, was picking up. It did have that kind of tired charm that makes you wonder how many lives passed through its walls before yours. Not long after we moved in, Mom started asking if I'd noticed the man yet. She didn't mean a living man. Mom had always been a little bit sensitive to things most people didn't pick up on. That was ever since I was a kid. She'd be able to see, and she'd be able to hear what she called the quieter world. So when she told me she'd seen a spirit wandering near the hallway closet, I wasn't totally shocked. According to her, he seemed lost and a bit confused, like somebody who'd missed a train and wasn't sure what to do next. Around the same time, I started waking up at 3:10 or 3:20 in the morning for no reason, just wide awake. I'd gotten used to it, honestly. But one night something felt different. I opened my eyes and I felt, someone. I felt someone standing next to my bed, and still half asleep, I assumed it was my mom checking on me, which she sometimes did since I'd had asthma since forever. So I mumbled, "I'm fine, go to bed," and rolled over. No answer, so I opened my eyes properly and saw a pale, faint shape right beside me. Now without my glasses, everything's just a blur, so I figured it had to be Mom in her nightgown. I sighed, I sat up, and I reached out a hand to pat her arm, and what I touched wasn't warm or soft. It felt rigid, like fabric over ice. I froze, and then I screamed, loudly, "Holy crap, you're not Mom." I practically threw myself out of bed, bolted down the hallway, yelling, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God," until I slammed open her door so hard I hit the wall. Mom blinked at me from her bed, irritated and half asleep. "What on earth?" "The man," I gasped. "The one you've been seeing, he's in my room. I thought it was you, but he's cold. He's dead cold." And I was 22 years old, but that night I begged to sleep in her bed like I was 8 again. Mom sighed, moved over, and said gently, "You can stay here. Don't be scared, sweetheart. He's not dangerous. He's just stuck." Then she told me he died suddenly, sitting in his favorite green chair by the window. His arm had gotten numb from a heart attack before he even realized what was happening. "He still doesn't believe he's gone," she said. "That's why he's wandering around, still trying to make sense of it all." And I lay there, listening to the wind whistle through the old window panes, hoping the man in the green chair had finally found his way out. The House on Maple Avenue. A few streets from where I live in Milwaukee, there's a quiet lane lined with a tiny Tudor-style cottage. Well, cottages. They were all built around 1935, and I looked it up after finding a scanned blueprint online. Unlike the grand brick colonials near the lakefront, with their copper gutters and stained glass transoms, these little homes are meant for modest families. They're half-timbered and cozy and framed with stucco, sort of houses that always seem to be holding their breath. Most of them were first owned by men and women who worked at the old electric foundry, a few blocks east. That's where my grandfather once did shifts during the war, by the way. My own home, a tall prairie-style duplex from 1910, feels like a cousin to them. Older, a little bit prouder, but from the same family tree. Ever since I moved back to the city in the early 2000s, I've had a quiet plan tucked away. One day when climbing stairs starts to feel like a sport, I'd sell the duplex. I'd buy one of those cottages. Same neighborhood, smaller footprint, fewer leaves to rake. So perhaps that long-standing wish was what pulled one into my dreams. Or perhaps it found another way in. One night in that strange film reel space between sleep and waking, I dreamed I was walking along Maple Avenue. There, in front of a cream-colored cottage with ivy climbing its porch railing, stood a hand-painted "for sale" sign. Naturally, I was curious. I called the number, and soon enough a realtor appeared with her shoes clicking on the sidewalk like she'd stepped out of nowhere. Inside, the place was perfect in every way. A snug kitchen with built-in shelves, a dining nook beneath an arched window, and a living room centered around a small stone fireplace. Toward the back, a single bedroom and bath. Everything I'd ever said I wanted arranged just so. Then the realtor smiled and mentioned there's also an upstairs space you might use someday. She opened what I thought was a hall closet, and instead revealed a narrow staircase leading up into shadows. At the top was a low-ceilinged room, its plaster uneven and painted a murky beige. I didn't mind the roughness. Old houses always have quirks, but something shifted in the air. My stomach turned cold, and I felt, rather than saw, like a violent scene unfolding, one man striking another again and again until the walls were spattered with blood. I didn't see the end, but I knew what it was. I knew the room had been patched and painted to hide it. I bolted down the stairs so fast I nearly slipped. The realtor called after me, alarmed, but I mumbled something about not feeling quite right, fled into the sunlight. When I woke, my heart was pounding and my hands damp. It was too early to call anyone. My husband had already left for work, and waking a friend at dawn to talk about ghosts felt silly. So I kept the dream to myself until later that morning, when I finally told a friend over coffee and she brushed it off. "You probably saw something on Netflix," she said. I wanted to believe her, but I hadn't watched TV in days and had been reading a mystery novel that had nothing to do with houses or hauntings. The dream had felt too specific and too real, as if I'd walked into someone else's memory. Weeks passed, the dream lingered, like a song stuck on repeat. And then one evening, months later, I was browsing real estate listings, mostly out of habit. One stopped me cold. A cottage on Maple Avenue, cream-colored and ivy on the porch. Curiosity overcame reason. I clicked through the photos, kitchen, dining nook, living room, all familiar. It's as though I'd been there. Then the final image appeared. Bonus attic space. The same low-sloping walls, the same dull beige paint. I could feel that room. My pulse spiked. The violence, the fear, and the silence after. Closed my laptop, sat there a long time, staring into nothing. I don't claim to know what dreams are. Echoes, memories, or warnings. But I can tell you this. Some places remember even when people don't. The summer we called the spirits. When I was 12, the summer of '79, it's all about roller skates, soda pop, and the AM radio that never stopped playing Fleetwood Mac or the Bee Gees. Sounds good to me. My friends and I spent long afternoons at the neighborhood pool, then wandered home in the heat haze, gossiping about crushes and planning sleepovers. When we weren't outside, we'd meet up at my friend Marcy's basement. It's the unofficial headquarters for our endless games of ping pong, truth or dare, or what we'd like to call spirit business. Marcy's mom worked double shifts at the hospital, which meant her house was basically ours. That freedom came with one catch. We had to keep an eye on her brother, 10-year-old Bobby, who was nosy and loud. We were mostly harmless. None of us were into smoking or drinking yet, but we were obsessed with weird stuff. After weeks of whispering about ghost stories, we'd worked our way through Bloody Mary and tried a store-bought Ouija board, and once attempted a love charm from a dusty paperback on witchcraft. Place 3 rose petals and a strand of his hair beneath your pillow. There was a lot of accidental brush borrowing that month, believe me. But the big one still awaited us, a seance. And what better time to try than a Friday night when Marcy's mom had a date? She thought we were just watching TV and eating popcorn. She even left us a big tin of pretzels and a pitcher of lemonade. Plus the usual warning. No boys, and definitely no touching my record player. Easy enough. Once her car disappeared down the street, we got to work, and the basement's old card table became our seance altar. We arranged candles, dimmed the lights, and circled around, and there were 6 of us. Not the most mystical number. But Bobby threatened to scream until the neighbors called the cops, who didn't let him join, so we eventually caved. We weren't exactly trained mediums, but that didn't stop us. According to the tattered guidebook Marcy had found at the art sale, we needed someone spiritually receptive. The girls voted me in, not because I was psychic, but because I was the only one who could keep a straight face. I wasn't sure if that counted as a qualification, though. Spirits, I began, trying to sound solemn. We invite you to make contact with us tonight. We went around the table, each choosing somebody to reach out to, and Marcy and Bobby called for their grandpa. Nothing. And then Lisa tried for Elvis Presley. I think she just wanted to flirt with him from beyond the grave, but again, silence. Finally, it was my turn. I decided to call on my grandmother, Lucia, who'd passed away before I was born, but was often spoken of as a family guardian. The air seemed still when I said her name. But then, just as I asked for a sign, the tin of pretzels, which had been sitting untouched on a nearby chair, flew halfway across the room. It clattered against the wall, and every single one of us screamed. And at the same moment, the candle flames turned long and blue, and I later learned that said to mean a spirit is nearby. Terrified, I broke the circle and stammered an apology. No, Lucia, I'm sorry. We didn't mean any disrespect. Slowly, the flame shortened and we went back to yellow. We didn't say another word, we just sat there, hands in our laps, until someone finally turned the lights on. We tried to act normal after that, poured lemonade, turned on the TV. Felt like something unseen was still in the room watching. And that night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking, had we disturbed her peace? My grandmother had been deeply Catholic. Maybe she didn't approve of our witchy games, or maybe she'd only come to warn me to stop. Either way, I never tried a seance again. And if the spirits wanted to talk to me, they'd have to make the first move. Echoes in the Stone Hall. Back in the early 1990s, I worked as a production assistant for the American Dental Association in Chicago. My job involved proofreading and laying out everything from patient pamphlets, caring for your smile, to hefty annual compilations of dental research. One small booklet caught my eye, probably because of my love for old architecture. It described the association's historic properties, including a handful of early 20th century mansions repurposed as offices, and one particularly striking structure, the Edwin H. Lyons Memorial Hall. The Lyons Hall, as people called it, was a hulking limestone building completed in the late 1920s to honor one of the greats of modern dentistry. Originally, it was used for conventions and live demonstrations in its large circular chamber. It eventually fell out of use when technology made such gatherings unnecessary. By the time I joined the organization, it was mostly empty, visited only by security, maintenance, and the occasional staffer retrieving files from the basement library. And that was exactly when my coworker Janet and I were heading there one windy autumn afternoon. Our boss needed research materials for an article, supposedly. Normally, I'd have welcomed the break from my office monotony, but I had always found the place unsettling. You see, years earlier, when I was a student at DePaul University, I'd often walk past the Lions Hall. The first time I saw it, its massive columns and shadowed archways, felt a wave of dread so strong I crossed the street immediately. The next week I tried again, same reaction. And after that I'd pass with my head down or with my hands cupped beside my face like blinkers. For someone who adored old buildings, that fear made no sense at all. So I was relieved Janet would be joining me. She was cheerful and unflappable, the type who could turn a power outage into a party. But as we climbed the green copper steps, she said quietly, "I'm glad you're with me. This place gives me the creeps." Perfect. Now we were two nervous researchers in a stone tomb. And at first things went fine. We found the journals we needed, and we flagged the relevant pages. We packaged the volumes into tote bags. The dim light and the smell of dust were almost comforting, and for a while I forgot where I was. We talked a little, lost in the rhythm of reading. Then came the footsteps. They started faintly from the hallway above us, slow and irregular. We froze, and the security had already made the rounds. We'd locked the doors behind us, and the sound moved closer and stopped, then started again like someone uncertain of where they were going. Janet whispered that it was probably maintenance, but her voice was wavering. I tried to believe her, but something about the rhythm, hesitant and dragging, felt lost. And I thought maybe a homeless person had slipped in, seeking warmth. It wasn't uncommon downtown, and still we decided to keep working, finish quickly and leave. This was the early 90s, so we didn't have cell phones to call for help. There was an old row of phone booths in the lobby, but neither of us wanted to go upstairs alone to use one. Well, the footsteps finally stopped. We relaxed enough to gather our things. But as we passed those same phone booths on our way out, one of the doors suddenly swung open and then shut, snapping the light on inside. The rotary phone glinted under the bulb, and Janet and I both froze. "Do they ever do that by themselves?" she asked. I shook my head and we bolted for the exit, our heavy bags feeling weightless. The front door was still locked from the inside. No one could have come or gone. Later we asked around, and no one from security or maintenance had entered the building that afternoon. So what did we hear and what did we see? Parapsychologists say that moments of extreme emotion can record themselves in a building, like an echo on magnetic tape. Chicago has plenty of such echoes. The phantom gunfire near the St. Valentine's Day massacre site, or the cries near the river where the Eastland capsized in 1915. Perhaps, we thought, one of those early demonstrations in the Lions Hall had ended tragically. A patient dying under anesthesia, a doctor desperately calling upstairs for help. Maybe that was what replayed for us, the sound of confusion, a call that never went through. Or perhaps it went deeper. In that same booklet, I later learned the hall's architect had modeled it after a parish chapel built to commemorate the victims of a theater fire. Maybe that link, stone to stone, tragedy to tragedy, carries some echo across time and space. I haven't set foot in Lions Hall since. It's been renovated and sold to a private foundation now. Whether anyone there still hears footsteps or sees the light flick on, I couldn't say. The Silver Glint by the Willow Path. When I was 16, my father passed away. He was laid to rest in a quiet cemetery just outside Milwaukee. It's nestled between old oak trees and a slow-moving creek. It's a serene place, dotted with weathered headstones and marble angels that seem to watch over the past. At first, I couldn't bring myself to visit. Losing him had split something deep inside me. And even though I believed that the soul moves on, I wasn't ready to face the patch of earth that marked where his body rested. But time softened the edges of that grief. One breezy afternoon in early April, close to Dad's birthday, I said to my mom, "Let's bring him some flowers." Her face lit up immediately. "I love that," she said. We walked there together, and it wasn't far, and wandered along the gravel paths lined with the spring violets, and as we strolled, I distracted myself by reading the inscriptions on the old 19th century stones. Names, prayers, and little verses. They were worn by the rain and the time. Then, as we rounded a bend near a row of willows, something caught the sunlight and flashed at me from the grass. Curious, I stooped and picked it up, and it was a small, silver-colored piece of metal, cold and strangely heavy in my hand. "What's this?" I asked, holding it up. My mom looked, and her expression changed instantly. "Where did you find that?" she asked sharply. "Show me the exact spot." I pointed, startled by her tone, and I said, "Why? What is it?" "It's a coffin ornament," she said. "It came off someone's casket. You gotta put it back exactly where it was. If you take it, you're disturbing their rest. And sometimes," she added in a voice that made my stomach twist, "spirits follow what's taken from them." And she wasn't joking. The way she said it made me believe she'd seen something like this before. I retraced my steps, found the patch of grass, placed the metal piece back where I'd found it. I whispered an apology, feeling a strange chill despite the spring sun. And that was over 40 years ago. I've often thought about that day, and sometimes I still wonder what might have happened if I'd slipped that small, shiny thing into my pocket and brought it home. Bill's last drive. Our neighbor George, who lived 3 houses down, passed away last spring. At 91, after a long struggle with lung cancer, his death wasn't exactly a surprise, but still the street felt dim and different without him. George was one of those tough, no-nonsense old-timers you could help but like. Well, you couldn't help but like. He'd spent most of his life working maintenance for the city's public schools, keeping ancient boilers and radiators running through brutal Chicago winters. Even in his 80s, he'd be out there sweeping his porch or tinkering with his pickup truck until the illness finally slowed him down. When anyone asked how he was doing, he'd grin and say, "Can't complain, still on the payroll of life." His house looked a lot like ours, a weathered old craftsman from the 1920s. Had wide eaves and creaky floors, long widowed by the time that we met him. He shared the place with a couple of friends who helped with groceries and laundry. His grown children visited often, making sure their dad could stay at home where he was happiest. When his health began to fail, George got a city permit and reserved parking space right out front. Back when he could still drive, he'd hop into his silver Ford Ranger to meet one of his old union buddies for lunch. We saw him often enough to know that he was fighting hard, but one chilly morning, we ran into his son. Quietly told us hospice had been called. George didn't want a hospital bed or the smell of antiseptic. He wanted his own chair and his own window and his own neighborhood sounds drifting in, and his son moved in for a while to care for him. A couple of weeks passed. We assumed George was still upstairs holding on. And then one night from our bedroom window, I saw something that made me pause. Parked under the streetlight was his Ford Ranger, and behind the wheel sat a thin, white-haired figure. And there was no mistaking that posture. That cap tilted just so. I blinked, called for my husband. When I looked again, the truck was empty. No engine noise, no door sound. Just the quiet hum of the street. I told myself it was a trick of the light, a reflection, maybe even wishful thinking. 2 days later, my husband was out in front raking leaves when George's son stopped by. They talked for a bit, and he mentioned that his dad had passed away peacefully 4 days earlier. The roommates would be moving soon. The family would start sorting through the house. When my husband told me, my stomach dropped. I'd seen George 2 nights after he'd gone. Maybe, just maybe, he'd decided to take one last drive around the block before moving on to wherever old mechanics go. And they'd finally finished fixing everything that needed fixing. It's mad. This story goes back to the mid-2010s, when I used to grab the tram home every Thursday from the corner of Haight and Masonic in San Francisco. So right after getting my hair trimmed at this tiny barber shop that played nothing but old soul records. That stretch of the city has its fair share of century-old Victorians and quirky storefronts, but none ever really struck me as spooky, except for one that just had to be next to my stop. It was one of those narrow 3-story wooden homes from the 1880s. The kind that looks like it's leaning slightly forward, trying to hear the street gossip. The parchment was like a single, well, I screwed that up. The facade was faded blue, paint curling off like old parchment. Had a single attic window sitting like a half-lidded eye, and for years the door was padlocked. The lower windows plastered with brown butcher paper that had long since wrinkled and peeled. The little yard was choked with dry weeds and half-buried bottles. Anyone could tell it hadn't seen life in decades. And I figured it'd be bulldozed any day. After all, in San Francisco, even haunted houses can't compete with condo money. But the house held on, somehow. The paper over the windows yellowed and the porch sagged, yet the place stayed upright, stubbornly refusing to die. Naturally, my curiosity got the better of me. I couldn't go inside and the doors bolted tight. But one afternoon, I tilted my head just right and managed to glimpse the ceiling of an upstairs room through a gap in the paper. And it was coated in dust and cobwebs. I could still make out an old plaster medallion, once meant for a gaslight fixture that was long gone. The ceiling was intact and perfect even. It was almost cared for. A few weeks later, new sheets of brown paper appeared over the windows. Someone, it seemed, had taken the time to replace them. I took it as a good sign. Maybe somebody was finally restoring the place. And then things got weird. One foggy evening about 2 months later, I noticed that every single window covering it had been shredded, not torn loose but clawed apart like something inside had tried to get out. The new paper hung in strips, and through one second floor of a gap, something painted in the ceiling. There were words, and they were large and red. They read words that in French meant, "It's mad." Depending on the tone, it could mean that's insane or it's deranged, but either way, the crimson scrawl sent a chill down my spine. I mentioned the house to a friend, Emily. They're French and usually laughs off anything spooky. When I told her what I'd seen, her expression shifted. "If that's written inside," she said quietly, "you shouldn't be near it. That place, how do you say, it does not want to be left alone." I thought she was exaggerating, probably just some squatter or graffiti artist making a statement. But another year passed, and the house remained sealed, and no construction, no demolition, nothing but silence. And in a city where every square foot gets repurposed, that kind of stillness feels unnatural. Then one day on my way to brunch nearby, I saw it again. Fresh paint, repaired windows, curtains drawn, the weeds gone. Someone was living there now. I was happy, just on the surface level. The old place had been saved. But sometimes when I ride past on the tram and glance up at that attic window, Still wonder if the new tenants ever looked at that ceiling, if they know what was written there. The night my cat borrowed a voice. Admittedly, this is one of the odder things I've ever written down. It's about the night my cat seemed to be possessed, not by a ghost, but by something else entirely, a voice that didn't belong to her. It happened a couple of winters ago. I was curled up in the living room, just knitting by the light of a single lamp, while my husband slept upstairs. He had an early shift, and I wanted to keep things quiet so we could rest. At around 12:45 a.m., the house was silent except for the hum of the refrigerator and the soft crackle of the heater. And we had 2 cats back then, the older of whom, Miso, was a gray and white tabby with a habit of sitting close enough to touch but never quite on your lap. And that night she was loafed beside the armchair, blinking slowly in that half-meditative way cats do. Loafed. And then I heard it, slow, dragging footsteps outside, crunching across the frozen front walk, and they paused at the porch, and I froze. Who visits in the middle of the night? A few seconds later, somebody started knocking. Not polite tapping, thudding almost desperately. Miso's ears went flat. I stood with my heart pounding and peeked through the side curtain. There was a man. He was swaying on the porch, shoulders hunched against the cold, muttering something I couldn't make out. He tried the doorknob once and twice and then pounded again. I was about to shout for my husband when it happened. A deep guttural growl came from right next to me. For a moment, I thought a stray dog had somehow slipped into the house. But it was Miso. Her mouth was open, body low to the floor, and out of her tiny throat came another growl. Louder this time and rough and unmistakably canine. Then a sharp woof, and I nearly dropped the curtain. Upstairs, I heard my husband stir. "Is that a dog? Did you let one in?" he called groggily. "No," I said. "There's a man outside, and just come down." He came rushing down in his t-shirt and glanced through the window. He shouted through the glass. Turned out the man was a neighbor from 2 houses down, completely drunk, mixing bits of English and Spanish, claiming he'd lost his keys and he needed to borrow $20 to get a taxi. My husband told him firmly to go home and to sleep it off, which, after some mumbling, he finally seemed to do. When the door was locked again, my husband turned to me. "Whose dog was barking?" he asked. "That," I said, pointing at the cat still sitting stiff by the chair. "That was her." He looked at Miso and then at me. "She barked." "She barked," I said, "or something barked through her." He didn't quite believe it, but he scratched her head anyway and called her our little guard dog, and that was that. Miso lived another 6 years, but she never made that sound again. Sometimes I think something, whatever protects old houses and soft-hearted people, borrowed her voice that night, just long enough to scare away trouble. The House That Remembered. A few summers ago, I went hunting for a wrought iron plant stand. I could give my houseplants a bit of outdoor vacation time in the balcony. The problem was those lovely old pieces had mostly rusted away decades ago. When I heard about a small shop in Chicago's Ravenswood neighborhood that dealt in vintage garden treasures, I decided to take my chances. I didn't find the plant stand, but I did leave with a story worth far more. The store sat inside what looked like an old corner bakery, brick front, faded green awning, and a window painted with the words "The Secret Garden Room." Gave off the kind of charm that makes you expect the smell of lavender and dust. Stepping inside was like stepping into a foggy attic. Half the bowls burnt out, and the air smelled faintly of varnish and roses long dead. Cracked teacups and chipped cherub statues covered every surface. My first thought was, oh no, it's a glorified junk pile. I was already halfway turned toward the door when a soft voice called, "Don't go yet. The good things are in the back." A woman appeared, brushing past a heavy tapestry curtain. She was small, silver-haired, and wore a faded floral apron that might once have been bright. She smiled with such warmth that I followed her without hesitation. The back parlor looked as though somebody had rebuilt the 1890s from memory. Velvet chairs and lace runners and brass lamps and photographs of solemn couples who hadn't smiled in a century. It was charming in a way that made you lower your voice. "See?" she said, watching me take it all in. "I try to keep this room happy. It doesn't like too much noise." That odd phrasing caught my ear, and still I asked politely, "Do you ever sell anything from here?" "Oh, no," she said softly. "These things, they belong to the house." Her meaning wasn't immediately clear, but I let it go and I followed her down a narrow hallway that led to the garden. And outside there were some enamel watering cans, a few cracked urns, and the faint sound of traffic humming in the street beyond. No plants outside, no stands. I sighed and went back inside to thank her for her time. When I returned, she was waiting with a tray of shortbread cookies and 2 teacups already steaming. "You look like you could use a sit," she said. And I accepted. The chair sighed as I sank into it. "You must spend a lot of time here alone," I said. "Oh, not at all," she replied. "The house keeps me company. You can feel it too, can't you?" Her eyes were sharp, not unkind, but seeing straight through me. Startled me because she was right. I'd felt a low hum since I'd entered, like someone humming through the walls. She nodded before I could answer. They like visitors who notice them. Would you like to see their room? Before I could decide whether that was an invitation or a test, she pulled back another curtain, revealing a small bedroom lit only by the reflection of daylight on the brass bed frame. The coverlet was slightly wrinkled, as though somebody had recently risen. The air was cool, but not cold, and faintly floral, like violets after rain. "Beautiful," I said quietly. "I think they were caretakers here once. They never left. They just, well, I tried to make them comfortable." Sometimes upstairs creaked, and then a long, deliberate step in another. I looked up and said, "There's a second floor?" "There is," she said. "And anyone alive up there?" "No." And that was all. A silence settled between us, soft and almost polite. Finally, I stood, thanked her for the tea, and said, "You've made a very special place here." She smiled. "It's not mine, really. The building's been torn down soon. New condos are coming. Suppose we'll all move on somehow." Outside, the city noise hit like a wave, and I looked back once, looked through the front window, and I thought I saw the faint flicker of light upstairs. It was as though somebody had drawn back a curtain for just a second. I smiled to myself. Houses to remember, after all. The Lantern Shadow. Though autumn's just beginning to chill the air where I live now, for some reason my mind drifts back to a summer evening from long ago. I was maybe 10, living in a red brick apartment building on Chicago's north side. The kind with a courtyard, and that's where everybody's windows faced inward, so you always knew who was cooking what for dinner. It was a friendly place. Neighbors waved, and old ladies traded gossip from their balconies, and kids like me roamed free until the streetlights blinked on. Every July, our building threw a big block-style party. Part cookout, part talent show. Part excuse for adults to drink lemonade laced with something stronger. Mr. Castillo manned the grill, setting up smoke and the smell of hot dogs. Mrs. Green brought her famous potato salad that nobody actually liked. Everybody politely took a spoonful of it. We'd set up folding chairs under the courtyard trees, and concrete still warm from the day, and the grown-ups would sway to music humming from a battered radio. When the sky deepened into that perfect indigo of summer twilight, the kids broke off into our own chaos. Sparklers hissing, sneakers slapping against the pavement. I remember feeling like the night itself belonged to us. It was during one of those games, maybe tag, maybe something we made up on the spot, that I noticed it. It was a shadow, and it wasn't mine. It moved when we did, but slower, as if wading through water. It was taller than any of us, and its outline looked draped like somebody had thrown a sheet over themselves for Halloween. Except this was the middle of July, and the air was sticky enough to melt crayons. And I stared at it so long I almost tagged out. I figured at first it was some trick of the courtyard lights. Maybe the glow from the bug zapper blending with the old flood lamp above the laundry door. But the more I watched, the less that explanation made sense. The shadow lagged behind us, too far to belong to anyone. And I realized something else. No one else seemed to see it. Later, when we switched to hide and seek, I was it. I leaned against the brick pillar with my eyes shut, counting slow. When I opened them, the courtyard was a patchwork of darkness and porch light. I started searching, and there it was again. Only this time, there were two shadows following me. Mine and the other one hovering just behind, its edges rippling like it was breathing. And that was enough for me. I bolted straight to where my parents were sitting, still laughing with the neighbors. "Someone's following me," I gasped. Dad chuckled and said, "Well, yeah, that's how hide and seek works." "No," I said. "It's not a kid, it's a shadow, and it's wearing a sheet." Mom frowned, half amused, half concerned. "Honey, maybe it's just your own shadow. It's a double from the lights. You've been running around for hours and you're just tired." I wanted to argue, but the lump in my throat was too big. She patted the chair behind her. "Come sit down, we'll go up soon." I sat with my eyes darting to the walls, waiting for it to appear again. It never did. Still, sometimes when I close my eyes, I can see it. A tall, wavering silhouette keeping just far enough behind to make sure I never quite forgot it. And 50-odd years later, I haven't. Whispers behind the Avalon. I'm a fourth-generation Chicagoan with roots that you could say they're deep. You can bet I've heard every ghost tale and scandal and miracle story this city's ever whispered. But for all my curiosity about the supernatural and a touch of second sight I inherited from my grandmother, I've never actually gone ghost hunting. And I've heard plenty about the phantom hitchhiker near Archer Avenue, the spectral figures at Graceland Cemetery. But my adventures stayed safely within the living world. And that changed one cold November night. I'd just seen a late screening at the Avalon Theater, a grand old movie house that still smells like buttered popcorn and damp velvet. Stepped outside into the quiet street. My friend Mark, who shares my love for old Chicago lore, mentioned the alley behind the Avalon was supposedly haunted by Eddie Callahan, a jazz pianist. They were gunned down there in 1932. The story went that he was caught in a mob crossfire after a gig and his hands still inked with piano soot. People said his ghost played faint chords that night, and that was when the wind blew just right. No, I wasn't there for ghost hunting, but since I was already in the neighborhood and the alley wasn't yet blocked off by the condo construction, That would later seal it forever. I figured why not? Mark waited by the curb while I wandered into the narrow, echoing hallway. It smelt of rain and brick dust. For a few seconds, nothing happened. And then, just as I turned to leave, something invisible brushed past me. It was sharp and electric, like static come alive. If you've ever stood too close to a live wire, that's what it felt like. A human-shaped pulse of energy hovering inches away. Was I scared? Not exactly. Startled, yeah. But more than that, I felt seen. The charge wasn't menacing, just curious, and somehow impossibly I knew who it was. Eddie, I whispered. The air quivered. When I looked back toward Mark, I could see from his face that he'd felt something too. Okay, he called out a bit too loud. That's enough for tonight. Come on out. And just like that, the energy dissolved, leaving the alley as still as before. And later Mark admitted the air had gone cold around him, cold enough to make his breath visible. He didn't scare easily, but he said it felt like standing beside an unplugged amplifier still humming with sound. I told him I didn't think Eddie was suffering or stuck. He just lingered, tied somehow to the music in the alley and the echo of applause that once followed him on the stage door. Maybe he stayed because he never got to finish his last song. A few years later, I heard other mention similar encounters, a sudden chill, the sound of piano keys where there was no piano, the scent of cigarette smoke in an empty lane. And all said it happened behind the Avalon. And every time I walk past that alley now, I still listen. And sometimes, if the night is quiet enough, I swear I hear a few ghostly bars of Sweet Lorraine drifting through the bricks. Four-year-old suffering visual and audio hallucinations. There's a very real chance my 4-year-old is a schizophrenic, but doctors tell me this is rare. I've ran her through a battery of tests this past week. MRIs and spinal tap, and now injecting her with steroids because of a gut feeling on a possible result that may take weeks to come back. To begin with, this started Friday, August 28th. We sent the child to bed, and while the rest of the family watched Bill and Ted face the music. In the middle of this, she began to bang on the door that she couldn't all of a sudden open. Happens to her sometimes, probably because she's a kid and not very coordinated. She never freaks out about it, just calls for us. That day she was definitely perturbed and frantic, then started talking about the cloudy people. We didn't really put much stock in it, and she ended up sleeping with us that night. We even forgot about this until we needed to start piecing everything together later. The next real event was at a Target on Saturday. My son and I had been hunting action figures, and the wife and the 4-year-old tagged along with us. Everything was fine until she saw a Spider-Man toy. Marvel Spider-Man Far From Home web-shot spider bolt that has some rubbery webbing on it, and she started freaking out about the spiders being on her. Thought she was just being a silly kid and thought the webbing equals spiders, and after we pretended to brush the spiders off and started to become clingy. But things worked out, and we ended up at Walmart and bought her a Blue's Clues stuffed you. Stuffed you? Stuffed animal, maybe? I mention this because I remember her calmly and rationally making a decision between blue and magenta, and she chose magenta. The next day I was out of the house mostly until the evening. Made a run to Home Depot for some soil for the wife's garden, and brought her along. I had time to interact with her in the car because I didn't feel like driving, and I tried to get her to say please when she asked for a snack. She was being stubborn and was going to say please, but then decided against it. We ended up at a different Walmart, and she saw this Trolls microphone that plays the same song over and over again. For 20 minutes, she incessantly played it and only gave it up at the register. I never put it back in her hands, and I gave her some candy that we bought her to make her kind of forget about it on the ride home. Again, I tried to get her to say please, and now she refused outright. Back at home within an hour, the hallucinations started. They started giving them names of cartoon characters. Tyrone and Lady Tasha from Backyardigans. They go often on adventures and never remember cloudy people. I checked my Plex records, and she had watched them on 8/26. A few days prior to the event on Friday. Prior to this, she had watched them on 8/21, and before that in March. The cloudy people were everywhere, and she began to talk to gibberish and nonsense. A lot of verbal diarrhea. Imagine a very hyper child on speed. Her heart rate increased, and she began to walk back and forth and open and closing doors. We tried to get her to sleep, and she would just not relax. Even when we had her in the bed, we were just definitely concerned. Thought maybe she had too much candy. Although this is not normal behavior for her, even when she has had too much sugar in the past. I finally got up and took her to another room and held her close to me and asked her to relax and close her eyes. Started to hear the rhythmic breathing of sleep, but the eyes never closed. They were wide open and doing, but blinking rapidly like an REM sleep. The next morning she slept until past 12, but ended up waking her, just wanting to make sure she was okay. She got herself up and seemed pleasant, but then the incessant verbal chatter started again. Then we noticed she was having a conversation for the first time. Not like a child, having like a make-believe one, where they're talking to themselves and maybe answering the questions too. She seemed like she was being interviewed or interrogated. She would give answers to non-existent questions, and I sent her on a neighborhood walk with my oldest daughter. Along with the way she discussed moving and finding a new house, but not with my daughter, with the voices she was hearing. Upon their return, we set up a virtual meeting with the pediatrician while we waited for our appointment with the real pediatrician. I also learned during this meeting that my daughter had bought her ice cream from a Quick Stop. But immediately after arriving, the child had forgotten that she had eaten it. The virtual pediatrician was the first to point out this behavior seemed typical for a 4-year-old, and yeah, I've seen hyper 4-year-olds and agreed, but not for her. I still thought maybe a sugar reaction. We started to see her talk with a changed, higher-pitched baby voice. The doctor noticed it as well, and then noticed her talking to herself and then answering the cloudy people. She told him that that's who she was talking to. He recommended we take her to a child psychiatrist, but told us to visit the pediatrician so we can make the recommendation. Soon after, she's bouncing off the walls and with hyper fears and anxiety. Spikes on the floor said by the cloudy people, among other things. Started to be filled with dread as a parent, but still thinking it was sugar, I decided to take her on a walk to tire her out. Or stop giving her sugar completely for a minute. So we went to Target, and she found that microphone we bought, and she proceeded to use it over an hour straight, and on the drive and at Target until we saw the same toy again. Once she saw the webbing, she threw herself on the floor that spiders are all over her, and on my hand, and that she wouldn't let me touch her. And on the microphone, which I had to wash for her to touch again. That night was even worse than the previous night. Only now I had a 4-year-old who's regressing into herself, becoming more immature and smushing her food. And that was a long night, hard to get her to sleep, and us looking at every theory in the book from PANDAS to ADHD to autism. Monday at the pediatrician. The first pediatrician only saw what she believed to be normal. The normal babbling of a 4-year-old. We assured her this was not normal for her, and when she stepped away, the conversations and trance-like answering and robotic voice began. She returned with the second pediatrician, and they observed the behavior. He remanded us to the ER immediately. He said we can do nothing for her. We wanted them to swab for strep throat to rule out PANDAS. My wife has issues with strep throat over the years, with swollen tonsils and lymph nodes. And I currently had swollen lymph nodes myself. They wouldn't, and we suspect they thought our daughter had fallen into household or recreational drugs. Leave everything like cough syrup on a high shelf in the kitchen, locked up, and don't do illegal drugs or prescribed medications. So we went to the hospital, where till today she's been through a litany of tests. She has baffled and scared quite a few doctors, and today left what seemed to be a very sure of her psychologist with the case of the I don't knows. She also started with this thing that, well, she started with the she seems normal talk. Then we mentioned the cloudy people, saw the terror in my daughter's eyes, and then began to just lose her shit from that moment. We think it's stress-related, but they won't let her out of the hospital, and the neurologist gave us the hard sell on steroids. She'd seen her child in trance-like states and assured the psychologist that there was a real problem. I hated agreeing to the steroids, but I just wanted her home to rest, and the hospital had been traumatic. She's been referred to the nursing staff as killers, and her hospital gown as jail clothes, and described a jail area somewhat in the hospital. But here's the punchline. I decided to talk to her to get through to her, ask her about the cloudy people and who they were and what they were doing. And she said the name George. I said, "What does George do?" "George and Harold make comic books," she said. "Captain Underpants is a favorite of my son. It just so happened she watched it at the hospital, and I'm getting nowhere." So frustrated, I said, "George and Harold are on the TV. It's Captain Underpants. Tyrone and Lady Tasha are backyardigans. And they're on TV too. They aren't real." She gets quiet and whispers, "They have the same name." "The same name as who? George and Harold?" "No, as the George at home and Georgie, the fucking dog, who's a rescue off the streets, whom we named Georgie because our child, who was still crawling at the time, just said the name out of thin air. We thought it was cute and assumed it was from a cartoon and thought nothing of it. She stopped talking soon after that. We feared autism and we took her to speech therapy, eventually started talking again. But if that wasn't enough, my wife's sister watched her today at the hospital. When the sister was leaving, she told my wife that she also talked to ghosts as a child. My wife realizes that, well, she had repressed those memories. Now I've been home without my wife for 5 nights, still a skeptic and jumping at every strange noise I hear in the night. Star Hill Hauntings. In a small town in upstate New York, about 15 minutes north of Utica, there's a place called Remsen. It's home to quite the hot spot for unexplained activity. Star Hill, as it's known locally. It's a point on Star Hill Road in Remsen, New York, where the Penn Mountain State Forest meets the road. On the road are 2 parking areas, both with impressive views of the Mohawk Valley. You will find 2 lookouts, one along the actual road and another off of a trail that turns off the road and goes into the forest. Locally, we refer to them as the first and second lookouts, the first being the one by the road, the second being the one in the forest. So I'll be referring to them as such. Up this trail is also a cemetery, a small cluster of buildings, if you can call them that. A small body of water known as Hatch's Pond, and a radar dome with a sign from the U.S. Air Force prohibiting anybody from getting too close to it. I've gone there. All of these locations have their share of strange activity. Over the years, people have mostly used this as a gathering spot. It isn't uncommon to go there on a nice weekend in the summer and find people camping or some high school kids having a party. That is, or at least was, mostly what it was known for. High school dyke parties. I've spent my fair share of time here over the years. I've only experienced one of these myself. It's just the kind of place everybody seems to have a story about. Stories vary from hearing screams in the middle of the night to floating orbs of light crossing the road and disappearing into the woods. I'll outline all of these phenomena and provide some possible explanations. The orbs. Undoubtedly, the most popular story is that of the mysterious floating orbs that can be seen alongside the road by the first lookout. Everyone's story seems to be the same. 2 to 3 orbs of light floating about 6 feet above the road. They appear seemingly out of nowhere, and they appear to almost dance around and slowly move across the road and then disappear into the trees. I've personally seen them while I was parked at the first lookout facing down the road. I saw 2 of these orbs float slowly across the road and then seemingly disappear into the tree line, just like the stories had said. So what could be causing this? The legends say that there are lanterns of Daniel Roberts. Or these are the lanterns of Daniel Roberts, a 19th century doctor who lived in the area and practiced holistic medicines and herbal remedies. Locals called him the witch doctor. Claimed he also showed interest into the occult. In 1820, he traveled on the road and was thrown from his horse. The fall broke his leg and he died at the age of 45 from his injuries. He often traveled at night with a lantern and hung one from a window in his house, and people say that his spirit is carrying these orbs as if they're lanterns, while he still travels that same path he did so many years ago. Another popular story is that the lanterns are carried by the Baron von Steuben, a Revolutionary War general who once lived in that area. Sometime after his death in the early 1900s, they moved his body from its original resting place to a memorial that had been constructed in his honor. His wishes were strictly against this, as he wanted a burial that a normal man would receive. Legend states that these lanterns are carried by the Baron, searching for his body. One thing is certain, these lights cannot be coming from a vehicle. They're too far apart to be headlights and have a distinct flicker to them like candlelight. It's also been speculated that they're being produced by a car driving through the area. However, they do not produce light in the same way that a vehicle's headlights would. There's no other roads in the direction that you'd be able to see them. The screams. Another popular occurrence people often report is hearing blood-curdling screams all throughout Penn Mountain Forest, centered mostly around the cemetery. People say that the screams of a woman can be heard at random hours of the night. They've been reported in other areas, but mostly near the cemetery. The theory explaining this is, back in the 60s and 70s, a man by the name of Bernard Barney Hatch, who lived nearby, would kidnap women from the surrounding areas of New Hartford and Utica. He'd bring them into the woods and kill and torture and bury them there. They were only ever to pin one crime on him, and that was the murder of Mary Rose Turner, April 26, 1973. Hatch killed and dragged the dead body of Turner up nearby Potato Hill Road with his car. He then buried her body in the woods alongside the road at an intersection. He's currently serving a life sentence in state prison, but many believe he's responsible for other unsolved murders of women and children in the area during that time. The screams are said to be that of his many victims, who never got the justice they deserved. The rocking chair. Drive up the rocky dirt path, and you'll stumble upon a cemetery. This cemetery dates back to the late 1800s, has a ton of graves from this time period. There was once a rocking chair here, and it's been said that anybody who sat in it would die within the next 24 hours. Today, it's no longer there. The story goes that a young lady had gone there with a group of friends. Some of them had dared her to sit in the chair. Knowing the legend and dismissing it, she sat in it anyways. The next day, that girl was killed in a car accident. The father, after talking with one of the grief-stricken friends, had learned about the dare and the legend. He went up to the cemetery and destroyed the chair, so no other parents would lose their children to this chair. Evidence of this is scarce and almost non-existent. However, many do report that there was in fact a rocking chair there at one point, and it had simply gone missing. No one seems to know what happened to it. There's also signs posted around the cemetery saying that there are security cameras in use, 2 of which can be seen mounted on trees. They seem to be pointed in the corner where the chair supposedly was, and it could be argued that they were put there to deter vandalism, which unfortunately seems commonplace there. That, however, does not explain why they'd be focused on that corner in particular. Miscellaneous occurrences. These events are not popularly reported or experienced by a great number of people that visit here, but a few people have shared these stories with myself and others, so I believe they deserve to be listened to in some fashion. Hatch's Pond, nicknamed after Barney Hatch, has had numerous legends surrounding it. Stories of it being used at some point by the Mafia, which had a large presence in Utica for years. The alleged body dumpings are plentiful. However, no evidence to support this has ever come up. According to some, the whole force was used at one point or another by the Mafia for various reasons, since it was remote and far away from the city. Not only a story of a local tow truck company pulling a car to a pond could possibly have a connection to this, but no evidence of human remains were found in it, and it was deemed most likely that somebody had stolen the car from a dealership and dumped it here. This is somewhat supported by the fact that it was a relatively expensive vehicle at the time, and reportedly had extremely low miles. No evidence of it being used for a body dump ever surfaced. There is a small collection of structures near the pond, dubbed the Hermit's Village. Many people have claimed that a hermit had once lived in these small structures and would be aggressive toward people traveling by. There's no recent evidence of a person living there, and it most likely was used as a sort of hunting area back in the day. Basements of long-forgotten structures can also be found in the surrounding area. Reports of lights following you up the trail, also pop up from time to time. A friend told me that lights appear behind you, only for no vehicle to pass by. There's only a few places to turn off, most towards the beginning of it, so a vehicle turning onto another offshoot of the trail is unlikely. People have also reported speaking to a man in a military uniform, thought to be the ghost of the Baron who was buried in his. I've also been told of a man in an old white pickup truck offering to give you a ride to a party that's happening further up the trail. When you make your way up the trail, you don't find a single soul, let alone a party, and the truck seems to have disappeared. Also, sprinkled throughout the state forest, there are concrete structures with no clues as to what they once were. Most likely they're basements or foundations of some type, and there is originally a Welsh settlement in the area, which would explain why they might be there. There's plenty of what appears to be more modern construction as well, and it's anybody's best guess as to what they are. These are just a small collection of some of the things that sort of happen up here, and if you're from the area and have your own stories, please feel free to share them. If you've never been before and are willing to take a drive there, you won't be disappointed if ghost hunting is your type of thing. The Little Boy in My Old House. When I left the military and secured a new job, I had to move from Norfolk, Virginia, much closer to Washington, D.C. I lived there alone for a year until my wife had finished her military service and was able to move her and the kids out to where I was living. When the time came, we settled on renting a small 3-bedroom townhouse. We weren't expecting to be there long, as my goal was to leave Virginia and get a job somewhere else. And as always with life, nothing stays as planned. We ended up living in that house for 7 years until we settled on just buying a home. Those 7 years were filled with some strange occurrences in this house. It all started with a discussion my oldest son would have with his mother about his room at night. He had the second largest bedroom, and at the time he was 4 and our daughter was 3. Our son would go on to tell us how a little boy would come to him in his room at night and talk to him. He said he would talk about how he had to hide from the bad man because he would kill him if he found him. We were confused, but figured maybe he was just having some weird dreams. And this went on for a couple of years, though until he started to get closer to 12 when he ended up having to move rooms. We decided because our youngest daughter is getting older, she needed a bigger room. So the wife and I moved our room into the basement, moved her son into an old room, and moved our daughter to his old room. Then it started again, except with her daughter. She started to tell us how she would see this boy, and unlike my son, it was scaring her. She would often sleep on the couch in the living room, and this is where her odd habit of needing to sleep with lights and TV on started as well. And this isn't where it ended, though. There was an occasion where I was taking a nap on the couch in the living room, and the wife laying opposite of me on the couch was just sitting and reading a book. That's when she saw something. She looks up with her skin pale and asks if I saw what she saw. I didn't, and I asked what did she see. She said she had seen what looked like a very short person walk by the couch right behind where I was laying. Whatever or whoever it was, they were gone. When I turned around at least, and, well, she even saw this thing disappear right in front of her. Needless to say, this terrified her a little, and my wife has always been a bit more sensitive to paranormal things, so she always did see more than I ever did. On another day, while I was at work, the kids were at school. She told me she was laying on the couch, could see right up the stairs to the first landing, and a little boy in very old clothing was actually sitting on the stairs. She explained that she had asked the boy what his name was, and how old he was, and even invited him to sit on the couch with her, and if he was lonely. She said there was not a single answer, and the boy just stayed where he was. Now, I never witnessed or really saw anything happen, but I have had my own experiences as well with this boy. Back before the rooms were moved around, there were many times when the wife and kids would go see her mother, and I'd be home alone for weeks at a time. No matter what I did, you always felt like somebody was sitting with you or watching you. I had a problem with having to sleep in the dark in the home when everyone was gone. I used to sleep in her bedroom when it was upstairs, but I couldn't anymore, as every time I did, there just always seemed to be somebody in the room with me or standing in the hallway. Now, shortly before we ended up moving, there was a series of the same incident that got me to the point where I could never even sleep in the upstairs room anymore, ever. My wife and I don't sleep in the same rooms. It's due to our habits. She needs lights and a TV on, and I need darkness and silence. So we just sleep in other rooms. Well, I opted to just stay on the couch every night. But for a few nights, I had to sleep in my son's room because we had to get rid of our couch, wait for a new one to arrive. My son had a trundle bed, so I slept on it for a few nights. And every night I slept on this thing, I'd be falling asleep, and then I would just feel like someone or something would lay down right next to me. I wouldn't see an indentation, but as soon as I would look, there'd be no one there. At first, I thought, well, maybe it's one of the cats we owned, but they were never in the room with us up there. To be honest, there was really never anyone up there in general. This would happen every night, and when I brought it up one day, my son, who is now 11, told me, "Yeah, it happens all the time. I used to be afraid, but now I'm used to it." I did research on the house. However, there was no listed history of a boy living there, or ever dying on the property. The only history of the area was that it used to be mostly trees where we lived many years ago. And the area was also where a Civil War battle happened before everything else. Still no mention of the deaths of young children anywhere. To this day, in an odd way, I feel horrible about moving out of that house, because being a parent has made me feel as if we left a child there to be lonely. And perhaps that's all it was. This child's spirit was just happy there were people there. Now he didn't have to feel lonely anymore. Who was this little boy? Evil spirit or demonic encounter a friend had. Years ago, when I was between 18 and 20, I was in a little metal band with 4 others, and this incident happened to our bass player in his home, which is also where we would gather for practice. However, in a way it involved all of us. And again, this is his telling of the incident. This was in South Texas in December. It happened sometime late at night, according to him. Started at 11, maybe 12. He woke up randomly and just felt compelled to look out of his window. He was sleeping on the living room couch that night. When he looked, he saw a shadowy figure crossing his yard. He said it looked like it was moving quite erratically. His example was like how the doctor moved around in the remake of House on Haunted Hill. Thinking he was just tired and half awake, he thought nothing of it and assumed it was just one of his neighbors. They were known to do that often, and he went back to sleep. His neighbors did that often, huh? Shortly after that, he woke up with this feeling like somebody was holding him down and making it hard for him to breathe. Which sure sounds like sleep paralysis, except, well, he claimed the whole time he could hear chanting and whispering around him, and no one was in the room with him. It eventually stopped abruptly after a minute or two. He sat up confused and terrified and got a drink of water and tried to go back to sleep, which happened eventually. And shortly after that, it all happened again, same feeling, same chanting and whispering. He always said he never knew and could understand exactly what was being chanted and whispered. Regardless, this episode ended and he once again was scared and confused, and he chalked this up to maybe he had a bad dream and managed to go back to sleep. Then it all happened once more. He woke up like something was holding him down, making it hard to breathe. The chanting and whispering all around him again. Though this time, something new happened. He said he looked over next to him on the couch, and standing in front of the Christmas tree was a short, about 4-foot-tall, shadowy figure that appeared to be cackling at him. It wasn't making any other noise. This went on for what he said felt like forever this time. And when it stopped, he said, forget sleeping. Went to his bedroom and played his bass guitar the rest of the night. Good man. Also, for the remainder of the night, coming from the direction of his sister's room, he would hear 2 knocks every couple of minutes. He didn't go back to sleep until the next night due to this. When the band and I gathered the next day for practice, he told us what happened, and of course we all laughed and said, yeah, right, you're full of shit. Then he showed us that in his yard he found what looked like footsteps. They were tracked through his yard all the way to his front door. And the steps were just that, footsteps, made from shoes, but no defining features to them. No imprint on the bottom of a shoe, just plain. Then when we sort of told around what time this started happening, that it was about 3 a.m. when the last attack happened, we all froze because of what we realized we were doing that night. Our singer woke up randomly and was praying. Our lead guitarist woke up and just couldn't go back to sleep, feeling like something was wrong and off, and I, for no reason, just woke up and turned on my lamp and started reading the Bible. We all realized that all of us at the same time he was experiencing the incident had gotten up at 3 a.m. and either prayed, read a Bible, or felt a sense of dread. Strange metal band. And our drummer wasn't there at the time. He never said if he did anything that night as well, but the story had spooked him. What is going on? I'm 16 years old, and recently my parents split up. My dad rented a new house, and my mother kept the old house. For a little picture of the inside, there's a kitchen with a small dining area connected to the main room and living room. The living room has 2 doors. It all started off normal. Came over to his house for the first time to stay a couple of nights with him. Nothing was off whatsoever. But about a month after, my dad texted me saying he thinks there's a ghost in the house. I was at my mom's at the time, and he tells me the story like this. I was sitting in the kitchen making coffee in the early morning, sitting at the table. I look up and notice the doors start to open, and they creak open when doing so. Go to the door and I open and close it a few times and it doesn't creak. Didn't really believe it at first, but oh boy do I believe it now. I saw it happen with my own eyes the day I'd come back to my dad's. But wait, it gets a bit worse. After a month goes by, my dad has a friend over. Let's call her Olivia. Olivia and him were sitting on the couch watching TV late one night. Well, Olivia also had incidents with ghosts before. But anyway, they were sitting on a couch, and out of nowhere, Olivia goes, "Are your sons here?" "No." Then she says, "Because I saw some sort of figure walk past the two doors." And now for the final incident. I had just finished playing Phasmophobia, a new ghost hunting game on Steam. I'm laying in bed watching YouTube, and it was around 1:45. My brother comes to my room and says, "Did you do that?" Clearly I didn't. He tells me to wait in my room, and he goes to check around the house because he heard something. I'm laying in bed, my heart racing, and I hear him scream like a terrified scream. I start getting into a panic attack-like state, and he comes back into my room, saying the ghost just moved a fucking chair. And the chair is easily 20 pounds. No way in hell anything else moved it. And then he said the two doors from earlier opened again. Believe it or not, the chair I've been sitting on for the past couple of years doing this job weighs maybe a pound, maybe half a pound. It's a sad, sad chair. I'm sure you can hear it making noise sometimes. The lady in my kitchen and that pounding noise every night. Without further ado, I suppose I should start like when I was young. I lived with my family, my parents and an older sister, in a trailer home on a plot of land behind my grandparents' house, which was, no kidding, a large 2-story pink house. It was in Texas, in Galveston County to be more exact. Behind my parents' and grandparents' property was a family with their own business there, which was a large U-Haul rental place. The family that lived there was a wife, 2 daughters, and husband. I won't be naming any names except one, the husband. There was a man named Timothy Gribble. Now, Timmy here was a convicted murderer, strangled and raped 2 women, and he was given the death penalty and executed back in 2000. I lived in the trailer up until maybe 4th grade, then ended up moving to a pink house to house sit it, since my grandparents moved to a new home for retired folks. Now I'm mainly just trying to at least place the setting. Perhaps it'll help to bring some understanding as to what I experienced over the years on these properties. Even when I was a kid and moved into the pink house, or even visiting, I always felt off being there, like something just wasn't right. Nothing really happened though until I was in 6th or 7th grade. First it was a weird thing with the front door, and it would just open on its own. At first it would just open slowly and stay open, easily explainable, right? A door unlocked, old house, town sitting on a fault line, so the foundation wasn't exactly the best. It never really weirded me out, and what was weird was one night, around 8 or 9 p.m., I'm just watching TV in the living room. The door just opened and closed itself quickly twice. Didn't creep me out right away because I figured, oh, it's just my cousin, and he said he's coming by to pick up an inhaler for my mother. They both have asthma. He was known to be a little bit of a jokester toward me, so whatever, I'll just see if it was him. I looked outside and my driveway was empty. Asked my mother if he had just came in, and she said no. So I put it out of my mind and moved on. Fast forward further down the road, I laid down for bed and I started hearing a faint noise, like a hand faintly pounding on the wall or floor. From there, I would hear this every night. I disregarded it since nobody else could hear it. said I was just imagining it. It bothered me for a while, and I just accepted that it won't go away and I'll just once again move on. Figured if there's something, it's just doing its thing, and as long as it left me alone, I'd leave it alone. Then the night I actually saw something I couldn't explain, and to this day my family swears I just imagined it. It was around 3 a.m. I'm in the living room playing a video game on the TV. And I want to say this was around when Nintendo 64 was around, because I kept remembering the game Killer Instinct Gold from that night. So I go to the kitchen to get a drink, and I look across the room, and there was a figure standing there, and I froze. My dining room and kitchen is a bit large, and I'm standing at the entrance next to the staircase, looking across the dining room past the bar into the kitchen. And the figure was a woman, and she was a slim build, wearing a long nightgown, and had no head. There wasn't a bloody stump where the neck was, just there was no head, and as I said, I froze. I wasn't truly scared, just unsure how to react. Just wasn't processing what it was that I was seeing. Turned around, went back to the living room, and just sat down confused. I kept thinking about it. I kept pondering. Did I really see that, and was that real? So I got up and went back in there, and she was still there, never moved. Just standing there. I went back in and out several times, and she didn't leave. And I finally said, "Okay, you stay there. I don't care what you do." And I'm going to my room and going to sleep. No response, not even a wave, and nothing. So I went to bed and laid there all night until 6 a.m., terrified, wondering what if she'd come up here into my room. Thankfully, that was the last I saw her. There were other experiences that happened in that house, and even in my old trailer home. A couple of weeks after that, we're doing some remodeling work in my room, so I wound up having to sleep a few nights in my parents' room on the floor. And as was every night, the faint pounding noise continued. Again, I would ignore it and just sleep, and that night the noise grew a little louder each time. It stayed faint, but grew slightly louder each time. I would ask the parents, "You hear that?" And they would say, "No, of course I didn't." As it continued, it finally stopped for a little while. It was oddly quiet, and I figured, okay, finally guess it got tired. After about 10 or 15 minutes, something slammed into my parents' closed doors to the room hard. It sounded like somebody just ran head first into it, and trust me, it was loud. I sat up and said, "Okay, I know damn well I was not the only one who heard that." The parents agreed. My father and I checked the whole house, even her attic, which is not a place you really want to go into since the house is so old. Nothing, and no one was there with us. The noise went back to its faint self that night after that. To this day, I think about this all the time. I have had other things happen, but these two events stick out all the time. I just still don't know what to think about them. I don't really know if this woman in the kitchen was a victim of that cripple guy or someone else. I just don't know, and I wish I actually had some evidence to even prove it all happened. Either way it happened, I guess nothing else I could say there. Again, I have other things to share, which I will later on in a couple more threads. But what's everybody else's take on this? Some days I wish I did imagine it all. I think my apartment is haunted, and it seems to be growing. I've lived in my apartment for about 5 years now. It's a small one-bedroom place where just me and my girlfriend stay. It has a kitchen, a living room, bathroom, a bedroom, and a boiler room kind of thing. That's the water heaters and heating for the top 2 floors as we live in the basement. The boiler room is near the bathroom. It starts off the hallway to our back door. It always had a type of weird vibe coming from it, but we just kind of played it off. We have noticed over the past 3 years we're starting to get more and more creeped out by the room. Around 1 a.m. every night you feel a presence just kind of lingering near in the room. Can't really explain it other than you're being watched. I used to love sleeping out of the living room. Our couch is very comfortable for me, but Now anytime I'm in the living room alone after 1 p.m., I honestly get too scared to be in there. I feel like somebody's just standing over me, watching me. I also started to notice in the past few years, maybe 2, that at any time I try and ignore this feeling, I start to have really dark thoughts. I'll close my eyes while ignoring it and try to sleep, and I'll just start seeing pretty graphic images of just scenes from, like, horror movies that play randomly in my head. Even though 5 seconds ago I was on YouTube watching a very calming video or something funny. I don't understand how. I was just so calm, and I close my eyes to sleep, and my brain is overrun by these dark images and thoughts. So I usually pick up my blanket and run back to the bedroom where my girlfriend is sound asleep. Hop in bed, and thoughts go back to normal. I thought, honestly, I'm just a bit goofy and over-scaring myself. But about 2 years ago, I had a friend who was homeless for a while. He stayed with us, and he would sleep on the couch. I noticed he always slept on his side, facing the inside of the couch. One night, we had some people over and were drinking, and I asked him for some odd reason why he's always slept like that, and he told me, I feel like somebody's watching me when I try to sleep. Kind of confirmed what I was feeling. So me and my girlfriend went and got sage from Spencer's and saged the house, but nothing changed. In April of this year, we had a small get-together in my backyard with people from my job. And we're all in our early 20s, and this girl from my work asked my girlfriend to go with her to the bathroom. My girlfriend was busy doing something outside, so she explained to the girl where the bathroom was. I know where it is, I just get a creepy vibe from the room next door. So later that night, we're playing drinking games and talking, and I asked what she meant, and she told us that when she went to get ice cream earlier, and it felt like she was being watched by something or someone in the boiler room. She kind of feels spirits since her grandma had passed away the previous year. We all kind of started discussing it, and a few people also mentioned was the same thing about the room. See ya. You've stayed curious this long. Don't stop now. The darkness still has more to show you. This is Paranormal M. Subscribe and stay in the shadows with us. The breathing in the hallway. During my senior year of high school, my dad had just moved into a new house after his divorce from my ex-stepmom. I had 2 younger siblings, my brother Alex and my sister Anna. Since I lived mostly with my mom back then and stayed on campus during my first college semester, I shared a room with Anna whenever I visited, and she was 9 years younger than me. Alex, 6 years younger, had his own room down the hall. The house layout was a little weird. The upstairs hallway came right off of the kitchen. Walking down it, the kids' bathroom was on the left, and Alex's room was on the right. And at the end, there was a small square with doors to Dad's room and our shared room sitting diagonally from each other. One night late in the summer before college started, I came home around 1:30 a.m. And after hanging out with my boyfriend, the house was dark and still. My dad's snoring drifted faintly from his room, and both kids' doors were closed. I tiptoed into our room, I tossed my phone under the bed and went to the bathroom to get ready for bed. I shut the door, changed into pajamas, started brushing my teeth. A soft creak from the hallway caught my attention. The old wood floors always gave you away in that house. I figured Alex was up for a bathroom trip, so I called out, "Just a second." But before I reached for the doorknob, I froze, and there was breathing. Not the kind of sleepy, uneven breathing you'd expect from a kid. This was deep and slow and heavy, and it had weight, and it sounded adult. My dad's still snoring. It wasn't him. Alex didn't sound like that. And then came another creak farther down toward the kitchen. Heavy steps, like my stomach was dropping. An intruder, also my brain decided immediately. The back door in the kitchen slid open to the yard, and our fence wasn't hard to climb. Maybe one of the kids had left it unlocked earlier, and I knew I'd locked the front door when I got home, but I hadn't checked the back. The breathing came closer, The floorboards moaned softly with each step, and my hands trembled as I locked the bathroom door and held still, straining to hear. The breathing stopped right outside, and it was so close I could almost feel it pressing against the door. I crouched with my heart pounding so loudly it drowned everything else out. I peeked under the door, and there was no feet, no shadow, there was nothing. And suddenly, no sound at all, no breathing, no creaks, just silence. I waited and still nothing. Then, gripping my hairbrush like a weapon, I unlocked the door and threw it open. Hallway was empty. Ran to my room, snatched up my phone, and called my boyfriend, whispering frantically as I checked every room in the house. Alex was sound asleep, and Emmett too, and the back door was locked, and my dad still snoring. The next morning, I told Dad everything. I could tell I was shaken, so he went around checking doors and windows. He even mentioned the alarm system, which apparently had been armed the whole night. It wasn't an intruder, but something had been there, and I knew what I'd heard. And for months after, I avoided sleeping in that house. And every time I visited, that hallway felt colder than the rest of the place, like it remembered me. The Letters in the Woods. About 20 years ago, my mom and dad were out walking through a forest somewhere in Northumberland. Or at least that's what my mom thinks it was. They'd gone there on a whim, following an old trail they'd found on a paper map, and this was before smartphones. The place had a strange stillness to it, and as they were chatting about how otherworldly it felt, my dad laughed and said, "If fairies were real, I'd bet they'd pick this spot to live." And only a few moments later he flinched hard and said it felt like somebody'd pressed a burning coin against his lower back. Assuming it was just a wasp sting, he just asked Mom to have a look. But what she saw wasn't a sting, it was writing, clear capital letters forming out of the skin itself, and said, "Why?" Not that my parents are the superstitious type, so instead of panicking, they mostly stood there stunned and fascinated. Mom said it didn't look like a scratch or a welt because it was beneath the surface, like the letters were glowing faintly underneath the skin. There was even a diagonal mark cutting through the Y as if somebody had written it with intent. And I've teased Dad ever since for not going to a doctor to get it checked or photographed properly. He says at the time it didn't even occur to him, it just felt too strange to react rationally. The marks faded after about 3 days, though faint smudges of what looked like more letters appeared later, unreadable this time. And nothing similar has ever happened again. Mom still swears the forest felt off that day, no bird song, no wind, just silence. We do still have one blurry photo of his back that evening, and if he gives the okay, I'll share it. I just wanted to put this story out there. Maybe someone can make sense of what really happened. Flickering lights and unfinished goodbyes. Hi guys, I know this might sound a bit weird, but hear me out. I lost my mom back in November. Didn't actually find out till just a few days ago. My family's complicated, to say the least, and for a bit of context before the weird part, I do have 2 sisters, both of whom hadn't spoken to Mom in years. When Mom was found by the police, they accidentally contacted the wrong sister. The one who wasn't listed as next of kin, just a backup. And the sister has been cut off for ages because of a lot of messy stuff. Stealing and drugs and other things I won't get into. And anyway, she told the police she'd contact the rest of us, but didn't. Nearly a month passed before she said anything. By the time we were finally told, she'd already been in Mom's house rummaging through everything with some old family friend we barely remember. They tore the place apart, and by the time we arrived, all the valuable things were gone. And the sentimental ones, Mom's letters and ornaments and photo albums, were either broken or stuffed into trash bags, and my heart sank. And here's where it gets strange. While we were there, the main light in the living room began to flicker. Not just a little, but in this sharp, attention-grabbing way. Right when I was reading a will that we later found out was a fake one. And then the light stopped, and suddenly the hallway light started flickering instead, and the others said it had been doing that since they'd come up and going crazy, as they described it. I brushed it off at first, but when I went upstairs, the hallway light up there started doing the same thing. I noticed the loft hatch was slightly open, climbed up and found a box full of old photos, Mom's childhood teddy bear and a few keepsakes that still smelled faintly like a perfume. I brought them down quietly. When I went to the kitchen, the room where Mom had, passed, well, that light was flickering the most violently of all, almost like it was angry. When my sister started being nasty to me, it got worse, and none of the other lights ever flickered at the same time. It was always one after another, like something aware. And that night I convinced myself it was just faulty wiring. But the next morning, I called the coroner and found out Mom's body had been ready for release to a funeral home over 2 weeks. My sister had been ignoring their calls, and Mom had been waiting all the time alone. Later that day, after everybody else was gone, I went back to myself to say goodbye in the kitchen. Spoke to her out loud, and for the full 40 minutes I was there, every light in the house stayed completely still. Not a single flicker. My mom was a big believer in ghosts and the spiritual world, and she even took me on a ghost tour when I was little. Now I can't help but wonder, was that her trying to tell me she was angry with what had happened, or maybe just letting me know she knew I finally came back? Since I was 12, my parents had been divorced, sharing custody of my younger brother and me. I stayed with her mom during the week and spent weekends with her dad, and around the time I turned 15, Mom moved us again. This time to a quiet little cul-de-sac tucked beside a stretch of woods. It wasn't bad, actually. The air was clean, neighbors waved when you passed. The house had that fresh paint smell of new beginnings. Still, every now and then, I'd get this strange sense that we weren't alone in there. Like someone was watching from just out of sight, never constant, but sharp when it came. Like invisible eyes pressing against the back of my neck. One afternoon, Mom was at work. It was just my brother and me at home. The day was bright and warm, the kind of weather that makes you forget about anything creepy. My best friend, let's call him CD, came over carrying his football. 3 of us hung out in the side yard, tossing the ball and joking around. And then CD threw a perfect spiral toward my brother, and I hit him square in the chest and dropped to the grass, and he didn't even flinch to catch it. "Dude, what are you doing?" I said. I was walking over to grab the ball, but my brother didn't answer. He was staring at the house, and his eyes were locked on something. "What is it?" I asked. He didn't speak, just lifted a shaky hand and pointed, and first I looked up at the roof, and there was nothing. Then I lowered my gaze a little, and my stomach dropped, and my brother and I froze in place. CD came over confused and said, "What the hell are you two staring at?" Neither of us answered, and I just pointed the same way my brother had. CD started to scoff, and I don't see, and then he stopped, because he saw it too. There in the upstairs hallway window was a pale, solid white face, and small and childlike, staring right back at us. It didn't move and it didn't blink. And then we stood there for what felt like forever, maybe 2 full minutes, until the face slowly backed away into the darkness of the house and said, "You saw that, right?" "Yeah," CD muttered. The 3 of us just stared at each other, trying to process what had happened. Because I was apparently the dumbest of the group, or maybe just the most stubborn, I decided to go inside and check. Took a few deep breaths before I pushed open the front door. My brother and CD stayed in the porch, watching through the screen as I crept up the stairs. Hallway was empty. Bathroom, my room, Mom's room, all empty. Nothing disturbed, nothing out of place. No open windows, no footprints, no trace of anyone at all. When I came back down, my brother's face was pale as the one we'd seen. We didn't talk much after that. Before that day, I was already half a believer in the paranormal, and CD thought it was possible. Brother thought it was all nonsense. Whatever that thing was in the window, it made believers out of all of us. The woman in the reflection. just recently moved out of the house I'd lived in for nearly 6 years. My family and I moved there when I was 13, sharing the place with a family friend whose parents had passed away not long before. For the most part, it was an ordinary house, a little creaky, a little cold. Nothing too strange happened. Just the usual flicker at the corner of your eye, or the sense that someone's behind you when no one is. The layout of the house was odd. From the living room couch, you could look straight through the narrow galley kitchen, down a long hallway that led to the back door. On the right was a small half bath and a cramped laundry area. A few years after we'd settled in, I started noticing something or someone standing halfway down the hallway. That was whenever I caught her reflection on the black screen TV. Or probably black TV screen. It looked like a woman, young, maybe in her 20s, with long dark hair that spilled down her shoulders. Her outline was faint but unmistakable, like a shadow with a shape. At first I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. I'd stare, glance back toward the hallway, and of course there'd be nothing. But every time I turned back to the TV, there she was again. I checked for hanging coats and, piles of laundry, or any weird play of light. Nothing ever explained it. And after a while, I just got used to her, and she never moved, never made a sound, just stood there frozen in time. I figured if she wasn't causing trouble, there was no reason to panic. No one else in my family mentioned anything, so I eventually chalked it up to imagination. Maybe the light, maybe fatigue, and that's what I told myself at least. A few months before we moved, I started dating my new boyfriend. He'd come over pretty often, but sometimes he'd even stay the night, and today we were trading ghost stories from childhood and laughing. That was until I began telling him about that house. Hadn't even gotten to the part about the reflection before he interrupted me with his eyes wide open. He said one night while getting a soda from the kitchen, he suddenly felt someone watching him. When he turned toward the TV, he saw a woman's shape standing in the hallway behind him. His voice got quiet as he described her. Long black hair, still shadowy, exactly as I remembered. He said she didn't move, but he could feel her presence. He saw her only, but that was enough. I felt my stomach drop because for years I'd wondered if I'd imagined it, but now someone else, somebody who hadn't even known my story, had seen her too. When I asked my dad later, he said he'd never seen a woman, but sometimes thought he saw movement in that hallway, almost like somebody pacing quietly out of sight. And to this day, my boyfriend and I are the only ones who ever saw her. No explanation, no logical reason, just a shadow of a young woman who'd never left that hallway. Maybe never could. The thing in the hallway. So a little bit of a backstory. Me and my significant other moved into our first house about 6 months ago. Everything was great. Quiet neighborhood, nice backyard and all that. But about 2 weeks ago, weird stuff started happening. It began with my son having bad dreams or nightmares, whatever you want to call them. And one morning I woke up and he wasn't in his room. Instead, I found him curled up on the hallway rug and asked why he wasn't in bed. He said something started shaking his bed in the middle of the night, and I figured it was just the train. We live next to the tracks, and the house rattles sometimes when one goes by. Then he started having the same dream over and over again. He said he woke up under his bed once, like he'd been pulled there. And that's when we really started paying attention. We noticed knocking sounds and no one was around, and sometimes we'd hear dragging noises across the floor even though nothing had moved. One afternoon, my significant other was on the couch while our son played with his blocks, and suddenly my son looked toward the corner of the room and shouted, "I see you." My partner asked who he was talking to, and he said, "The shadow in the corner." Fast forward to today, and, my sister-in-law came over to visit. We were chatting in the kitchen when a strange high-pitched beeping started. It wasn't the smoke detector, not the microwave, not even the phone. It just didn't belong, and we looked everywhere and couldn't find it. Then about 10 minutes later, we heard 3 slow knocks from the hallway, one every minute, and after that there was silence. Now my son refuses to sleep in his room, and he says the shadow man waits there when the light goes out. And honestly, I'm starting to believe him. Two knocks at dusk. I know from the title alone that you're probably not expecting this story to be particularly scary. And honestly, it wasn't the worst thing that's ever happened to me. But it's still eerie enough that I think it's worth telling. And I've had my fair share of haunted moments throughout my life. Different houses, different ages, and different towns. My dad's side of the family seems to carry a strange magnet for these things. I think it stretches back generations now. This particular incident was one of my own. It happened to my younger brother, Alex. They were nearby when it happened. At my dad's house, the hallway upstairs is narrow. The kid's bathroom is facing Alex's room directly, and Alex, your usual 14-year-old gremlin, was loud and sarcastic and always plotting new ways to annoy me and her sister Anna. And I'm assuming that feeding him after midnight wasn't a good idea either, if you're going to call him a gremlin, but anyway. One weekend I was 19 and I was staying there for a few months. I was in the bathroom and I was on TikTok, and Anna, who was 11, was in her shared room drawing. Alex was across the hall with his headset on and came as usual. Both doors were closed, and a couple minutes in I heard 2 soft knocks on the door. Just 2, because I didn't think much of it, and I said, "Hang on, I'm almost done." I called out, assuming somebody just needed the bathroom, but there was no reply, so I shrugged it off. And then, right as I was about to get up, it happened again. 2 knocks, same rhythm. But this time, lower down on the door, I think. Like really low, as if a little kid were standing there. Gave me pause, and I frowned and said, a bit sharper, "Alex, seriously, stop messing around. You can wait or just use the other bathroom." Still no answer. When I started washing my hands, my phone buzzed, and it was a Snapchat from Alex. "Why are you yelling?" I typed back, "Because you keep knocking like an idiot." He replied almost immediately, "I didn't knock. I haven't even left my chair." That made my stomach tighten a bit, so I texted, "Then was it Anna?" He said he didn't think so. I stepped out, giving his door a glare on my way to my room, and Anna was there lying on her stomach with her sketchbook and headphones in. When I asked if she'd been at the door, she looked genuinely annoyed. "I've been here the whole time." Now I was properly weirded out, and I went straight into Alex's room. He was mid-match, headset on, eyes glued to the screen. I could see the timer. The round had been going for almost 10 minutes now. And neither of them could have done it, and both of them were tall. Alex was already 6 feet at 14, Anna nearly my height at 11. So whoever knocked, the sound had come from maybe 3 feet off the floor. When I told Alex, he just took off one ear cup and said, "Yeah, I heard some knocking too. I thought it was you." We both went downstairs to ask Dad. He was half asleep on the couch watching some old movie. He hadn't moved from there in over an hour. Alex cracked a joke about me, summoning ghosts again. But when we went back upstairs, none ever said anything else. He went back to his room, and I sat in the living room pretending to scroll through my phone. But I couldn't shake the sound of those 2 soft knocks right at dusk. The door that wouldn't move. I have a 19-month-old daughter who's been coughing in her sleep for the last few nights. Daycare germs. She practically lives with a runny nose. At around 12:15 a.m., she woke up, so I suctioned her nose and I let her snuggle with me until she drifted back off. I put her back in her crib and I crawled into bed myself. At about 1:40 a.m., I woke up suddenly and I felt a tiny shift beside me. It's like someone brushing the blanket. And when she's in her bed, she sometimes slides off the edge and toddles toward the hallway. So that's what I assumed was happening. But to do that, she'd have to climb over my husband, who was fast asleep, and she's not exactly stealthy. Then I heard a few footsteps and saw what looked like a little silhouette near the cracked open door, as if it were trying to push it wider. And she can open doors, so that wouldn't be unusual. So, the door didn't actually move. Stayed open just a sliver, and I whispered, "Sweetie, where are you going?" There's no answer. The shape seemed to fade, and my stomach dropped. I got up with my heart pounding and I went to her room. She was sound asleep in her crib, still tucked underneath her blanket. And she's definitely not capable of climbing out, much less putting herself back in. I stood there for a good minute trying to make sense of it. Then I went back to bed and sleep didn't come easy. Around 4 a.m. I felt the bed shift again. And this time, she was there beside me. Weirded out, I checked the baby camera. I could see myself earlier going in to check on her, and then around 3:35, my husband quietly getting her and bringing her into her bed. But nothing explains what happened before that. The figure at the door, the soft footsteps, and the door that wouldn't move. So here I am, typing this in the dark, a little bit freaked out and very much awake. Has anything like this ever happened to anyone else? The singing doll returns. My daughter once had this doll that could clap and sing whenever I heard it loud, like a tiny pop star with built-in batteries. That's most of them. It also had a motion sensor, so yeah, basically an overachiever of creepy toys. When the batteries died, we tossed it on the top shelf in the dining room and forgot about it. Days passed. Kids couldn't reach that high anyway. And even if they could, they didn't know how to change batteries. So one lazy afternoon, out of nowhere, the doll starts clapping and singing again, and for a few seconds, there's silence. Okay, weird, but that night around 2 a.m., when we were just dozing off, it starts again. Full volume concert mode, and I nearly jumped out of bed, so I checked it. Clap at it, wave at it, and there's nothing, totally dead. I put it back on the shelf, I turn off the light, and I walk away. And there it goes again. That's it, I grab the doll, walk outside, and toss it into the trash bin. The next morning, guess what's sitting in the living room couch like its home's in the place? Excuse me. Guess what's sitting on the living room couch like it owns the place? Yep, the same damn doll. My kids were 3 and 4, and no way they dug through a full trash bin. I asked them, they said no, and as I walk closer, the doll starts clapping again. Nope. I lit up the fireplace, tossed it in, and said goodbye forever. My daughter, dead serious, brings me to her pink teddy bear and says, "He's not my friend anymore." Throws it in too. Thick black smoke rolled up the wall. I'd opened the windows. Evil doll gone, unfriendly teddy gone. My daughter still asks why I burned her doll, and I tell her the truth. It was haunted, sweetheart. The haunting of 7A Resort. And this story happened to one of my maternal cousins who still lives in southeast Texas, and ever since I was just a few months old until my early 20s. My mom's side of the family would hold reunions at a place called 7A. It's nestled in the quiet town of Wimberley, and those reunions eventually came to an end after the resort changed ownership. Out of curiosity, I checked the 7A website not long ago, and it looks completely different now. Almost unrecognizable compared to what it had been when our family gatherings ended nearly a decade ago. But one particular year stands out in my memory. It's because of something strange that happened to my cousin Spencer. He and I have always been pretty close, more like brothers and cousins. And he's always been a grounded, no-nonsense kind of guy, and that's really what he told me that still gives me chills. Or rather, why. Spencer said that one evening he was sitting outside the resort's old shuttered movie theater in the muck boarding house in Pioneer Town, a kind of Western-style replica built for guests to walk through. While he was there, he claimed he heard a series of knocks, always in sets of 3, coming from somewhere unseen. Then came the long, slow creak of what sounded like a door opening, though all the doors around him were firmly shut. When he walked past the resort's historic log cabin, he swore he heard the distant crack of gunfire and faint, indistinct voices arguing or calling out. Passing the old blacksmith's shop, he said the air filled with a metallic rhythm of hammering and footsteps. There was unmistakable sound of people working, even though he was completely alone. And everyone else in the family was back at the cabins, either napping, chatting, or cooking dinner. Now, I've known Spencer all my life, and he's married, a father of 2, not the kind of man who hallucinates or exaggerates for attention. He's never touched LSD or high THC marijuana, or any kind of mind-altering drug, and he doesn't even drink more than a beer or 2. So whatever he heard that day, it wasn't the product of a foggy mind. As for what still lingers in the ghost town of 7A Resort, your guess is as good as mine. But when I think about what Spencer described, those knocks and those voices and steps, I just can't help but wonder if some echoes of the past still wandered the dusty streets of Pioneer Town. The Girl with the Blue Scarf. This was told by me by the guy who lived through it, and it was sometime in the early 2000s, maybe a year or 2 after 9/11. I never forgot it, and I think you'll see why. This guy moved to New York for a new job. He found this charming old brownstone apartment in Queens. It was owned by an elderly woman who lived nearby and wanted to rent it out again. She was kind and gentle, and she said that hadn't been ready to let anyone stay there for a while. But when she met him, she felt he'd be the right tenant. He moved in with a friend, a good buddy who was rarely home because of work trips that kept him away most of the time. Since his friend traveled so often, they agreed that he'd get the bedroom. A guy would take the couch in the living room, and it was simple enough. The apartment still had a few leftover things. A woven basket by the closet and a pale blue scarf hanging by the door. The landlord said she thought she'd cleared everything out, but maybe missed a couple of things. A few weeks after moving in, the guy started noticing odd things. Like early one morning, half asleep, he heard the front door unlock, open and close, and then lock again. And whoever it was went straight into his friend's room and shut the door. And this started happening often. Somebody would come in late at night, go into the bedroom and shut the door. Sometimes you'd hear the shower running or pots clinking in the kitchen. Just the kind of sounds you'd expect when a roommate is home. And we didn't think much of it, actually. He was figuring his traveling friend must have come home without mentioning it. And then one afternoon, while watching TV, he saw a young woman walk by the hallway mirror. And she was pretty, about his friend's age, and wore the same blue scarf. She smiled politely and went into the bedroom like she belonged there. He assumed that she was his friend's girlfriend, quiet, neat, and respectful. Nothing weird. But when his friend finally came home between trips, he realized something didn't add up. His friend was messy as hell, with dishes piled up and clothes everywhere. So one day he asked, half joking, "Man, your girlfriend's been cleaning up after you like a saint." The friend stares at him and says, "What girlfriend?" "You know, the one who stays here when you're gone. She has a key, right?" "I don't have a girlfriend," he said flatly. They both got uneasy, and to be safe, they changed the locks. And yet a few weeks later she was back. The door would unlock again and the scarf would appear and disappear, then show up again like neatly folded by that hallway. A day to hear someone showering, walking around lightly in the kitchen. When the guy finally called the old landlady to ask what she knew, her voice was trembling. She told him that years before, her daughter had lived in that apartment alone. She died around the time of 9/11, some kind of subway accident, she said. The scarf and the basket were her daughter's, and she thought she'd taken them when she cleaned out the place, but apparently she hadn't. The man moved out a few weeks later, and his friend never met the woman, but he believed the story, and the landlady said her daughter had moved that apartment more than anything. And maybe in some way she never really left.
A scary case from official files. When I was a teenager, I heard about this story, but I deemed it to be an urban legend at that time. However, 2 years ago, I read it again from an official document, so it should be true. At the beginning of the 20th century, a fat man traveled to Chengdu, a large city in western China. He was there to sell herbal medicines. After a few days, he had sold out all of his goods and prepared to have lunch before returning. In a small restaurant, a young guy sitting around struck a conversation with him. The young guy told him that they were fellow villagers, and he had seen the fat man before. After this meal, the young guy invited him to go to his home because it was so rare to meet a fellow villager. The fat man agreed because he had sold all of his products, and there was no need to go home immediately. At first, the fat man wanted to leave after several hours, but the young guy urged him to stay for several days because, in the young guy's words, it was so difficult to meet a fellow villager in this city. Thus, the fat man stayed for several days. After a few days, when the fat man was going to leave, the young man handed over a letter to him to ask the fat man to deliver it to a relative on the way home. The fat man agreed eagerly. A few days later, the fat man found the place of the relative of the young guy, but it was very late, and the fat man was reluctant to knock on the door then for the next day. At this moment, however, he heard a conversation begin in the house. The fat man was suspicious. Why is anybody up talking at this hour? He attempted to know what was being said. After a few seconds, this fat man hurried away and summoned the police immediately. What happened at that moment? In fact, the curiosity of the fat man had saved his life. That's because of the horrible conversation he heard is as given below. Why has that poor man not come yet? Don't worry, he will not be too long. All right, but I need to see this poor man now. I've heard that he is so fat that his body will be able to contain all we need, and that's great. After hearing the last sentence, this fat man sensed danger. He crept away and then opened that envelope in private. Troublingly, this letter described nothing but the name, occupation, home address, and other information regarding this fat man. And at this moment, this fat man realized that the fat man in the conversation must be himself. So he called the police, and the police arrested all the people in that house at once. So what happened exactly in this process? In fact, the young guy and his relatives were villains and drug dealers. They conducted their business in the following way. Firstly, the young guy sought a foreigner in Chengdu and selected one who was not very bright. Next, the young guy invited the person whom he had picked to go to his home so he could gather information about his target. Usually, the young guy preferred to choose those who were single and destitute. Thirdly, the young guy would ask the potential victim to deliver a letter on his way home, and the destination was the haunt of the accomplices. Finally, after learning the identity of that potential victim and ensuring there is no risk, the criminals would murder the victim and hide opium in his body. and this was how they smuggled their shipments of drugs safely, transporting them inside corpses that they claimed to be on their way to the funeral. I've heard my fair of similar stories, but not quite like that. Not paranormal, but I found it interesting. A ghost boy. This story is so famous in my hometown. In the 1970s or 80s, my hometown was rather underdeveloped. The industry was just launched, and most people still live in villages. One day, a boy was born in a family. At that time, it's sort of habitual that their parents should take the kid's birthday to ask for life from a fortune teller. So did this family. When the boy's parents arrived at the famous soothsayer's home, the soothsayer was reluctant to give any information. Such silence was not a good signal. The couple knew it immediately. Without any choice, they urged the soothsayer to illustrate what was the problem. After a long time, the sayer finally spoke something, and in his words, the life of the boy was very unstable. It means that his spirit did not fit his body very well because the spirit was too rampant. The only solution was to look after the boy carefully before his 12-year-old birthday. If the boy could grow up and cross that date, his spirit would be mild. Resultantly, the boy could avoid an early death. The couple was so worried but was given a life straw, and after returning home, the couple called up the parents both sides to let them know this. To look after the boy carefully, the 6 members of the family designed a duty sheet. The young couple had to carry out more jobs in the field, so the 4 seniors shared more efforts in looking after their grandson. No matter what happened, they must guarantee that the boy should be in one site at least. The strategy seemed efficient. Although the boy had encountered a few hazards, a family member saved the boy quickly. After an intense period, everything seemed to return to the right track because the boy became more bright and knew to call his family to help him if he met something troubling. On the eve of Chinese New Year, the family had to collect some firewood and buy something for the forthcoming holiday. So all the members went out except for the grandmother of the boy. Perhaps the mother of the boy's father, and the woman was so cautious she kept the boy at home and closed all the windows and doors to avoid any potential danger. At that time, there was no cell phones or TV sets. And the old woman also felt tired, so she put the boy into her bed and went to sleep together. After a moment, the woman woke and realized she'd dreamed a strange dream. In this dream, she saw a group of kids in a forest. All kids looked anxious and nervous. One kid was screaming why the older brother had not returned yet. The others also echoed. The old woman was so curious and gazed at them continually. A few seconds later, the old woman saw a boy who was a bit older, and they were running toward the group. All kids surrounded and embraced the boy and asked him why he returned so late. He should come back in 1 or 2 years ago. The boy sighed and said that the family he lived with was so cautious. One family member monitored him day and night, so he had no chance to run away. But today was the eve of the new year. 5 members were out and only an old woman stayed. So the boy caught a chance. However, the boy complained that the old woman was so cautious that she had shut up all the other passages. The boy looked for a channel for a long time and finally escaped via water. Realizing this strange dream, the old woman felt something terrible and found the boy was not in the bed. The old woman got up instantly and rushed into the kitchen because there was only one place containing water, and as a result she saw the boy was in the water tank and died for a long time. The family noticed that the tank might be a potential problem, so removed it to a tall table so the boy could not climb to the tank unless he stepped on a chair. And I occasionally imagine what happened when the lady was sleeping, what the expression in the boy's face is. If there's any relation between the boy's death and the strange dream. Three urban legends occurring in Beijing. The first story. A few decades ago, a tailor managed to shop around the south gate of ancient Beijing City. This tailor was so skillful and friendly, so his shop was famous in Beijing. One day in the middle of the night, the tailor just went to bed, but someone was calling him at this time. The tailor asked the visitor what he wanted, while the visitor said he just wanted to buy some needles and string. The tailor was afraid that the visitor was probably a robber, so this tailor just opened a small window and handed the needles and strings out. And at this point, the tailor attempted to see the customer's face, but merely found there was a bracelet in the wrist of the customer. Afterwards, the customer paid and left, and the tailor also returned to his bed. The next day, some customers visited the tailor's shop and discussed a story. In their words, a culprit who had been beheaded disappeared last night for a while. Surprisingly, when the body of the culprit was found, his head and main body were seen together already. Also, the body was holding some needles and string. Some people distinguished that these needles and strings were sold by this tailor, so they came here to inquire the tailor whether anything strange happened last night. This tailor dubitated and then came to see the body of the culprit. At first glance, the tailor saw his needles and strings, and then he saw there was the same bracelet he saw last night in the body's wrist. The tailor was out of his mind and then narrated what happened to his neighborhood, a doctor who owned a pharmacy. After hearing the scary story last night, the doctor was not surprised, but responded calmly. "My friend, it's not a big deal. Every month a few poor guys would visit my pharmacy to buy some vulnerary at midnight." Or vulnerary. Vulnerary. "As well as the man you meet yesterday." Second story. If you ask me to name one of the most famous urban legends in China, I'd like to introduce this story at first, because almost everybody in China who was born after the 1980s has heard this story. I've read many different versions on the internet, and I'd like to select one which seems more reliable. In 1995, one night a bus was running to the suburb of Beijing, and the number of this bus was 375. Around the gate of a high school, a young man was waiting for this bus. That's because only this bus could take him home. When he found this bus, he started to wave his hands instantly. And after boarding this bus, the young man sat behind an old lady and found that there were 6 people on the bus, including himself, the driver, and the conductor. Quickly, the young man attempted to have a break because he was exhausted already. A few minutes later, the bus stopped again. 2 men got up. The young man glanced at the 2 men and found both of them were poker-faced. The 2 men did not talk, just sat down and kept silent. However, at this point, the old lady in front of the young man stood up suddenly and grabbed the young man tightly. "Nasty guy, how dare you try to steal my wallet?" This young man was confused, but responded, "I was sleeping just now and I never touched your wallet. Why are you trying to wrong me?" The old lady did not buy this, but asked the driver to stop the bus immediately. That's because there was a police station not far away from there. It seems that the driver was not interested in what happened, but stopped the bus to let the old lady and the young man leave this bus. After stepping out of this bus, this young man asked innocently, "Dear lady, I never touched your pocket. Why are you wronging me? I'm just a student." However, the response of this lady was so surprising. "Handsome boy, I've saved your life just now." The young man didn't understand, so the old lady continued to explain what happened and why she asked the driver to stop the bus. "Boy, have you noticed the 2 men who boarded the bus at last?" The young man nodded, and the old lady then continued. "When 2 went through me, I found something strange. Neither of them have feet. Do you understand? In other words, instead of stepping onto the bus, the 2 were floating just now. Therefore, I'm afraid they were not human beings. You know what I mean?" The young man was scared and was determined to report this to the police. Because there was a police station around there, the young man told the police what the old lady told him. But you can imagine the police couldn't believe the young man's words. However, at this time, the radio in the police station reported the news that a 375 bus went down a cliff not far away from there a few minutes ago, and there were 4 bodies on the bus, including the driver and the conductor. The third story. If you know something about China, I bet you must know a place named Babao Mountain. This mountain is famous because the graveyard of the top Chinese politicians is located in this place. And this story is about Babao Mountain Station. One day, a man worked so late that came off work at around 11:30 p.m. That's while the subway had stopped at this moment. This man's home was so remote that he wanted to have a try to get on the tube because calling a taxi was so expensive. To his surprise, there was a train that would drive in the direction of his house, and the man got on happily. After sitting down, this man felt something slightly strange. Generally, now it was around 12 a.m. while this train was full of people, and furthermore, these people seemed very tired and their clothes were worn out. Even so, this man was exhausted, and so he didn't think more. Because there would be an audio notification every station, he then closed his eyes and took a nap. A few minutes later, he heard an audio notification that this train had arrived at Babao Mountain Station, and he heard that many people got off. This man was so astonished why so many people got off here because this was not a significant station. But this man still closed his eyes and the train started to run. However, after a few minutes, he heard an audio notification which reported this train had arrived at Babao Mountain Station. This man was shocked now because he remembered that he had heard the same message just before. In addition, he found nobody on this train now. He couldn't understand why he heard the report twice, and why so many people disappeared so soon. Stories of druids, witches, and friends, told by old cousins of mine. These are stories I heard as a child, but they were not told to me. These are not children's stories is all I mean. They were told in gatherings of family and friends by various cousins of mine from Albania, most whom have long passed. Back when gatherings had dozens of people and back when they would happen, back when nobody would be bothered by far relatives visiting. All of these stories take place in the northern mountains called the Accursed Mountains. Impenetrable and barren, which is where all the folks I mentioned would live before they would descend into the civilization of the fields south of there and end their tribal and pastoral life. I choose to believe these stories simply because they were serious topics being discussed by adults in the room, and I, as a child, couldn't help but listen in awe and fear. The first story, or how a relative met a satyr in the forest, or the devil as she thought. A relative of mine, probably around 80 at the time, I don't even remember my relation to her, interrupts a family feast as she asks all to listen. Us kids would sit at another table and play with her food. She speaks of how she met the cursed devil when she was a girl which had wandered far away from home, by playing and fooling around. It was late when she had learned of the fact that she was far away and she had found herself in the exact place her mother would urge her not to be. A forest so thick it was called the Black Log. It said the light of the sun could barely be seen from within. It was all fine, though. She would return home. However, before that would happen, she decides to drink from a stream that would run quite a bit into the forest to quench a thirst. As she approaches, a thin man was crouched toward the stream, drinking. As she comes closer, she sees that his legs were crooked, hairy, and backwards, like that of a goat, and that he was wearing traditional folk clothes. All would be sort of like that back there. They're terrified, but with the strong spirit of a Highlander, she gathers heart and asks, "What are you?" The creature, greatly surprised that he's been spotted, says, "The cursed devil is what I am." And he carelessly jumps away, hitting trees and bushes like a dog which flees from rocks thrown at him. The second speaks of a fairy, but not the Western kind. My grandmother gets quite lonely during the day, as all of us others go to work, which is why she gets excited when people sit around and listen to her talk. She asks me one day, as I'm running from the kitchen, well fed, toward my room, to come and have a chat. She's kind and sweet, and I'm obligated to listen. She speaks to me of her father, how he was a mason who built his own house by hand, how she loved him very much, and how she remembers him still after half a century. She quickly jumps into an occurrence his father had with some sort of a witch, and she says, she tells when her father was a boy, living in the mountains, as they all did. It was on a cold evening, while restless, too energetic to sleep, that he lies awake in bed and suddenly spots a faint light coming from his keyhole. The light enters through and floats toward the side of his bed, and as he pretends to be asleep, sees the light transform into a woman. He jumps out of his bed and grabs the quote-unquote witch by her throat while demanding answers. The witch explains that she's been sent there by her lodge, and as her rite of passage she would have to draw blood. The boy makes a deal, asks that his life be exchanged for that of his loyal dog, which is then butchered, drained of its blood, and buried the next day. The third, a real Western witch this time. This one comes from my great-grandfather, who spoke of this during a gathering. This was 2 decades ago, and he was still living at 90. When he was a young boy, he says, while gathering timber in the mountains, on a dark early morning, before the sun would come up, he would spot the most terrifying thing of his life. He said that above him, higher up in the mountain, there was a woman dressed in black. They were carrying a baby tied to her back. He, being surprised by this, raised his voice and yells, "And who are thee at this hour?" The woman, staring from behind her back, simply says, "No business of yours on who I am." And suddenly, the blink of an eye, the lad finds himself 50 meters away as if teleportation was a thing. The next morning, he went to the wise man of the village, who said that he was lucky not to have encountered a group of these people, but only one, as he would shortly have been dead otherwise. A lot of other stories I've heard, like how late night strangers would gather around trees and dance by the fire, or how shadows would play around the graves of loved ones, how snakes would defend a family's home, how wolves would never attack on Christmas, and much, much, much more. Grandma's voice. My grandma passed away last September. The creepy thing happened when my family and I went back for Thanksgiving. The Saturday after Thanksgiving, my dad asked to go over to my grandma's house with him to help look for some papers that are needed for the farm. He's digging through the closet in the basement, and I'm upstairs looking in the closet up there. And all of a sudden, we both hear my grandma yelling for help from her bedroom. We both drop what we're doing and run to the main floor of the house. We look at each other and we both nod to signal to the other that we both heard my grandma. We both then looked at the closed bedroom door and start stepping toward it. As my dad reaches out for the doorknob, we hear my grandma again, but much quieter, almost a whisper from the room. We look at each other again, gave a "fuck this" look, and sprinted out of that house. Turn away in the driveway, and I swear I could see my grandma sitting at the kitchen table just staring at us. My dad and I get back to his house after quickly leaving my grandma's house. I told him that we have to go back over there because I left some lights on upstairs and didn't shut the door on the top of the stairs. He agreed and said he didn't shut anything off in the basement. We pull up and park in front of the garage, and I come around the truck and I can see something moving in one of the windows. Before I can ask him, my dad says, I saw that too, but I'm pretending I didn't. We go upstairs to turn off the lights because we don't want to go alone. But we notice all the lights are off and the door was shut and latched. I could accept the lights being off, but there's no way I could have forgotten. I shut and locked the door. It takes a good amount of effort to shut the door, not to mention the lock is a barrel lock. Requires you to spin and slide it to lock it. We ran to the basement and all the lights were off down there as well. And all the lights have the pull chain, and my dad swears he left all of them on. We get to the front door and hear my grandma again, but don't understand the words. My dad and I quickly walk to the truck and we notice a light on upstairs. I suggest we just leave the light on and just leave. He was already putting it to reverse as I said it. My dad and I never went back over to my grandma's house before I had to make my 7-hour drive home. My dad called me about a week and a half after Thanksgiving to tell what happened the following weekend after I had left. He and my brother went over there, still looking for those papers, and as they pulled up, all the lights were on in the house. They debated on even walking up to the door, let alone going inside. My dad really needed those papers to transfer the ownership of the property to himself, and he just wanted to get it done. My dad made my brother open the door, and when he opened it, they both could hear the old TV in the kitchen. They both walked into the kitchen and could smell a cigarette burning, but they couldn't see anyone. My dad turns the TV off, brother turns off a couple of lights, and they both decide the paper can wait, and they leave. My brother looks at the house as they pull away and sees all the lights off at the same time. And that's all they told me. I'll be going for a visit in a month or so. Might be a part 4 if anything else interesting happens while I'm there. I know you've been eagerly waiting to find out if anything has happened at my grandma's house. Well, here you go. I'm up visiting my family this weekend, and this happened at about 11 last night. I was watching a movie at my parents' house, and my phone started ringing. It was an aunt, and she asked if I would go over to Grandma's house with her. Guess they installed some motion detectors in the house, and she was getting notifications. I told her I'll be there, and I drove over. I pull up and see all the lights on upstairs, but no other lights in the house. My aunt pulls up a couple of minutes later. Grabbed the bat I brought along that we had to head inside, and we take one step in and we hear banging going upstairs. We hesitate, but know that we have to go check it out. She pushes me to go in first. We can now hear footsteps going back and forth. We make our way up the stairs, and the banging's getting louder with each step. I fling open the door, and the banging stops. We look around, and there's nothing. All the windows are locked, and the balcony door is still latched and locked as well. The only thing we found was the attic hatch was wide open. The ceilings are about 12 feet, and the only way to reach it is with a stepladder. The light was on in the attic space, and this light has a pull string and can't be turned on any other way. Turn off the lights except the attic one. My aunt starts down with the stairs first, and I'm about to start as well when I hear a voice coming from the attic. It either said hi or bye and didn't care either way. Start running down the stairs and outside, and we jump in our own vehicles, and my aunt leaves. I text my brother before I leave, and I look up at the upstairs of the house as I put my car in reverse. I can see the light in the attic through the little vent near the roof. I see it turn off as I start to get back up to turn around. I think last night was the last time I ever go to that house after dark. One happened to me, and the other happened to my brother. This happened to my brother about a month and a half ago, but he told me about it earlier today. So he was just leaving our parents' house around 7 p.m. or so after stopping to help my dad fix his lawnmower. Maybe a mile down the road when his phone started ringing. He looked at it, and it was my grandma's number. He answered it without thinking, and the other end of the line was silent. He decided to drive over to the house since it was pretty much on his way home. He didn't want to since it was after dark, but knew he shouldn't just in case somebody broke in or something. He pulled up, and he could see the light in the attic through the vent on the side of the house. It was turning off, and it was like somebody was continuously pulling the string on it. And just as he parked his truck, he remembered there's no power to the house. He still went up to the front door to make sure it was locked, and as he reached the knob, he heard a very loud bang not far into the house. He said, "Fuck this," left very quickly, turned his truck around, and he saw the attic light turn off and stay off. 2. Earlier today, before my brother told me the story, my dad and I went over there so I could grab some wooden models my grandpa made a long time ago. We pull up and start walking to the house. I decided to look up at the second floor, and I saw someone or something looking out the window at us. My dad said he saw it too, and this window is pretty far above the landing on the stairs. In order to look out this window, you'd have to either be about 9 feet tall or standing on a ladder. We still went in and got these models, but we kept looking toward the stairs expecting to see something looking at us. I ended up taking more models than I intended and had to take multiple trips back into the house. I make sure not to look up at that window every time, just in case I'm still being watched by something. Theory on a popular Bengali folklore, the Sakchuni. A Sakchuni is a well-known spirit in Bengali folklore, often described as the ghost of a married woman who died before fulfilling her desires. She is said to wear a red or white saree with a shanka pola, a traditional Bengali bangle. They apparently haunt villages, especially targeting newlyweds or young women. But what if the stories we were told only scratched the surface? What if the truth is far worse? What if Shakchunis are not just restless spirits, but something far more ancient? Something that never truly belonged to this world in the first place? What if they aren't merely haunting the living out of regret, but are actively stealing life itself to reclaim their lost existence? Imagine this. The women who die tragically, whether by suicide, murder, or accidents, are merely the ones chosen to become Shakchunis. But the transformation is not immediate. It's slow and painful, like being pulled from reality into something darker. At first, they appear normal, a grieving husband, a mourning family, they feel an eerie presence, but they dismiss it as sorrow playing tricks on their mind. Then, one night, she comes back. She stands in the doorway dressed in her wedding attire, her bangles clinking softly as she moves. The husband, paralyzed between fear and longing, calls out her name. She doesn't answer. Her face is shadowed, her features blurred as if she's not fully here. Then, as he steps closer, he sees it. Her face is not her own. Her skin shifts, her eyes, once familiar, become bottomless pits. Before he can scream, she whispers in a voice that's not hers. "You let me die, now I will live again." Then the screaming starts. The next morning, the husband is found, his face twisted in terror, his body ice cold as if something had drained him of warmth of life itself. And somewhere, in another village, a newlywed woman wakes up with a strange, unfamiliar hunger. What if a Shakchuni is not just a ghost? What if she's a parasite hopping from one body to another, wearing them like a disguise? My family's ghosts. Stories that have been told by my family for 2 generations. As with most family stories, many of these have never been written, nor have these been shared outside of members of my family. To the best of my knowledge, these are true stories. For context, these occurred in Chicago during the late 20s and 30s. They were told by my grandmother. The Man on the Walkway. When I was young, maybe about 17, we're in the kitchen cleaning up after supper. Sitting near a window, I looked out and saw a man standing on the walkway. He had his face in his hands, and he would look up, and his face was covered in blood and horribly scarred. He looked up, then put his hands over his face several times. Called my mother, and when we looked out, he was gone. She said I must have been seeing things. Never saw this man again, and sometimes later my mother learned from the building superintendent that a man working, painting a window on the 3rd floor, he fell from his ladder and died instantly when he hit the ground. My mother told me about this a year or so later, thinking I was too young to understand. Validated to me what I experienced was indeed real. The child on a bike. One night, my friend and I finished our shift at the factory. It was very late. Late enough that we needed to walk home as the streetcars had stopped running for the day. Our walk was about 7 blocks from home, and it was a nice night, and the streetlights were bright enough for us not to be afraid of the dark. We had just walked about 3 blocks when we saw a young child riding his bike. He crossed from one side of the street to the other side. We were concerned because even though the streetlights were on, their light was not strong enough for him to see where he was going. We called out to the boy. They didn't pay much attention. Riding faster, he passed right in front of us into a wall of a building and disappeared. We learned later the paper reported a young boy was struck by a car near the location that we had been walking at. The impact of the car was strong enough to throw the boy and the bike in the same wall that we witnessed. The young boy didn't survive. Ghost of the young girl. The ghost on the street, and this happened to be in the very early 20th century, had to reach way back for this one. My great-grandmother and her husband had just closed their restaurant and were headed home. And at that time in southern Illinois, they had just public outhouses every few blocks. These are a holdover from the 19th century, and my great-grandfather needed us to my grandfather needed to use the restroom, and he said that he would leave the door open a bit so he could make sure great-grandma would be okay. He was done taking care of his business when he saw a young woman walk past the door of the outhouse. He was somewhat upset as he had not finished dreeing when she walked by. He finished up and walked out to see this young woman turn into a breezeway. He followed. He was going to tell her how much that she startled him. He turned the corner and watched as she walked through a gate and disappeared. He went to the gate to open it and look, but this gate was rusted shut. But she was rather a thin girl and couldn't have opened the gate, and he tried as hard as he could and it wouldn't open. A day or two later, somebody asked if he had heard about the murder that happened. A young girl was killed when her boyfriend and man started fighting. She tried to break them up and stepped between them. One had pulled a knife, and rather than stab her boyfriend, the man stabbed her. She died in the hospital later, and the murder took place near the location of this outhouse. The old lady on the stairs. My grandmother was about 10 or 11 when she experienced this. She lived on the 2nd floor of a 3 flat with her family. The building had very heavy steps leading to the top floor, which for some reason is very dark. Every so often they could hear heavy footfalls of somebody going to the top floor and stop, but never heard the door open, and this happened a few times when her curiosity got the better of her. When she heard the steps, she walked into the hallway. She looked down and saw a woman dressed as if in mourning. She had a heavy black dress and a veil over her head and face. She hunched over as though she were very old, and the way she walked was odd. She would drag one foot up the stairs as she moved. She walked right past my grandma, brushing against her, and continued to the top floor when the footsteps ended. She told her mother what she had seen. Her mother told her that nobody lived on the upper floor for months, asked if she was sure about what she witnessed. Her mother asked some of the other tenants about it with what my grandma had seen. She was told the woman who had lived there died shortly after her husband had died. She came home from the funeral and walked to her flat, and no one saw her after that. She apparently died the following day. Since that time, people have heard her walking up the stairs. The flat has remained empty and locked ever since. As I said at the start, to my knowledge, these are all true stories.
The Night of the Unknown Words. A few nights ago, I came home from a small dinner with friends. I was slightly tipsy, but in a good mood. My mom was still awake, so I sat down with her in the kitchen to tell her about the evening. But midway through my story, a heavy wave of sleep hit me, like my brain just unplugged. I remember her laughing and saying, "Go to bed before you pass out right here." And that's the last thing I recall. This morning, though, she told me something that honestly gave me chills. Apparently, after I went to bed, she came into my room to take off my shoes. And as she did, I opened my eyes and I started talking. Not in English. She said my voice sounded lower, like I was whispering in some weird rhythmic language she never heard. She told me she froze for a second and gently said, "Honey, you're dreaming, go back to sleep." But I didn't stop. She kept saying I kept talking, slowly and chanting, and I suddenly sat up and said something like, "No, he's waiting, I have to go." Got out of bed, walked toward the door, and turned around and said, "It's too dark." And after that, I just went to the bathroom and came back to bed as if nothing had happened. Later that night, she said I woke her up again, standing beside her bed, muttering the same strange words, and she told me I didn't sound drunk or sleepy at all. "You were clear," she said, "but your words weren't from any language I know." The weirdest part is she reminded me that something similar happened when I was 16. Back then, I hadn't even touched alcohol. Honestly, I think it's just sleepwalking, maybe mixed with exhaustion and stress, but I can't lie. Hearing her tell it in a nervous voice this morning, it made me uneasy in a way I can't shake off. The Man by the Bakery. I grew up in a small village tucked between the hills of northern Italy. Around the early 2000s, we had 1,000 people living there. Everybody knew everyone, and I got my driver's license in late September 2013. By December, I was still a cautious driver. Winter nights were always foggy and the roads turned slick with frost. One evening, I'm driving back home from a friend's place when I reached the crossroads near the old bakery. About 2 minutes from my house, I noticed a man standing by the curb. Maybe he was in his 70s and waiting like he wanted to cross. So I slowed down and flashed my headlamp, and headlights, not headlamp, to let him go. He just stood there staring, and I flashed again. Still nothing. I even gave him a small wave, but he didn't move, just kept looking at me, confused, so I muttered a few curses under my breath and drove off. When I got home, both my parents were in the kitchen having dinner. I joked about this strange old guy standing by the bakery in the freezing cold, wearing light summer clothes like it was August. I was about to ask if Dad knew him, and he looked vaguely familiar, when my father slammed his fork down and shouted, "Oh, not you too!" And then he just got up and walked into the living room. Mom told me to stop talking and never bring it up again. A year later, I'd completely forgotten about it. One frosty December evening, I'm driving the same road with Mom in the passenger seat. As we approached the same crossroads, but from the opposite direction, there he was again. Same place, same light clothes, same stillness. I pointed him out, and Mom just sighed and said, "Yeah, don't slow down, he's not going to cross. He's been there for years." And when we got home, I asked what she meant. She said the man used to live in the village decades ago. He was the grandfather of one of Dad's old friends. Got hit by a car there in 1982. That was when there was no sidewalks and no streetlights. Just a narrow country road between two wheat fields. Mom said she first saw him in 1985, standing by the same spot. She even tried to let him cross, just like I did. When she told Dad, they had a massive argument because the man had already been dead for 3 years. We've both seen him several times since, and now whenever we pass by, we just nod or wave hello. Nothing scary or dramatic, but, well, something that makes you think, though. I guess that's what first got me curious about ghosts and things that linger. shadow in the hallway. Can't quite pin down the year, but somewhere between 97 and 2000, I think. My memories blur a little around that time. But anyway, here's the thing. Our house was built in the late 1500s. Damn. Right after the manor across the street, so odd creaks, knocks, or shadows are nothing unusual for us. One evening, my mom told me to take a bath while she finished preparing dinner. Everything seemed perfectly ordinary, and I filled the tub and got in and watched her moving around the house. The bathroom door had a frosted glass panel. Not transparent, but you could still see shapes passing by, and I knew the difference between my mom's light and quick steps and my dad's heavier, slower ones. Mom walked past a few times, talking about something, probably school or dinner. As she went to the laundry room and the kitchen, right to left, then left to right, then again, but I noticed something strange. She went left to right once more, but I hadn't seen her go back the other way first. And her silhouette looked slightly wrong and slower and with shoulders hunched a little bit. Not the brisk stride my mom always had. Then from the other side of the door, the figure said, "Ready?" like asking if I was done with my bath. At that exact moment, I heard my mom's voice calling from the kitchen. She said, "What did he say?" Shape just paused, then stepped back toward the laundry room. A few seconds later, my real mom appeared, drying her hands with a towel, and she said she'd heard me talking to her. I'd only answered when I thought she spoke first, and I was maybe 9, so I didn't really think much of it. Mom brushed it off, saying that we always know when the other one needs us. She used to tell me we had a kind of connection, that we could call each other just by thinking, and to me as a kid that sounded magical. But now I wonder, what was that thing? A trick of the light, or a glitch in reality or spirit, or something that just wanted to look like my mom? The breathing in the corner. Back in 2008, my cousin and her husband rented a small apartment just a short walk from the house I shared with my mom. A couple of years later, they had a baby boy. He was born with some health complications, and eventually he was diagnosed as being on the spectrum and nonverbal. They'd lived there for years, but in 2015, the place started feeling too tight for them. And that's when I stepped in. I was hunting for a place of my own. My cousin suggested I take over the lease, and it was a good idea for both of us. I managed to pay everything off in less than a year, too. I moved in that summer and made it completely mine. Soft lamps, old rugs, a mismatched sofa, and the centerpiece. A massive antique wardrobe I'd restored myself. It looked like something out of a period film, and for a while there at least, life was peaceful. Until it wasn't. In 2016, I started having sleep paralysis. I never saw shadow people or monsters, just a terrifying weight pressing down on my chest. And around the same time, lucid dreams became routine. I could control them sometimes, but often they controlled me, and then the noises began. It was a deep, rhythmic sound, like somebody sleeping and breathing heavily. And right next to the wardrobe. I owned 2 cats back then, and they were always up to, well, at least something. So at first I blamed them, but they never slept near that corner. I even tested the theory and shut them out of the room one night, and the breathing stayed. By early 2017, I couldn't take it anymore. I was convinced the wardrobe had brought something along with it, and I dismantled it and sold the doors and burned some parts, turned the base into a low bench for the living room. Breathing stopped after that, and I told myself it was all imagination, though sometimes little things would move or crack in strange ways. Then came Gigi. Tiny black kitten I adopted in 2019. She'd never been outside a day in her life, but acted as though she'd seen ghosts her whole existence. She'd hide for hours, eyed wide, trembling over nothing. My other cats were chill, but Gigi, she was just basically born afraid. A lockdown came and went without incident. I was alone most of the time, just me and the cats. And for once, the apartment felt calm until 2022, I relocated abroad for work and left the cats under another cousin's care. Her teenage son eventually moved into the apartment since it was close to his university, and a few months later he called his mom one night, terrified. He'd been hearing that same breathing sound in the bedroom. And his girlfriend said she never heard it, but he swore he could. And one night on his way to the bathroom, he saw her, a woman standing still in the hallway, smiling too widely. He said nothing, turned back and went to bed, and I have no idea how he managed that. Around the same time, Gigi's fear hit a new level. She started leaping onto impossible spots like top of the fridge and cupboards and even the curtain rod. Broke a few things trying to hide, and it was like she was running from someone only she could see. When I came back home at the end of 2023 to pretty much an empty place, I stayed there for a few weeks. One night I dreamt I was video calling my boyfriend from bed, and everything was the same as reality. My posture, the lighting, the hum of the fridge. Then, in the little preview box on my screen, I saw a woman behind me. Before I could react, she lunged. I instinctively grabbed her by the neck and slammed her down, and she vanished. I woke up breathless but proud, like I'd finally fought back. That night I decided to sleep in the living room, door closed. Cats are calm, even Gigi, which comforted me. Then came the sound. The loudest crash I've ever heard, like a cupboard full of metal pots exploding. And then the cats bolted. I rushed to the bedroom. Nothing had fallen, not a thing was out of place. My heart was hammering when my phone rang. It was my mom, and she said that she just had a bad feeling and wanted to check if I was okay. I grabbed the cats and left immediately. I returned a few times in daylight to finish packing, but never really slept there again. The apartment still sits empty, and I can't bring myself to photograph it for sale. People always say if it was haunted, you'd never stay there for years, but the truth is you do. You rationalize and you minimize. Oh, never mind. Minimize. You get used to the quiet between the strange, and funny enough, those were also my darkest years, and I was depressed and reckless and lost. And now, life is far from easy, but the air feels lighter, and I sometimes wonder if that thing, whatever it was, just stayed behind. The whispers beneath the floorboards. We moved to a new home 3 summers ago, and it felt like walking into a secret we weren't meant to know. The house had belonged to an elderly couple, long gone now, but somehow their presence lingered like perfume in the air, soft and haunting and strangely comforting. They began subtly, like doors sighed open by themselves, a faint sound of humming drifting down the hallway, and the piano. It'd play a single note and always the same one around midnight, like a gentle reminder that we're sharing a space. And at first I brushed it off as imagination or perhaps old pipes or loose floorboards, but over time I began to feel watched. Not in a threatening way, but like someone was curious about us and protective even. One rainy afternoon I invited a local spiritual reader, helping to understand the odd serenity that filled our walls. She closed her eyes for a long moment and smiled faintly. "It's the woman who lived here before you," she said. "She loved this house deeply, and she stays because you care for it as she did." And that night I woke to a quiet melody, a music box. It was playing from the attic, and the sound floated down through the ceiling, light as a breath. I felt my heart race, and I crept upstairs, half expecting the melody to stop and open the door. But it didn't. The little wooden box, untouched for years, spinning slowly with its tiny ballerina twirling under the moonlight. My husband, ever the skeptic, refused to believe it until one evening as he climbed the stairs he froze. He later told me he'd felt somebody right behind him, the faintest rustle of skirts brushing the wall and the smell of lavender. "She followed me halfway up," he said. "Then she was gone. Our children have grown used to it, and sometimes they'll look up from their games and ask, "Did you call me?" when no one did, and other times they'll wave an empty corner, smiling at nothing I can see. I did experience sleep paralysis once. It was like this terrifying stillness where your body won't obey, but instead of fear, I felt calm. There was a man standing by the window wearing a brown cardigan looking out toward the garden. He turned slightly and met my eyes and nodded almost politely before fading into the dim morning light. And now we've learned to live together, us and them. The unseen and the breathing all sharing one roof. The floorboards still whisper at night and the piano still sighs, and somehow the house feels fuller for it, as though love once planted here refused to leave. The house that hummed. When I was little, I lived in this creaky old farmhouse that looked like it had been forgotten by time. Weird things happened there. Strange noises and doors that shut themselves, and shadows that didn't belong to anyone. I could probably write a book about it, but tonight I keep thinking about the time that I was touched by something I couldn't see. It didn't happen at that farmhouse, though. It was years later in the city. I was 16, staying with my dad at my grandmother's house. To understand what happened, you need to know a bit about her first. My grandmother was deeply religious, the kind who kept Bible verses taped to mirrors and little bottles of holy water in drawers. But her husband, my grandfather, was the opposite when he was young. He told me how he used to mock church and experiment with dark rituals and invite things he didn't understand. He said for years he couldn't sleep, and objects would fly across the room and his bed would shake. Whispers would crawl into his head. One night when he thought he was going to die from fear, he said a blinding light filled his room and what he called a guardian angel. That's when he changed his life. But anyway, by the time I lived with Grandma, every doorway in that house had a wooden cross above it. Religious books stacked everywhere like bricks for protection. Still, the house felt wrong. Once my dad stormed to my room asking, "Why'd you call me?" I had headphones in, watching a video, and totally silent. He looked pale when I told him I hadn't said a word, and he swore he'd heard me call his name clearly, in my voice exactly. It happened again and again to other people, and we started calling it the mimic. If you've ever heard your own voice when no one's around, you know the chill. Then came the night that scared me most. Late October, a few days before Halloween. Standing in the kitchen doorway, talking with Grandma while she peeled pears for a pie. We're joking about old horror movies, like how the killer always hides behind the door, and suddenly, something shoved me hard in the back. It was so hard I nearly fell forward into the counter. No one was behind me, and I spun around so fast my heart was hammering, and Grandma froze, knife in midair, staring straight at me. "Did you see that?" I asked. She didn't answer, just looked blank for a moment and quietly went back to peeling as if nothing had happened. I stood there shaking. I wanted to believe my hoodie had snagged or I just imagined it, but deep down, I think I knew better and it felt deliberate. It's like something had decided to remind me it was there. Sometimes I wonder if it pushed me away from the cross hanging over the doorway, or maybe just wanted attention, but either way, that house never felt safe again and I moved out not long after. If Grandpa's demons ever left him, I think they found a new home. Thanks for listening. I appreciate it. Sweet dreams. See ya. Paranormal M takes you beyond the veil of the ordinary. Ghosts, legends, and mysteries. They wait in the dark. Subscribe now, because the unknown is closer than you think. The Boy Beneath the Floorboards. I was around 11. That's when everything started, about half a year after my mom passed from a sudden aneurysm. Looking back, I think that's when something opened inside me. Something that let me feel things most people couldn't. That night in 1988, a chilly November evening, my mom was in terrible pain. My cousin, who was more like my big sister, helped me get her into a taxi headed to Jefferson Hospital. I remember helping her settle in and her hand trembling in mine. Then out of nowhere, a voice, clear, loud, and right next to my ear said, "Kiss your mom. Kiss her now. This might be the last time." And I froze. I was just a kid, and I didn't even know what that kind of voice meant. But something in me listened, and I leaned in and kissed her forehead again and again, whispering, "It's okay, I love you." And 2 days later, she was gone. After that, I bounced between relatives and the church members until I ended up staying with an older woman everybody called Miss Edna. She was a quiet church lady who lived in Norristown, Pennsylvania. Her house was an old 2-story with creaky floors and a strange stillness even in summer. And from the first night I felt it, like my eyes were on me. Not human eyes, but something else. And Miss Edna herself was kind of eerie, but pale-skinned, dark circles under her eyes and long silver hair that made her look like she'd stepped out of an old photograph. One evening after dinner, I noticed a framed portrait of her printed in a porcelain plate. The image somehow looked alive, and I couldn't explain it. I covered it with a napkin. She caught me and laughed, asking why. I just shrugged. I mean, how could I say that to her face on that... Well, rather, how could I say that her face on that plate scared me? That night she told me to lock her dog in the basement before bed, and I did as she said and climbed to the bed beside her. I did it just like I used to do with my mom. Before we slept, she pointed to a small machine on her nightstand and said, "If this thing starts beeping, it means my heart stopped, and call 911, you hear?" And I lay awake for hours and I was afraid to breathe, and eventually I heard snoring. It was deep and strange. I shook her arm, whispering, "Miss Edna," and she laughed softly. "It's just me," she said. "He sneaks out sometimes." But the basement door, the one I had locked, was wide open. It kept happening for 3 nights. The lock would be undone by morning, and Buddy would be there wagging his tail like nothing happened. One hot afternoon, Miss Edna went to shower, leaving me alone in the kitchen. I opened the fridge for some watermelon, and when I turned around, I saw him. A boy, maybe 9, faded and see-through, wearing old suspenders and a plaid shirt. He was smiling, but it wasn't the kind of smile that comforts you. It's the kind that freezes you. We just stared, and neither of us moved at all. It was like time stopped. And then suddenly he was gone. I dropped the watermelon, ran to the bathroom door, and begged her to let me in. She told me I couldn't. The Lord don't like folks barging in on women bathing. When she finally came out, she asked if I wanted to join a church trip to Baltimore, and I said yeah before she even finished her sentence. Never went back to that house. Never saw Miss Edna again. But that boy and his outline and his smile never left my mind. That was the first ghost I ever saw, and it was just the beginning. And I don't think women like folks barging out of them bathing either. Although I'm sure the Lord also doesn't. The faucet. In April of 2014, one of my oldest friends and my housemate, he ended his life in our apartment. I'm going to call him Nate. Nate had been carrying a kind of sadness for years, and he'd mentioned more than once that he didn't trust himself to stay alive. But back then, in early 20s, I never really thought he could really mean it. Strangely, he'd been lighter that last month and joking again. showing up to game nights and even talking about road trips. So when I left for a long weekend with my girlfriend, I didn't think twice. We were staying at my mom's place when the call came. Nate and I had grown up a few blocks apart, and so I'd known his parents half my life. After the shock and blur of those first days, they asked me if I could just pack up some of his things, the stuff that mattered most to him. So a few nights later, my girlfriend and I drove back to the apartment. It was quiet in that awful way where even your own footsteps sound wrong. Another friend of Nate's, a coworker, had found him after he didn't show up for his shift. Police had already finished their work and cleaned everything. That smell still filled the air. Not blood, not bleach, something heavier and chemical and final. Walked into the bathroom where it had happened, and it was like the air itself turned solid. My throat closed up. I turned on the faucet, shower handle, just to make some sound, any sound. The water felt like something alive again. When I stepped out, I told my girlfriend I just didn't want it to be completely silent. And she nodded. The silence in that place was unbearable. We sat in Nate's room across from the bathroom, and she perched on the bed, and I sat at his desk staring at his half-full coffee mug. A stack of old postcards he'd been collecting. We talked a little, quietly, nothing important, just trying to make it feel less impossible. Then she stopped mid-sentence and said, "Wait, do you hear the water?" The apartment was dead still, and the shower had stopped. I walked to the door and pressed my ear to it, and there was nothing. I opened it slowly, and the faucet was turned off, not dripping, it was off. I turned it again, and it worked fine. I twisted it on, then off a few times, and it was as if I was testing whether reality still made sense. It did, and yet it didn't. We looked at each other wide-eyed and pale, and both started just saying his name. "Nate, was that you? Are you here?" And then came this presence. Not cold, not scary, just immense. Like the air was suddenly aware of itself. We both felt it at the exact same moment. We said his name again, told him we missed him, and told him it was okay. After a few seconds it was gone, and the room felt hollow again. Later we made each other swear that we hadn't imagined it, that we'd always believe it really happened. We even laughed nervously and asked Nate to flash the lights if he could hear us, which of course made us both panic a little and grab our stuff to leave. Told a handful of people, even Nate's mom. She didn't say much. I don't think she could. Sometimes when I turn on that shower and hear that first rush of water, I half expect it to stop on its own. Whispers from the old porch. Ever since I was little, I've always felt something around me. Not in a scary way, just a quiet awareness that I wasn't completely alone. My parents used to tell me stories about things I did as a kid. Apparently, things that would give them chills, and I'm going to share a few here. When I was about 5, we visited my grandmother's old house in Kansas. My grandpa had passed years before, long before I was born. I remember sitting in his rocking chair by the front window. My mom said one moment I was babbling about cartoons, and the next I went completely silent. Then I looked up at her and said, "Don't forget the pipe, June." Her face went pale as a ghost, and Grandpa used to call her June, which is her middle name. And not only that, but he always smoked a pipe. Well, I couldn't have possibly known that. We left soon after that, and Mom never sat in that chair again. When I was 16, we lived for a short while in the woods outside of Flagstaff. It's in Arizona. The house is old and creaky and too far from the neighbors. And one night while I was on my computer in the basement, I heard somebody sprinting down the stairs, and I turned expecting my brother. I saw only a flicker of brown hair disappear into the laundry room, and I called out and there's no answer. Later, when I went upstairs, my mom said everything had gone to My mom said that everybody had gone to town hours earlier. A few days later, our heater malfunctioned and filled the basement with smoke, and the repair guy said the wiring looked like it had been melted from the inside out. Dad had the place blessed the next morning. Years later, when I first started dating my wife, I'd stay over at her family's farmhouse, one that had been in their family for over a century. One night, I dreamt of waking to see an older man at the foot of the bed. He was dressed in suspenders and white shirt, and he looked angry. It's as if I'd trespassed. I woke up drenched in sweat, and my smartwatch said my heart rate had hit 145. The next day, I described him to my wife's mom, and she quietly pulled out a sepia photo of her grandfather, the man who had built the house. He didn't like strangers sleeping here, she said. The House by the Maple Field. To start off, I should probably tell you the house used to be an old farmhouse. It sits near a maple grove with open fields stretching out in front and a quiet patch of forest behind it. It's peaceful out here, just a 15-minute drive to town. We've only got one neighbor close enough to wave at, and it's pretty private overall. The house had originally come to us through an auction at a county. The story goes that it once belonged to an elderly man who'd lived there his whole life. He'd inherited the land from his parents, and after he passed away, no one claimed the property for years. People said he died quietly in his sleep, right there in his bedroom. Some locals even whispered that his brother had taken his own life in the barn decades before, though nobody knows if that part's actually true. And I've done plenty of reservations, or rather, renovations since moving in. The bones of the place are ancient, and judging by the style of the beams and the stone foundation, I'd say it dates back to the early 1900s, maybe even earlier. When we bought the house, one of the previous owners laughed and told me, "Just don't mind the ghosts." I brushed it off and didn't really seem like the haunted type of a house. And that changed one night when our dog Bella started whining at the kitchen wall. No barking, but whining. She stared at a dark corner like she was seeing something I couldn't, and I called her over and she came running. Her tail was tucked behind her and she was trembling. I told myself it was probably a mouse in the wall. Still, it was odd. A week later, I just stepped out of the shower when I heard the bathroom door handle jiggle. That loose metal clink that only happens when someone presses down on it, and I said, "Okay, 1 second." I opened the door, expecting one of my kids, but the hallway was empty and everyone was outside. I told myself there had to be a logical reason. There's always a logical reason, right? And there's one particular room upstairs, the one with the old cedar bed frame, had a strange reputation. Everyone who's even slept there at one point or another has felt the mattress dip in slightly. It's as if somebody had just sat down on the edge, and each of my kids experienced it at different times growing up. None of them mentioned it until years later, and turns out they all had the same story. My husband had heard his name whispered in the dark, clear as day, and more than once. He also caught the sound of footsteps pacing downstairs when the house should have been empty. Once I was chatting with him in the kitchen when my cell phone started ringing. The caller ID said home phone. Except we were both right there, staring at the house phone on the counter. Neither of us had touched it. And then there's the voice, and I've heard my daughter call Mom when she wasn't even home. My husband's heard it too, and it's uncanny the way it sounds exactly like her. One night around 10:30, I heard a heavy crash from the upstairs hallway. It was loud enough to make me jump, and my husband was at work. I grabbed the biggest knife in the drawer and froze halfway up the stairs, debating whether I really wanted to check. And I ended up calling my son, who was at a bonfire about half an hour away. He came right over with a couple of friends, all of them acting like they were clearing a SWAT zone, complete with flashlights. They searched the entire house and even the crawl space, and there was nothing, not a single thing out of place. I still hear creaks now and then and footsteps maybe 10 feet away when I know I'm alone. But honestly, it doesn't feel threatening. The house has a life of its own. Old and a little mischievous, but not unkind. The Visitor at Willow Creek. Alright, so a little background first. I, a 25-year-old female, I've dealt with weird paranormal stuff basically my entire life now. And trust me, I wish I hadn't. I've tried everything, ignoring it, saging my rooms, telling it to go away like some bossy toddler. Even convincing myself I'd maybe just sleep deprived and maybe I was imagining things. But somehow, spirits always find a way to say hi. Most of the time it's been fine, but when I was little I actually saw them like full figures. As I got older, it turned into more of a feeling. Sometimes random objects moving or lights flickering when they shouldn't be. Never anything truly bad, except twice. The first big one was during college. My roommate and I rented this tiny off-campus house in the 1940s. Real fixer-upper feelings. A few weeks in, we found out the landlord's father had accidentally just died in that house. And at first it was little stuff, like our kitchen clock would stop every night at 2:11 a.m. The front door would unlock itself. And sometimes I'd hear faint humming from the living room, and I told myself it was the air vents or creaky floors or whatever. That someone's watching feeling just wouldn't go away. My roommate was very religious. Not Catholic like the girl in my old story, but Pentecostal. And she was terrified. Her aunt came to pray over the place, left bottles of anointing oil in every corner. And that's when things got worse. One night I woke up in the middle of a sleep paralysis, and I could move my eyes, but I just couldn't move anything else. In the doorway, there was a tall, warped shadow. I told myself not to look directly at it. Naturally, my dumb brain looked anyway, and it leaned forward, and its limbs were too long, like somebody stretching in a fast motion. Then it rushed at me. I somehow forced myself out of bed and ran to my roommate's room, shaking so bad I could barely breathe. And after that, things went quiet. It broke her lease and left before the semester ended. So we're gonna fast forward to now. I live in my great-grandparents' farmhouse. It's on our family's property, 80 acres of forest and creek land. It's been here since the late 1800s, and it's peaceful. It's remote and, probably haunted. I moved in last September with my sister, fully expecting something paranormal to happen. But for 6 months there was nothing but silence and bliss. Then she moved out last month, and about a week later, weird things started again. Last Monday, my dog, who's a big shepherd mix, jolts me around 1 a.m., growling at the window. Not as usual someone's outside bark, but this deep, trembling growl. I figured maybe it was raccoons, but that happened again the next night. Same time, same window. Thursday and Friday, nothing. Saturday morning, I let him out around 10. My cousin, who lives down the gravel road, was fishing at the creek with a friend. I talked with him for a bit, went back inside, took a long bath. Around 3 p.m., I heard a knock on the door. Not a knock, it was kind of a slam, the kind you hear in cop shows. My dog went nuts. I rushed out of the tub, grabbed a towel, opened the door, and there was nobody. My cousin was still down by the water, and there were no tracks on the porch either. And it had rained the night before, so I would have seen footprints. Told myself it was thunder and I moved on. That night around 10, I'm on FaceTime with my boyfriend and I'm watching a show. That's when the same violent knock happens again. The dog's barking and I freeze and my boyfriend's telling me to check the door. I peek through the blinds and there's nothing. The motion sensor lights on the porch, they're not on. Makes no sense because they always turn on. I sit back down and I'm panicking. And a few minutes later, there's this scraping sound like someone dragging a stick slow and deliberately across the porch boards. My boyfriend swears he can't hear it, but he can see me and the dog both turn our heads at the same time. My heart was racing so hard I thought I might pass out. So I looked again. No one there, still no lights. I've tried to be logical, and maybe it was the wind and maybe an animal. But the boards shifting from temperature changes, maybe. I've lived here long enough to know the difference. Nothing about that knock felt natural. It was personal. And the scariest thought, of course, is that it wasn't a ghost at all, that it was a real person. But out here, no one even knows how to find this place. My GPS doesn't work past the old bridge, and only my family and a few friends and my boyfriend know the address. I called my cousin to come over that night. He brought a flashlight, checked the porch and the woods, and nothing. I tested the lights and they worked perfectly. When I asked if he'd come by earlier that day, he looked genuinely lost. So yeah, either something human is playing a very committed prank or something else finally realized my sister moved out and decided it was just me now. The sound beneath my bed. I'm still terrified of sleeping in the dark. Even now at 26, I leave a dim lamp on through the night. People say it's childish, but they weren't there when it happened. When I was little, something strange happened to me. Something that still makes my chest tighten whenever I think about it. I used to be skeptical about paranormal stories for the most part. I thought people exaggerated or misremembered things. But after that winter, I stopped laughing. My mother raised me, my older brother, and my younger sister on her own. We grew up in a small apartment near the river. My great-grandparents lived just a few blocks away when they were alive, and my great-grandfather used to fix clocks. My great-grandmother always had cinnamon candies in her purse. He passed away when I was 6, and she followed 2 years later. I don't remember much from their funerals, just my mother crying softly beside the kitchen window that night. And a few weeks after my great-grandmother died, we were watching Tintin, our family's Christmas time ritual. My mom started talking about how much she missed them. It was one of those quiet, nostalgic evenings, but later that night, just as we were falling asleep, there was this deafening crash, like someone had slammed a door right next to my ear and the entire apartment shook. My mother ran into her room, panicked, but everything seemed fine. Nothing had fallen, nothing was broken. The next morning, weird things started. At first, it was harmless stuff. Radio turned on by itself, hallway light flickered even after being replaced. We'd hear faint knocks coming from the kitchen walls, like soft tapping from inside. Mom kept saying it was the pipes or the wind, and we tried to believe her, and then it got worse. I started waking up in the middle of the night, and I'd be frozen. I couldn't move, I couldn't scream. And from under my bed came this slow, rhythmic thump, like something pressing against the floorboards again and again. Sometimes it moved closer toward my headboard, and I'd lie there in absolute terror with tears running down my face. I'd be praying it would stop. After a few nights of this, I told my mother I couldn't sleep there anymore. She let me share a bed with my sister, but even then I'd hear faint scratching sounds from the next room. It'd be as if whatever it was knew I had moved. My mom eventually took us to church. She didn't know what else to do. The priest gave her 3 small wooden crosses and told her to hang them above her beds. I remember holding mine so tightly that I left marks on my palms. A few days later, my mom gathered us and said we should tell it, whatever it was, that we were safe and it could leave now. We said it out loud, all 3 of us. It felt silly, but it did work. The noises stopped and the light stopped flickering, but I never really forgot. Now every time I lie in bed and the house creaks, I feel my throat tighten. I still wonder, was it just sleep paralysis, imagination, or did something follow us home from that quiet December night? Whatever it was, it made sure I would never sleep comfortably in the dark again. The Woman in the Blue Apron. Growing up in the late 1970s, my parents hired a housekeeper named Clara. Again. It wasn't unusual back then, because every morning women from the city took the early bus to the suburbs wearing crisp blue aprons and carrying small lunch bags. Clara had been with our family since before I was born, and she'd even worked for my grandparents. I still remember seeing my grandfather waiting for her by the maple tree near the bus stops I rode to school. Clara was more than help. She was family. She came twice a week to our home and twice a week to my grandparents' house. I always felt strangely jealous of the Friday family, the one she worked for on her 5th day. Felt like she belonged with us, and my name is Claire, and my parents had planned to call me Clara. But when our Clara joined us, it would have been confusing, so I became Claire. Claire was gentle and soft-spoken, or Clara. She left peppermints under her pillows and pressed flowers inside of her books, and when she found coins in the laundry, she polished them, arranged them neatly in our dressers. At Christmas, she brought us hand-knit mittens, and she always remembered her birthdays. One summer, my mother took us to see where Clara lived, a small brick building near the river. It was pretty tall, though. Her apartment was tidy and full of light, and what caught me off guard were the photographs. Our old-school portraits all framed and hanging proudly on her wall. We were her family, too. When I was 14, my parents separated, and my mother cried for weeks. Clara comforted her, quietly folding laundry while my mother poured out her heart. Clara told us her own husband had left years ago. She understood. She held her family together when we were falling apart. Then one hot afternoon in 1981, my sister ran upstairs to tell my mother that Clara was asleep in the chair. My mother's face just went off. There was no 911 back then, so I called the operator and the ambulance came. But Clara never woke up. It was a stroke, they said. She died that day. They wouldn't let us see her in the hospital because we weren't quote-unquote family, but she was our family. She had died in our home, same place she had cared for all of us all those years. After Clara passed, strange things began to happen. When I babysat my little sister, I'd hear soft footsteps upstairs. The dog would be fast asleep and my sister snoring. And sometimes, late at night, I'd hear the faint humming. And, by the way, Claire used to hum while she worked, so my mother didn't believe me. Years later, after I'd grown up and divorced, I moved back into that same house with my mother. And one night, my boyfriend and I were sitting by the fire when he went upstairs. He came down, white as a sheet, and, "Claire," he whispered, "who's the woman in the blue apron? She just walked past you." I froze, and Claire had always worn a blue apron after all. And at her funeral years before, her niece had told me how much Claire adored, quote-unquote, her girls. I let her believe I was named Clara, and it made her smile. Maybe that was my small way of saying thank you. Because some people don't leave when they die. They just keep looking after you, in the only way they know how. The house that wouldn't let go. In my late teens and early 20s, I was proud of atheist. Well, I was a proud atheist, I'm sure. Ghosts, fairy tales for people who can't handle the dark. So I moved out of my family home. That was 10 years ago. And in all that time, I've lived in 7 different cities. You know what's funny is nothing strange ever happened anywhere else. No weird noises, no flickering lights, no unexplainable small things. Things like open cupboard doors or the TV turning itself on. Just that one house. The house where the phone used to call my grandma's mobile by itself. The landline would ring her, even though no one was in the kitchen to dial it. And no, we didn't even know what spoofing was back then. And there were voices, like lights that would blink for no reason and objects that would move on their own. Once I saw something, or maybe you could call it someone, standing in the hallway just watching. I could fill a book with what happened, but 2 stories stand out. Incident 1, the flying nasal spray. It was around 7 p.m. and Grandpa had gone to bed early. My siblings and I were on the lounge. Grandma was cooking dinner. Mom was tearing the place apart looking for her nasal spray, and she was already irritated when I decided to help. She stood at the start of the hallway, me by the doorway at the first bedroom. The rest of the corridor was empty. Then Mom yelled, half out of frustration and half jokingly, "If someone knows where it is, just give it to me already." And from the far end of the hallway, something flew through the air. The nasal spray hit her in the chest before bouncing to the floor. I just stared, because what the hell was that? She looked at me wide-eyed and said, "You saw that, right?" No one else was there. I swear I saw it fly straight toward her. Incident 2, the mattress that came back. And this one happened 12 years later. Nan and Mom were out, and we had a friend sleep over for the night before. So the spare mattress was standing upright in the hallway. Grandpa asked my sister to take it downstairs to his room. I watched her do it, and she carried it down, and I even closed the stair gate behind her, and, well, we all chatted in the kitchen for a while. That was before Grandpa went back downstairs, and the rest of us wandered off. But when I turned toward the hallway again, the mattress was there, standing upright exactly where it had been before. I froze, and my sister came up behind me, pale. "I took it down," she whispered. Grandpa didn't want to talk about it. We didn't either. None of us stayed alone for the rest of that day. And for weeks afterwards, I couldn't shake it off, because every time I thought about that mattress, my stomach turned cold. The humming in the walls. Almost every night, I hear the same tired old tune. A faint classical melody that drifts through the air like it's coming from another time. It's so soft that sometimes I think it's all in my head. And other nights I swear I can hear kids laughing and thumping around inside my closet. There's no shared wall with any neighbor, which makes it even stranger. Sometimes I'll feel a low vibration in the walls. Not quite from them, but more like beside them. Like I'll be sitting at my kitchen table and there it is again. That distant buzzing. I've checked every appliance and every light and every outlet. Nothing in my house could make that sound. At first, I told myself it had to be the neighbors. But then it started following me. I'll be at work, sitting by the window on my break, and I'll hear that same faint hum, and it sounds exactly like my phone vibrating. I always check when my screen's dark, and it happens too many times for me to brush off. And sometimes I wonder if I'm losing it or if my late aunt's trying to say something. And then there's the bell. It rings in my kitchen. Same number of chimes, same rhythm in every time. I press my ear against every inch of the wall trying to find the source, and there's nothing. And the worst part is lately I've been waking up in the middle of the night with my eyes open and there's a dark figure standing there. It doesn't move, it just is. And last night I reached out trembling and my hand passed through empty air. Even typing this gives me chills. I don't know if I'm piecing together random noises and coincidences or something's really here with me. The thing with my eyes. When I was younger, my father lived across from a small forgotten churchyard. I used to think it was the most fascinating thing in the world since I'd always been obsessed with ghosts and mysteries. Between our house and the graveyard was an open stretch of wild grass, tall enough to brush our legs when we crossed it, swaying like whispers whenever the wind blew. And somehow that made the place even more unsettling. The first day we moved in, I was annoyed that my sister and I had to sleep in the basement alone. The stairs leading down were painted and faded red, and there was 12 of them. And even though my dad laughed when I pointed out the number, something about them made my stomach twist. They creaked differently, as if they were alive. And the first strange thing that happened was at night. My sister and I are lying on our mattresses on the floor, staring toward the dark hallway. We heard a woman's soft voice calling from the other side, gentle and almost kind, asking us to come see something. I wanted to listen, I really wanted to, but something about her tone made me hold my sister tighter instead. Maybe that upset her. Because after that night we began hearing footsteps on the stairs, slow and dragging and sometimes like hands and feet crawling together. We told ourselves it was just the house settling, but the whispers that followed didn't sound like wood. Then came the night that changed everything. The air felt charged like static. The shadows moved differently and heavier. We heard something rush down the stairs, and my sister whimpered, pressing against me. I pulled her close, both of us trembling, watching the doorway, and then it appeared. A pale face leaned against the hallway into the room above the doorframe. My sister screamed, but I couldn't move. The face wasn't right, it was smiling, but the eyes were too empty. It pulled back fast as if it realized it had been caught. I dragged my sister into the tiny bathroom and locked the door. We didn't sleep the rest of the night. For years, I lied about what I saw. I told people it was a woman with black hair and a ghostly white face. And that wasn't the truth. The truth was worse. It had my hair and had my eyes. It looked exactly like me, only thinner and paler and tired. I always loved my long brown hair before that night. And the next morning, I cut it to my chin. Years later, I asked my sister if she remembered that house. She frowned and said she didn't remember anything strange at all. Maybe her mind buried it. Maybe she was lucky. I still see that face sometimes, and it still looks like mine. The house by the marsh. It was my senior year of college, and I had completely dropped the ball on renewing my lease. By the time I started looking for a new place, the options were slim to none. Fortunately, a couple of coworkers from the cafe where I worked offered me their upstairs guest loft for $350 a month. Compared to the $950 I'd been paying before, it sounded like winning the lottery. I told myself I'd just be a temporary stop and maybe 4 months tops, till I could move back closer to downtown Savannah with some friends. The house was in White Marsh Island, about a 20-minute drive from the city. It was an old tan brick place with creaky wooden stairs. It was surrounded by cypress trees and overlooking a stretch of marshland that glimmered silver at dusk. The air smelled faintly of salt and rot, depending on the tide. My new roommates, Mark and Jesse, were both in their 30s, older than me, but laid back. We got along fine, but one Friday night, the three of us were playing cards when we heard someone pounding on the front door, and it was hard. It was like they were desperate to get in. We all assumed it was Jesse's brother, who often dropped by unannounced. But when I went to open it, there was nothing there, just the wind stirring through the hanging moss. Porch light buzzed faintly, and I remember standing there a second too long, trying to make sense of it. When I came back, they asked who it was, and they said no one. Kind of laughed it off. A few weeks later, after a brutal weekend shift, Mark bought a bottle of wild turkey. We decided to have a liquid recovery day. Three of us sat around the same kitchen table drinking and talking trash about customers. The air was warm and hazy. And then out of nowhere, Jessie stopped mid-sentence and pointed. We all turned our heads just in time to see a spoon slide slowly but deliberately across the countertop. It didn't fall, it just glided a few inches and stopped. Nobody spoke for maybe 5 seconds. Then we burst out laughing. Kind of laughter that's half panic, like, "Dude, that spoon moved," Jessie muttered. I walked over and touched the counter, and it was dry and flat. No trick of moisture or slope, nothing logical. So we decided to keep drinking. By late October, my parents came to visit from North Georgia. They brought our old dog, a scrappy cattle dog had more energy than sort of a sense of anything. But after dinner downtown, they realized their hotel didn't allow pets. So I told them Rusty could crash with me for the night. Spent the evening happily exploring every corner of the house. And around midnight, went up to the loft, and my bed faced 2 tall windows that looked out toward the marsh. Glowing faintly in the moonlight, somewhere in the night, I just saw them. I woke up to a sound I didn't recognize, a deep growl, and it was low and tense. Rusty was standing rigid at the foot of the bed with his teeth bared, hackles up. His eyes were locked on the space above me, and I couldn't see anything. My skin went cold, and I reached out and grabbed his collar. I was whispering to calm down before the growl faded, and eventually we both drifted back to sleep, albeit a bit uneasy. A few weeks later, I went home for Thanksgiving. Our farmhouse in Elijah always felt like a reset, quiet and safe. And one afternoon, I laid down for a nap, and I was exhausted. When I woke, I couldn't move. My whole body was locked, and I could see the old dresser mirror from the corner of my eye. And in its reflection, standing just behind me, was a woman, pale, soaked, and hair like black seaweed. And her mouth hung open slightly, but she didn't make a sound. I felt the weight of her presence heavy as the air before a storm. And then as suddenly as it came, it broke, and I could move again, and I sat up gasping. The room was empty. December came. It was my last month at the house. And one cold night, we're taking turns playing chess, talking about random stuff, and death came up, how it sneaks up on people, and that's when Jess asked Mark if he ever, Jess asked Mark if he'd ever heard anything about the previous owners, and Mark did hesitate. He said the neighbor had told him a story, and the house had belonged to an elderly couple. The husband had late-stage dementia. The wife cared for him alone. And one day the man wandered out confused, and that's when a neighbor brought him back, and they found a wife upstairs. Okay. I remember my stomach twisting as I listened. I thought about the spoon and the knocking and the way Rusty had growled at nothing. Maybe it was all coincidence, maybe stress or imagination. Brain's little tricks, but sometimes I think about that house by the marsh. I'm not so sure.
The Devil's Tramping Ground. I have a friend who's really into the paranormal like myself. Let's call him Jake. It was October of 2018. We just wanted to go ghost hunting or explore supposedly haunted buildings and areas. We had been researching and decided our drive limit was 4 hours. Came across a place called the Devil's Tramping Ground. At this place, there's a circle in the woods that can't grow grass, and the trees make a circle around it. As legend has it, the devil himself uses that circle of sand and dirt as a portal. He comes to Earth at night and stomps on the ground, pacing back and forth. We read that if you tried to sleep there, on the circle, you'll hear a soothing female singing, and it'll put you to sleep, and then you'll wake up in a different location. So what did we do? We brought tents, sleeping bags, chairs, and beers, of course. Okay, back to the story. Me and Jake were planning our trip, and another one of my buddies caught wind of it. Let's call him Nick. We were all set to go on Friday when we get out of work. We left the base at around 4 p.m., but didn't actually hit the road until roughly 8 p.m. because we kept getting sidetracked at different stores. I'll skip right to the next part. We get off the highway. It's close to midnight. We have our GPS on, and it was us going down the only damn road with no streetlights. And of course, we start driving down that narrow, dark road slowly, so we can find a clearing for the Devil's Tramping Ground. We read that there would be satanic symbols in front of the clearing, written onto the road. We had our eyes peeled, and there was something odd about this road, and I shit you not. We were being chased the entire way by about 10 dogs and one black dog. Every dog's barking except for that black dog, and he kept appearing in the woods to the left of us and in front of us as if we're driving and he's just trying to turn us around. We found the symbols and knew it was it. The dogs hadn't followed us that far. We parked, got out, we had flashlights. We scoped out the area, and I'm not gonna lie, it was extremely unsettling. We made our way up to the circle and thought, perfect, let's go get our shit. Fast forward about an hour, and it's quiet. We have our tent set up in the circle. We have our chairs set up surrounding our cooler, just telling ghost stories and drinking. Nothing really seemed to bother us other than the occasional twig snapping that sounded like footsteps and the feeling of being watched. We just chalked it up to animals. It's 2 a.m. now. I start to hear voices all around me. And I'm not the only one. Nick and Jake heard it too, and it felt like we were about to be jumped by a group of men surrounding us. But we knew whatever it was wasn't human. The voices stopped, and I shit you not, at the same time the car light turned on. We went to the car to find all the doors open. Unnerved, we slowly closed all the doors and went back to drinking. 2:30 a.m., we're all on edge. Not even drunk at this point because of the events that just took place. Everyone was silent. I could hear and feel my heart beating out of my chest, and you'll never believe it. We all heard beautiful humming coming from every direction. Wish I could describe how it sounded, but we knew that it was not good. We all leaned in as the singing was going on, and without one word spoken, we all got up and went to the car to get out of there. We then visited Lydia's bridge because it was nearby, and it said that Lydia walks the road and the bridge at night. We didn't see anything, so we slept in a nearby Walmart parking lot in the car. Went back the next morning for our things. An unusual encounter. I have always believed in the paranormal. I grew up hearing and seeing things in my house. I'm from Northford, Connecticut, so you can imagine the entire state is pretty haunted. I've heard everything from the house settling to glass breaking, and to my shock, no glass would be shattered on the floor. Anyways, I was 12 when this happened. That makes it back in 2010. My mom and dad split up, so I would go visit my mom on the weekends and be with my dad during the week. My mom found a nice house in East Haven, Connecticut, set up on a hill with a road leading up the hill. On top was a farm with horses. My mom loves horses, so she jumped on the offer. I was a little shit when I was 12, so I had gotten expelled from school. I was living with my mom and my older brother full time. I'd stay up until the crack of dawn every night and sleep all day. I'd always hear things like creaking steps and doors opening and closing, the usual things. One day my mom has her boyfriend over. He was standing in the kitchen when he felt a tug at his shirt. He turned around and nothing was there. Left shortly after. This one night I'm about to tell you about has me shook to this day, and it still remains a mystery. I'll give you a visual of the third floor of the house. That's where my room was. When you open the front door to my old house, directly to your left is a staircase. You walk up the staircase, and on the second floor, kitchen and living room areas directly on your left. And as you keep walking up, there's a hallway that cuts to the right. At the end of the hallway is a bathroom and a dead end. My room is on the right as you're walking down the hallway, right next to the bathroom. One night my mom, brother, and 2 cousins and aunt went out for dinner. I just wanted to stay home and play Call of Duty. My dog Sydney was in the room keeping me company. She was a small Yorkie. And as I was playing, I suddenly had to go use the bathroom, so waited until my game was over, and when I was back in the lobby, I got up and ran to the bathroom. And my dog followed me. I finished, flushed the toilet, washed my hands. As soon, and I mean as soon as I cut the water off, and I was just there, and I was drying my hands, I heard creaking up the stairs. It sounded like somebody was walking up the stairs, and I froze, not knowing who it was or what to do, and I was home alone. Sat there for another second. Footsteps up the stairs stopped. A few seconds went by, which felt like forever, and then just like that, I heard a footstep reach the top step. The hallway. I didn't hesitate. Picked up my dog, ran to my room, and locked the door. Sat back down in my chair in front of my TV and just listened. More footsteps, but this time coming down the hallway toward my room. Heard the footsteps creak all the way until I got to my door, and then it slowly stopped. I was frozen with fear, and a few more seconds go by, and then knock, knock, knock. I immediately called my mom to see if she was home yet, and of course, she said no. And after the 3 knocks, I didn't hear anything. No more footsteps, no more nothing. Waited until I finally heard the front door open, and I just burst out of my room relieved. Told my mom what had happened for her to tell me countless other stories of experiences that she had in the house. The time I lived in my aunt's haunted home. A little background on my aunt. My aunt is more than just a sensitive. She can see, hear, feel spirits or entities and even talk to them. These beings can be human or otherwise. They can be dark or positive, it doesn't matter. Just like she never focused or strengthened her abilities, she never wanted these abilities. It was inherited through her family line. But different from me, my aunt is extremely powerful without even trying. During the time I was living there, we became very close. She told me a lot of things about my own abilities that I never would have known if I hadn't lived with her. I want to say it was around maybe the 2nd month of me living with her. That's when strange things started to happen to me. I had a little more experience then, and I noticed that if I paid attention to it, it would only become more noticeable. So the little things that would happen, I would ignore and I would pretend it wasn't there. The room where I was staying didn't have an actual door. It had a simple entryway which led straight into the kitchen area. And I also had a view of the other rooms in the house from this entryway. My room was all the way in the back of the home. Now, my aunt had 4 children. 3 smaller children, 1 child who's in high school, and there was one night that I was about to finally fall asleep after coming home from work, and I heard little footsteps in the kitchen. My first thought was that 2 of the smaller children were up and sneaking a snack. I stayed quiet and I listened, and I heard the little footsteps now running back and forth from the main hallway to the kitchen. It continued on for about maybe 2 minutes. At this point, I got up to confront them about being up so late, and walked into the kitchen area. There was no one in the kitchen, and as I walked more into the kitchen, I could hear and feel on the ground the footsteps going away from me, then toward the hallway. And suddenly, everything went quiet. I mustered up some courage and went back to check on all the kids. I walked into each of their rooms. They were all in a deep sleep, and I didn't understand what was going on. I didn't want to overthink the situation, freak myself out either. Went back into my room, and due to everything I've experienced thus far, I fell asleep with my headphones in my ears. The sounds of the little footsteps continued for the next few weeks after this. And in that time, I knew there was something inside my aunt's home. And so far, it had not been too serious, and had never personally bothered me or the kids, so I didn't talk to anyone about it. But then, one night I stayed up watching TV in my room, and once again I heard the little footsteps. I ignored it, and I continued to watch TV. But then I heard the little footsteps run up to my entryway and then stop. I froze, muted my TV, and waited to see if I heard anything else. I was lying flat on my stomach in my bed, and I had my feet and hands hanging off from the sides. The next thing I knew, my bracelet on my arm started to move very slightly up and down my forearm. I freaked out, and I took it off and threw it across the room. After that, my ankle bracelet on my leg did the same thing. I freaked out and jumped up on my bed and told it to please stop. Up until then, nothing inside that home had ever personally touched me. Heard the little footsteps run back through the kitchen, and this time I heard giggling. I could definitely feel whatever this was, and that it was playing with me, much like my little cousins would. Really unnerved me. But still then I decided not to say anything. After the experience, I had the feeling with hearing some sort of ghost children in my aunt's home. I decided to have my uncle install an actual door to my room, and every night I started sleeping with the door to my room closed. I didn't have another encounter with what I thought was ghost children. My aunt's home was always very lively and very busy. With 4 kids, 3 dogs, it was never quiet inside the house. There was one day that I was actually left home alone for a change. Came home from work and I decided I was going to take a shower. Don't really know why, but I needed to go into one of the kids' rooms to get something. Left the lights turned off and I walked in. I looked to my left toward one of the boys' beds. I saw a transparent figure of a man sitting on his bed. Couldn't see his entire body, but the upper torso, and I could vividly see all the features of his face. He had sunken dark eyes and long black straight hair. He had no expression, but his eyes were full of sadness. As soon as I saw him, I did a double take, turned on the lights, and the figure was gone. For some reason, I wasn't really scared of this apparition, and I honestly doubted myself about what it was I was seeing. The room was dark. I only saw him for a few seconds, but all the vividness of his features made me wonder if I really did see something. A few days after seeing the ghost of the man, the house was again filled with people. It was the middle of the day, and everybody was off in different parts of the house. I had volunteered to take the dogs out in the backyard to play, and walked into the kitchen and felt like something was off. The dogs didn't react to how I was feeling, so I tried to ignore it. Thought to myself I was being silly. In the middle of the day, after all, I walked over to the door that leads into the back porch. And as I reached for the handle of the doorknob, it turned by itself, and the door opened. I backed up and watched the door fully open and then out of nowhere completely close again by itself. My heart was racing fast. My aunt's boxer dog was standing in front of me with his attention on the door. He was tensed up, growling, and ready to pounce at whatever was in front of me. I waited to see what would happen, and all of a sudden there was a loud boom sound on the side of the porch door. It was so loud, everybody just ran over to see what happened, and I couldn't explain any of it. This was my last straw. I decided to tell my aunt that night everything I had experienced in her house. With all the experiences I've had so far while living with my aunt and her family in her home, I decided to sit down with her and let her know everything that happened to me. I'd tell her about the ghost children, the apparition of the man that I saw, and the door that opened and closed by itself during the middle of the day. My aunt then began to explain to me my family's connection to being able to feel, hear, and talk with the other side. Apparently, it was mostly just the women on our side of the family. There were a few men, including one of her young boys, that had this ability. She explained to me that I was a little bit different. That's because not only my father's side had this ability, but also women in my mother's side as well. She told me I was strong with my ability, but since I was afraid and wouldn't open myself to it, I couldn't do the things that she or her mother could do. And that was because I was so afraid that, there's all these different entities and they're attracted to my energy. Unfortunately, it would be something that I could not turn off on my own without practice and meditation. Then she revealed to me something that, until this day, I'm not really sure if I believe yet. She told me that I was extremely highly protected by quote-unquote something. She couldn't really clearly see what was protecting me, but she couldn't tell if it was an ancestral spirit or just my guardian angel. But she told me if I were to have a psychic or fortune teller, if the person who truly had these abilities, the entity protecting me would not allow for them to read me. Apparently told her that because she's my family, it didn't have to protect me from her, so I was completely shocked by this. I have an extremely high respect for the other side, whether it's ghosts or otherwise. I don't try to provoke or draw these beings to me, and I've never pursued finding out what it is that's actually protecting me. I have accepted that, unfortunately. I do have this connection, and, well, maybe one day I'll not be so afraid to open myself to what I can really do. After everything my aunt shared with me, I was a little bit unnerved about everything. Everything I knew that was now inside her house. She told me the ghost children were connected to the land, but they were no threat to us. They were here mostly because of the energy of her own children being in the house. And she did also tell me that she couldn't see or feel the apparition of the man that I saw. She knew something was inside of their son's room, but it was always hiding from her. She told me the door that opened by itself was something that was like somewhere outside of her home. It was living out there, and was trying to find a way to come inside. Whatever this thing was tried to use my fear to find a way inside of her home. And this particular entity was something very negative. That day it merely hit the wall on the outside of the door because my protector would not allow it to enter, no matter how scared I was. The last thing that happened to me at this house was one night I'm watching TV after everyone was asleep. Started to hear and feel somebody tapping on the window that was above my bed. I had the curtain closed, and for some reason I was a little afraid to look outside. Then the tapping noise started to move, and it tapped my window, moved up and down the wall of my room and up to the ceiling. My heart started to race at this point. Then it stopped at the ceiling, and I actually started to hear footsteps on the ceiling. I was freaking out now. Backed up toward my door, and I was ready to go and get my aunt. Then I heard something fall and hit the ground outside of my window. I'm not too sure what I heard after that, but I think it was something like growling. At the same exact moment, my aunt's boxer dog was outside my front door, scratching at my door and barking. Went over and let him in, and he ran and jumped up on my bed and started barking at whatever was outside. Everyone woke up, and my aunt was able to calm down her dog. She knew the thing was out there. She said that it was going to seal my window and sage my room to cleanse. This thing was very attracted to my energy, and it was very angry that I was too protected to get to me. That's probably one of the scariest experiences I had in that house. Literally, about a week later, I got super lucky and finally found my own place to live and moved out. My aunt ended up giving me her boxer. That's because she said the dog and my protector were now attached, and I had even more protection. All of these events happened about 5 years or more ago now, and I've accepted my abilities for what they are. I don't allow for these beings to infest my life or my loved ones. I keep myself always surrounded by positive energy, and thankfully, I'm living a peaceful enough life. Message from the boy in the blue striped shirt. I noticed a few weird things happen in my place. Tried my hardest to ignore it. I practiced meditating and keeping myself calm and balanced. That way I can control the fear I had. There were a few constant things that continued happening that I could not explain. First thing was my wallet. I always put my wallet inside my purse hanging from the doorknob of my closet door. There were numerous times I'd find my wallet in really random places. I'd wake up and find it on the floor at the foot of my bed. I'd find it laying on the windowsill inside my bedroom. My wallet at the time was a zipper wallet with a loop for your wrist attached to it. It was one time I found it hanging from the hook of where I hung my towel in the bathroom. Super weird. There was even one time my roommate left it hanging from the room doorknob. Told her I didn't know where it was, and she said she found the wallet on top of the washing machine in the laundry room. It became pretty obvious that something was trying to get my attention. Then I started seeing really weird shadows from the corners of my eyes. Started right after my roommate's boyfriend had moved in with us. They would be strange, fast-moving, blurry shadows. As soon as I would try to look at whatever was moving, it would just dash out of my viewpoint. Really didn't get it. One night, I stayed up in the living room after my roommates had gone to sleep, and I saw a very dark, slow-moving shadow going across the doorway to the kitchen, going through the wall that leads to outside of the apartment. I was really scared because this thing was completely black and solid. Even though I didn't feel anything negative about it, I was not sure really what to do. I actually got up and opened the front door just to see if I could see where it went, and saw nothing. I ended up asking my roommate if she saw anything, and she told me that she had never seen anything like that before. Didn't want to frighten her, so I didn't mention anything else about her. About maybe 2 weeks or so after that experience, I started to see the boy in the blue striped shirt. He wasn't really a small child, he was more of a teenager. I want to say maybe 15 or 16. The first time I saw him, he was sitting on the stairs behind the stairway that led to my apartment. Saw him through the cracks in the steps on the other side of the stairway. Never seen him before, and since he had his back to me, I didn't really say anything to him and continued walking to my apartment. As I reached my apartment, I had a view into the sort of back forested area of the apartment complex, and I saw this kid running into the forested area. I froze because there's no way he could run that fast from the second floor stairs to the bottom and run across the parking lot into the forest. didn't even hear any footsteps or anything, and I knew immediately then that there was something else. After this, I would see him on and off near the apartment building, or sometimes near my actual apartment door. He'd never look at me or recognize that I was staring at him, but it happened so much I got used to it. I was able to keep myself being afraid and ignored him. One night I got home from work pretty late. Went to sleep rather quickly after taking a shower. Around maybe 1 a.m., my dog started barking into my room. I got up angry because I just didn't want him to wake up anyone else. As I just sit up in my bed, just getting ready to yell at my dog, this kid is standing by the door to my room, staring off into space. Didn't notice I was staring at him. And at this point, I'm completely frozen. My dog stops barking and is just tensed up next to my bed with his attention completely on this kid. Then out of nowhere, this apparition slowly moves himself in my direction and starts to walk toward my bed. He stops halfway, and then he started speaking. At first he sounded muffled, but then I clearly heard him saying to me, it's demons, don't be fooled, everything is because of demons." The way he said it was so strange, like he had to tell me, and it was pretty quick. Right after I heard this, he completely disappeared and my light switch flicked up and my lights turned on. Heard the light switch flick back up, but I was completely frozen solid in my bed. Afterwards, my dog calmed down like nothing happened, jumped up out of my bed to sleep with me. Didn't dare get up and turn my lights back off. Such an ominous message. Sort of thought maybe he was trying to give me a warning about the apartment. Never saw the kid ever again after this. The moving voices. I've been told from my family that a few of us are sensitive, whether it be paranormal or otherwise. Never really truly opened myself or sought after any of this quote-unquote sensitive natures, but apparently most of my experiences have been because of this connection. I don't have any pictures or evidence, just my own first-hand experiences. My first experience that I remember vividly and have perfect memory of is when my family moved away from my childhood home when I was around 13. We'd been living in the new house for about a month or so and started having some strange things happen to me. It seemed that I was the only one who noticed things even happening. During this time, my parents were fighting quite often. I grew accustomed to hearing them arguing in their room, but then one night, I heard them arguing and I stepped into the hallway to use the restroom. And as soon as I stepped outside of my room, the arguing stopped. Both of my parents were asleep. Everyone was asleep in the house. I'm not sure what I heard. I was young and confused and thought maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. But the next night, it was the same thing. I would hear mumbling far away and voices arguing. Just to step into the hallway and hear nothing but silence. Then one night it got even stranger. Stayed up very late, almost into the morning, and for some reason I just couldn't get to sleep. Turned off my TV just to try to shut my eyes. Everything was very quiet, and then suddenly started to hear the voices again, far away arguing. The voices started to become louder somehow. Then they started to move. Tried as hard as I could to understand what the voices were saying, but I couldn't distinguish any words. Then I heard them by my front door, then in front of my closet, then at the foot of my bed. I was so scared I jumped out of bed and turned on all my lights. Stood there waiting to see if I could hear the voices again, but it didn't happen again. After that night, I slept with my TV or my radio on. I would sleep with headphones in my ears so I wouldn't hear the voices. A few months later, we moved out of that house and I never heard the voices again. This was something that did affect me at a young age, and never forgot the experience. It was one of my first experiences that I considered to be paranormal. The shadow figure at the park. This experience I actually shared with an old friend of mine who was staying with me for a week. This didn't happen to me, which actually made it a little bit less scary for me. And since usually stuff would happen only when I was alone, my friend, who I'm going to call L for privacy, had come over during his vacation time from work, decided to stay with me. He was living in a different state at the time, and he would visit his family during the day and then come back to the apartment at night to sleep. Towards the middle of that week, I finally had a day off from work the next day. We had agreed to hang out that night. He picked me up at my job after work, and this was almost 10 p.m. Picked up some takeout and drove to the small park in my apartment complex to eat. We walked over to one of the 2 picnic tables that were at this park, and we were there for maybe an hour just eating our food, reminiscing about old times, and just joking around and having a good time. Suddenly, I felt some really heavy energy in that atmosphere. It was a familiar but still creepy as hell feeling. Kinda froze up and got really quiet and had the urge to get up and look around. I ignored what I was feeling and stayed sitting at the table. L was now giving me a funny look. He asked me if I was okay, and I told him yes. I was starting to get a bit used to this stuff just randomly happening. Didn't want to make a big deal about it to my friend. I then felt like someone was staring at me from a distance. I got chills up and down my arms. And apparently, my friend had some sort of strange feeling too, because I saw him slightly jump up in his seat at the same time that I got this feeling. We looked at each other and we were quiet for a few seconds. And then he asked me if all of a sudden I felt cold. Told him yes. Yeah, I felt cold, and then told him that we should go back to the apartment. We got up, started packing up our trash, walked away from the picnic table and went over to the trash bin, which was to my right. It was near the sidewalk. Turned around, and I can see my friend had stopped and picked up the trash since he was answering a text message on his phone, and well, right behind him on the second picnic table was a shadow figure sitting at the table. I froze and was completely getting chills all over. I automatically assumed, because of my sensitivity to these things, that I was maybe the only one who could see it. My friend then noticed that I was staring behind him. He turned around, my friend jumped back, dropping his phone in the process, and ran over to where I was in panic. I asked him in a whisper if he could see it. He whispered back to me, "Holy shit, is that real?" I told him I could see it as clear as day. We both froze up, stood there super quiet while the shadow just sat there not moving at all. This figure had no discernible shape. It was not in the shape of a person or anything. It was just a round black shadow that only had shoulders and a head. And as I was staring at it, I started to get a sick feeling in my stomach. Started to pray silently in my head that this thing would go away. And suddenly it just randomly vanished. I swear it must have been sitting there for almost the longest 2 or 3 minutes of my life. And as soon as it vanished, we both ran straight to my friend's rental car, with him briefly stopping to grab his phone. Jumped into the car and locked the doors. L started the car, and as he was starting to back up out of the parking space, we both heard 2 bangs on the hood of his car. We screamed. He literally did almost a burnout as we drove away from the parking area. He drove fast as hell to where my apartment building was, parked the first guest parking he saw. We then both literally ran straight to my apartment. Eventually, after a long while, we both managed to calm down and talk about what happened. I explained to him the stuff that had happened to me since I moved to the apartment. He was completely freaked out. Told me to come stay with him in his family's house because he didn't feel safe. Didn't feel safe with me staying there alone, really. I explained to him it didn't matter. This stuff happens to me all the time at random places. Doesn't matter where I go. After a while of him trying to convince me, I agreed, and we stayed at his family's house for the rest of that week. Obviously, I did have to come back to my apartment after he left. He felt really sympathetic toward me and was genuinely afraid for me. Still lives in another state and calls every once in a while to check up on me. And I, of course, avoided that little park in the apartment complex like the plague after that. Bus stop experience. I had moved into a new apartment with a roommate, which was related to a friend of mine. The apartment was located on the opposite side of town, and I was not familiar with this area when I moved there. A lot of these apartments were literally newly built, but a lot of the lots around the area were still being developed, and it was a very, sort of desolate part of town. Most of this area before construction began was large amounts of old farm areas that were unkept and no longer lived on. My fear was literally a beacon as my aunt explained this to me. The very first event I experienced after moving into my new apartment happened within a week. At the time, I didn't have my own car, and besides getting rides from friends, I mostly had to take a bus to get to work. The bus stop I had to walk to was pretty far away from the apartment complex. There's a lot of new construction everywhere in that road and in front of the complex. But there was a gas station and a very small shopping plaza that was mostly empty except for a bunk and a small mop and mom and pop's, or small mop, a small mom and pop grocery store. I used to sometimes stop at this grocery store to get some Starbucks iced coffee before walking up to the bus. One very early morning, I want to say maybe 5:30 a.m., walking to the bus stop, and I know this is bad for a girl to be walking alone, but I had my earbuds in and was just walking along, not really paying attention to my surroundings. And suddenly I got a very cold chill up and down my spine. I got the distinct feeling somebody was walking behind me. I turned around, and obviously no one was there. I got a little nervous, and I left one of my earbuds out just to keep myself a little bit more alert. I continued walking and was almost getting to the shopping plaza when I hear running footsteps behind me. Turned around, continued hearing the footsteps, and basically I'm frozen in fear, and I couldn't move any further, and then I hear something rustle in the bushes next to the sidewalk. It's very close to me, and the footsteps stop. I caught my breath, and for some reason, the energy I felt was not a positive one. So I decided to sprint to the little grocery store in the plaza. Calm myself down long enough to walk over and buy what I needed. Then I realized I had another 7 or 8 minute walk to get to the bus stop. As I neared the door to leave the store, in the parking lot, I see as clear as day a figure of a man that seems like he was standing in his own fog. Honestly, I couldn't tell any of his features, but as soon as he seemed to realize I saw him completely vanished. I looked around me to see if somebody else had seen it, but it was 5:50 a.m. at this point, and no one in the store was with me except for the person at the register. I gathered my courage and forced myself to walk to the bus stop. And as I'm waiting for the bus to arrive, I again started to feel a shiver and my heartbeat quickened. I got up from the bench where I was waiting and starting to look around, but I couldn't see anything. Then I swear as I breathed, I heard something directly in my ear. It was the voice of a man saying, "I'm sorry." As I'm typing this, I literally have chills just remembering the sound of his voice. I instantly knew it was the figure I had seen in the parking lot. Stood there so freaked out, almost in tears, and the bus finally came to stop to get me. And after this happened to me, paid my friend to drive me to work for the next 2 months. The man behind the glass.
Since I was a kid, I've had a few strange, unexplainable things happen to me. But this one is the first time I truly questioned reality. I was about 13, just back from school. I lived in a small apartment building on the second floor, and normally I'd take the elevator because, long day plus heavy backpack equals no stairs, please. But that day, even though my hand reached for the elevator handle, I suddenly pulled back, and I don't know why. Something deep inside whispered, "Don't." So I took the stairs, and on the top right by the door to the corridor, there was a small window high up so kids couldn't really peek through it. Still, when I passed it, I froze. Through that window, I saw an old man, pale, still, and staring at me. Never seen him before. Figured he was living, maybe visiting someone. There were 4 apartments on my floor, but something about him felt off. I grabbed the door handle and I was ready to greet him. The moment my fingers touched it, he vanished. No sound, no movement, just gone. For years, I told myself it was my imagination or maybe a trick of the light. I didn't tell anyone. Even tried to forget his face because it was gray and hollow, like life had been drained out of it. But 6 years later, something happened that brought everything back. My little nephew, he was about maybe a year and a half old, actually. And that's when he was running around my parents' house while we were in the pool. His mom was watching him when suddenly he stopped and stepped back and pointed at the sofa and he started crying. We rushed over and asked what was wrong, and he said, trembling, "Mommy, there's no man under the sofa." At first, we panicked, thinking maybe somebody broke in. My dad sometimes did come in through the back door after work, but there was no one there, nothing. Just the empty living room and a crying child. 3 years later, when he was older, he mentioned it again and pretty calm this time. He said he saw the same old man with gray skin, tall and standing right next to my mom, and the way he described that face, it was the same one I saw through the little window. And to this day, I have no idea who he was, but I am sure that we both saw the same man. The Whisper by the River. This is a story my mother told me from her teenage years when she lived in a quiet village tucked deep within one of the Philippine Islands. Happened sometime in the late 1970s. When my mother first entered high school, she met a girl who shared the same first name. They bonded quickly over music and sketches, the way both of them loved to sing while walking home from school. They became inseparable. One morning, her friend didn't show up for class, and the teachers didn't seem too worried, but the whole village was small. People always knew who lived where, and after school, my mother decided to visit her friend's house near the riverbank to check in. But on her way there, a group of classmates stopped her. "Don't go near that house," one of them said. My mother asked why not, and one girl said with wide eyes, "Because they eat people." My mother rolled her eyes, and she'd heard that rumor before. The family by the river practiced something dark, but she never believed it. Her friend was kind, and her food tasted normal, and her laughter was real. So my mother continued walking. It was 4:30 in the afternoon, and the river shimmered gold with the lowering sun. And then from a distance, my mother saw a woman crouched by the shallow water. She thought maybe the woman was washing clothes or relieving herself, but as she got closer, she noticed something strange. The woman's hair was tangled white, almost glowing against her black dress soaked to the hem. Then my mother heard her murmuring over and over, "I wish the sun would set soon, I wish the sun would set soon." That's basically when my mother's courage broke. She ran home so fast her slippers nearly flew off. That night, she tried to convince herself the woman was just ill, maybe even out of her mind. She blew out the candle lamp beside her mat and lay down on the bamboo floor of the nipa hut. Around midnight, she woke to a faint rustling beneath her. At first, she thought it was a rat. Then she felt a cold pressure against her back, something moving under the bamboo slats. Slowly, between the cracks, bony fingers began to emerge. Long, thin, colorless fingers searching and tapping and feeling. She froze and the fingers withdrew and there was silence. Then she felt them again, pressing through, and this time poking her back, pinching and digging. The pain was sharp and burning, and she couldn't scream, she couldn't breathe. Tears slipped from her eyes in silence. Then suddenly their cat hissed and bolted, knocking over the candle lamp. The noise startled everyone, and my grandfather grabbed his bolo and rushed outside, following the cat's furious screeches. There, in the moonlight, he saw the cat clawing at a large black bird as he raised the bolo. The creature twisted, and its feathers were rippling and its shape blurring until it turned into a wild boar that fled into the trees. Shocked, my grandfather shouted into the darkness, "Come back here and I'll hunt you down myself." He stayed awake, guarding the house until dawn. The next day, my mother went to school, but her friend never came back and no one saw her again. The Man by the River's End. When my grandparents screwed that up quick. When my grandparents were still newly married, they had a neighbor who was a fisherman. And every dawn, after casting his net in the river, he'd haul his catch to a small bamboo stall at the market square. My grandmother often kind of bought from him. And over time, they became good friends. On days when she was short on cash, the kind man would smile and say, "You can pay me next time, just take the fish." One afternoon, my grandmother noticed a small crowd gathered around the empty stall. The neighbors murmured that the fisherman hadn't showed up for days, and with the village feast coming soon, everybody was hoping he'd return. An old woman decided to check on him, and since my grandmother knew him well, she went along. When they reached his hut near the edge of the forest, the door was locked and windows were shuttered tight. The old woman called out, but a rough voice from inside yelled, "Go away!" And they both froze. My grandmother spoke softly and said, "Tadang, it's me." After a pause, the latch creaked and the fisherman opened the door. The room smelt of salt and damp wood, with piles of salt scattered across the floor. And at one corner stood a long bamboo spear. The fisherman looked exhausted with his eyes sunken and beard unkempt. It's as if he hadn't slept in days. My grandmother asked what was wrong, and he whispered that something or someone had been watching him. He told them it began about a week ago, while fishing by the river. He'd noticed a man standing far away, half hidden among the trees. And at first he thought nothing of it. The man and his wife lived at the farthest end of the river in a hut few dared to visit. Wanting to be friendly, the fisherman decided to drop by and introduce himself. He greeted the couple with a smile and offered them fish for lunch. The man refused politely, saying they had no money. The fisherman laughed, saying it was a gift. Grateful, they invited him to share lunch with them. The wife began cleaning the fish outside while the man chopped firewood. Waiting inside, the fisherman thought maybe to help season the fish, and he went to look for salt. So he searched the shelves and then the jars under the sink, and that's when he smelled something foul. He opened a jar and nearly fainted because inside were small grayish human fingers. Baby fingers. Terrified, he crawled out through a hole under the bamboo floor and ran. He could hear someone shouting behind him, but didn't dare look back. When he finally did, he saw the man from the hut chasing him with his eyes blazing and froth from the mouth. He ran faster than he ever had, praying out loud until he reached the village. And since that day, he never left his house. He said he could hear whispers at night and footsteps on his roof and something scratching his windows. Sometimes someone would whistle, softly, mockingly, trying to lure him out. He spread salt and kept the bamboo spear close, claiming it was the only thing keeping them away. A few days later, the fisherman was gone. His door left ajar, salt scattered everywhere, but no sign of him. Some said he went mad after losing his wife years ago. Others believed the spirits from the river took him. My grandparents said they didn't know what to believe, only that after that day, no one ever fished near the river again. The River and the Wolf. I'm 40 now, but when I was around 15, my uncle lent my parents his cabin up in the far north of Quebec. It's wild country. It took forever to reach that place, driving through endless forests and dirt roads with no neighbors and no electricity, just silence and pines. I loved it there. The land stretched forever, and best of all, a cold, clear river ran straight through it. The water came straight from the mountains, freezing, but pure enough to drink. Had a wicked current, too, because in the deep part it reached my chest and I couldn't even stand against it. One afternoon, I grabbed my float board and I thought, why not hike upriver and let the current carry me back? Sounded brilliant at the time, and I'd been in those woods before. Deer, a couple of bears, nothing major, and I really wasn't scared and shouldn't have been. The hike was gorgeous, and at one point I spotted a bear cub drinking at the far shore, and it was adorable. Until the mom showed up. She looked at me once, decided I wasn't worth the trouble, and wandered off with her cub, and it gave me false confidence. Honestly, I walked for hours carefree, thinking, you can't get lost if you follow the river, which is idiot logic. Eventually, the path got rough, and there were branches everywhere, and the ground was soft and wet. To stay close to the river, I had to push through thick brush, and I could still see the water glittering through the trees to my left. Then came that feeling. The forest went dead quiet. No wind, no birds, just pressure in the air, and my skin was prickling. I froze because something was on my right, and I turned my head slowly, and there it was. A huge black shape between the trees, two faint yellow eyes staring straight at me. 15 feet away, not moving. Neither of us moved. I realized it wasn't a bear. It was a wolf, black as night, bigger than any bear I'd seen. And it wasn't curious. It was calculating. I remembered my cat once freezing like that before pouncing on a bird. And that was the thought that hit me. I'm the bird. To my left, 10 feet away, was the river, blocked by thorny bushes, and couldn't really think. I just ran. I crashed through branches, scratched my arms and face, and dove headfirst into the icy water. The current grabbed me, yanked me away like a leaf, and I didn't look back, and I didn't dare. Later, when I told my uncle about the huge black wolf, he laughed and said there weren't any wolves in that area, and it was just my imagination. I mean, maybe he's right, but sometimes even now, when I'm in the woods at night, I still see those two little yellow dots staring from the dark. Step into the shadows with Paranormal M. We explore hauntings, cursed objects, and chilling secrets. Subscribe today and let the mystery find you. The Night They Came Home. This is a story that's been told in my family for over a century and a half. And since Halloween is near, it feels right to tell it again. My third great-grandmother, we're going to call her Clara. Again. Maybe the youngest of 6, and when the Civil War began, 2 of her siblings had already passed away. and her two older brothers, Samuel and Henry, joined the Union Army. The family were staunch abolitionists. Their farmhouse in Illinois was even rumored to stop on the Underground Railroad. By 1863, Clara was 15. The war was dragging on, and months had passed without a single letter from Samuel or Henry. It wasn't unusual, of course. Mail could take forever to travel through battlefields and muddy county roads. And then came one of those storms that seems to split the world in two. The rain came in torrents, and the wind screamed through the shutters, and the thunder rolled so violently it shook the floors. Still, Clara and her parents felt safe. The house was sturdy, built by Clara's grandfather himself. The only real worry was an old maple tree just outside her parents' window. It was massive. It was dead for years, but with the roots deep enough to hold through most anything. Clara was nearly asleep when she heard her name. It was Samuel's voice, clear as day, and she told herself it was her imagination. Then she heard it again, and Henry this time, so close it made her sit up. Then suddenly, the blanket was yanked from her bed. That was Henry's old trick when she wouldn't get up for chores. Lightning flashed outside, and for a brief, blinding second, she saw them both, Samuel and Henry, standing at the foot of her bed, their Union blues dark and soaked, and their faces pale, their coats stained with blood, and she screamed. Her parents burst into the room, and her mother holding a lamp, but the boys were gone, and Clara told them that, exactly what it was that she had seen. Her father did his best to calm her and said it was just a nightmare. Maybe it was brought on by worry. Then the thunder cracked again, louder and closer, and the sound of splintering wood tore through the house. The old maple tree had fallen. It had came straight through her parents' roof, smashing their bed into pieces. And if Clara hadn't screamed, they would have been asleep beneath it. Weeks later, the family received official notice. Samuel and Henry had both been killed 2 months before that storm. And until the day Clara died, she swore that her brothers came home that night, not to haunt her, but to save their parents. The Visitor by Moonlight. Over the weekend, I stayed at my grandma's house. Friday and Saturday night, actually. On Saturday, we were watching some late-night TV in her room. And eventually, both of us drifted off to sleep. Around 5 a.m., I woke up with that familiar, anxious pit in my stomach. The kind that squeezes your chest and makes you feel like something's wrong, even when it's not. It wasn't the first time. My anxiety has a habit of waking me up like that. The room was dark, except for a faint stream of moonlight slipping through the blinds. When my eyes adjusted, I turned my head toward my grandma's side of the bed and froze. There was a tall, dark figure standing there, a shadow. No face, no features, but the shape of a head and shoulders and body. And I could feel it looking at me. I don't know how I knew that, but I did, and my body reacted before my mind could catch up. I made this low, panic sound, like a groan or half yell. My grandma stirred beside me, shifting a little bit, but not waking up. And as she moved, the shadow slowly turned and walked out of the room calmly, just walked away. I stayed there completely still. My heart was thudding. When I finally dared to look at my grandma, she was snoring softly, so it wasn't her. And for some reason, I knew it was a man. My grandpa used to sleep in his room and on the very side of the bed I was in. Passed away 2 years ago. Figure wasn't his size or shape, and my grandpa was shorter and heavier. And this thing was tall and lean. I lay there trying to make sense of it, but my brain just kept looping. wasn't him, so who or what was it? The Typist in the Vault. I heard this one secondhand, but it stuck with me. Came from a guy I used to work with, a painfully practical fellow. The kind who double-checks his receipts and irons his socks. The sort of man who wouldn't exaggerate even if it earned him a raise. In the late 1980s, he was a junior programmer at a small town credit union in Washington State. The office was inside this creaky brick building. It used to be a law firm, back when men wore hats to work. One evening, he stayed late debugging some code, and everybody else had gone home. The fluorescent lights were buzzing, and the air felt heavy with that after-hours quiet. Then he noticed it, a soft, uneven tack-tack-tack. Not the quick rhythm of a keyboard, but the hesitant pecking of a typewriter. It was old school and manual sounding. He paused and listened and called out, "Hello?" No answer. Sound kept coming. It was faint and deliberate, but he decided to investigate. The desks were empty and chairs pushed in neatly. The noise seemed to come from a side hallway he'd never paid attention to before. At the end of it was a narrow wooden door. It had a brass knob dulled by time. The typing stopped as soon as he had his hand touching it. He opened it anyway. Inside a cramped storage room with boxes of stationery, stacks of ledger paper, and on like a metal filing cabinet, an old black Remington typewriter with no paper in it. There was no ribbon either. It was just sitting there like it had been waiting. He shut the door and left the office without saying a word. Never asked anyone about it. Never mentioned it again until years later, and that's when we were swapping weird stories over lunch. And that's it. No punchline, no haunted finale. And personally, I've really had to gone back, and maybe I left a blank sheet in that thing to see what it wanted to say, but not him. The man didn't have a curious bone in his body. Would you have checked? The Guests at Room 214. I once had a strange night at a Days Inn. It was just outside Round Rock in Texas. It had been one of those exhausting, heavy days. The kind where your chest feels too tight and you can't quite breathe right. At the time, I was lying in bed trying to calm down, and suddenly the air in the room dropped cold, like somebody had opened a freezer door. And then I heard a voice, and it was soft and it was clear as day. "You're safe. You're going to be okay." I looked toward the bathroom, and there he was. Only way I can describe him is halfway between light and shadow. He had eyes, and they were kind ones, but no real mouth. Still, somehow I could hear him. He seemed almost startled that I could even do that. Maybe even as surprised as I was. He told me it had been decades, or in his words, a very long time, he said. That was since anybody could both see and hear him. Then he turned toward the door that connected to the next room and called someone. His voice changed, and it was gentle and encouraging. He said something like, "She's kind, she can see us, don't be afraid, come on through." And after a moment, a second figure peeked in. Only her head at first, through that thin crack between the doors. She kept asking me over and over, "Am I scaring you?" My husband was asleep beside me, turning over in his sleep. That made her flinch back, and the man stayed, though, hovering near the dresser, glancing at me like he wanted to make sure I was still hearing him. I told him quietly that I'd make my husband face the other way so she wouldn't be nervous. I got up twice that night to grab another sweater because it was freezing. I kept telling myself this had to be a dream, but I don't take meds. I'm not the type to imagine things. Eventually, he convinced me to step inside. She said she was worried because she didn't look normal, you could say. I told her I'd be okay with it. When she finally entered, she looked like a white shimmer in the air, almost human-shaped, but with no face, just light. And then she asked me if she could talk to my husband, not to him exactly, but about him. She said she could tell he was a good man, wanted to tell him how wonderful he was. She drifted close to him and whispered things I couldn't quite make out, all warm and kind. He stirred a little and she slipped into the door like a tide pulling away. I asked them if this meant I was going to die soon. The man's eyes softened and I heard a calm, clear no. Only if you choose to. They said that they were trapped there in that motel. At one point, the woman noticed my phone light up and my lock screen photos of one of our dogs, and she smiled and said, "You have 4, right?" I hadn't said anything about that. I showed her another picture and she lit up and said she loved animals. And then behind her, another shape flickered by the curtain. I asked the man if there was more like them. He nodded and said, "They all know you can see us and they want to come." And that one didn't feel right. I said I didn't want that and that the shadow disappeared, but finally turned off the light and they asked if they could stay, and I said yes. I barely slept and I could still feel them there, whispering quietly to each other about how strange and wonderful it was that somebody could see them. When I woke up, the room was still and warm again and they were gone. It wasn't the first time something like this has happened. The first was when I was 12 and I saw a figure walk across our living room. But that time there was no voice, just silence. Ow. During the mid-90s, we lived in a narrow little townhouse. It was on the west side of Edmonton, tucked behind a strip mall and a row of pine trees. Cozy, yes, but absolutely haunted. My husband, her daughter, and I each had our own run-ins during those long years there. Our daughter, who's about 9, sometimes heard a little girl's voice chatting with her in the basement, asking her to come play. One afternoon, she and her best friend saw her doll swing start moving on its own. They came flying up the stairs, pale as a ghost, and another night she swore she saw a man walk out of her tiny office past her open bedroom door and down the hall. That was while her dad was still at work. She'd often end up asleep on the floor beside her bed and saying that she'd been woken by kids laughing and whispering in her room. My husband had his share too, and he'd hear me calling for him in another room only to realize I wasn't even home. I'd be at the pool or the gym with her daughter, and his work bag and tools would get moved around when no one had touched them. He still insists he doesn't believe in ghosts, but the moment I bring that townhouse up, well, he goes quiet and changes the subject. As for me, the weirdness started small. Once I saw the phone cord swinging slowly back and forth in the hallway when no one was around. All the windows were closed. Another time I ran to the convenience store across the street and left the door unlocked because I'd misplaced my keys. When I got back, door locked, I had to go back to the store and call my husband for the spare key. When I returned again, the damn door was unlocked. But the scariest moment happened on a quiet weekday morning around 9. Still in bed reading when suddenly I heard a girl screaming, crying, and pounding on her front door. I bolted down the stairs, barefoot, half tripping over myself, yanked the door open. The noise stopped instantly, and the street outside was empty. Not a soul in sight. Stood there with my heart racing. Sat on the front steps for a while, trying to process what I just experienced. When my husband got transferred a few months later, I couldn't have packed faster. We've had strange things happen since, but nothing as intense as that townhouse. The man at the window. When I was around 13, I used to get terrifying sleep paralysis almost every night. I'd fall asleep fine, but a few hours later I'd wake up frozen and my body completely locked up. My bed was right next to the window back then, and every single time I'd see a tall, shadowy man standing just outside staring in at me. He wore an old-fashioned bowler hat and a long coat, and I could always hear his faint jingling sound, like metal brushing against metal. Eventually, I realized it was a chain, a pocket watch swinging from his hand. The ticking was so sharp it felt like it was drilling into my skull, and I'd try to scream, but I couldn't even move my lips. And after months of this, I finally told my doctor and therapist. They decided to put me on sleep medication. The episode stopped after that, at least for a while. When I was 16, I started seeing this guy, really jealous and really toxic. We were together for about a year and a half, maybe. One afternoon, we're hanging out in my room playing games on my laptop, and out of nowhere, he went pale, like all the blood drained from his face. He turned toward the window, started shaking, and then burst into tears. I'd never seen him cry before. And after I calmed him down, he told me that he saw a tall man outside with a bowler hat and swinging a pocket watch. He said the man told him to leave me, or else something terrible would happen to his family. I had never told him about the sleep paralysis, not even once. And that scared me more than the paralysis ever did. Over the years, weird things kept happening in that house. Doors creaking open and things falling, and the strange sweet smell like burnt sugar drifting through the halls. I used to joke about it and call the figure Mr. Hollis. I don't know why, it just sounded like his name. A few nights ago, I told my grandfather about all this. It's while one of my friends was visiting, and he looked thoughtful and asked, "Did you say Mr. Hollis? And he had a watch?" When I nodded, he just got up and went downstairs without another word. 10 minutes later, he came back holding a small wooden box. Inside was an old pocket watch. It was heavy and tarnished, and on the back, engraved in fading letters, were the words E. Hollis, 1894. He said it belonged to his grandfather, a man who supposedly disappeared one winter's night and was never found. Now I can't stop wondering, was that really just sleep paralysis? When the Walls Remembered. I'm in my 30s now, but the last strange thing happened maybe 2 years ago. At the time, I was living alone in a small one-bedroom apartment on the edge of Seattle. And for weeks before it happened, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. Every time I lay down at night, I felt like that. You know those goosebumps you get in the back of your neck, like you're being stared at? It's exactly like that. And then one night around 3:20 a.m., I woke up with that same heavy feeling. I turned my head slightly toward the doorway, and I felt something shove my face back into the pillow. Not a gentle touch, it was like a firm hand pressing down. I panicked, jumped out of bed, and flipped on every light in the apartment. Checked every room and every corner, and there was nothing. I was completely alone there. But my first brush with the weird stuff started much earlier, when I was about 12. My family, my mom, dad, and older brother, they had just moved into a quiet neighborhood in Arizona. And on the first night there, something was off. My bed was one of those loft styles. Top for sleeping, bottom for a little bit of desk space. Not long after I climbed in, though, the whole frame began to shake, and it wasn't just a small tremor. It felt like someone was gripping the posts and shaking them with all their strength. It went on for several minutes. And it didn't stop there, because every single night the same thing. My parents didn't believe a word of it, though. They thought it was nerves or dreams, but then the alarm clock started going off at random times in the middle of the night. Never twice at the same hour. My dad got furious. He was thinking I was playing with it. I never used that alarm, not once, and for the record, my brother had the same model of bed in his room, and his never moved an inch. After about a year and a half, we moved again, and just like that, nothing. Bed never shook, clock never beeped again. Everything was normal. Years later, though, my dad admitted something that chilled me. One night, he'd heard footsteps in the hallway outside my room. He's thinking, I guess maybe he was only messing around, so he just opened his door to yell at me. Instead of me, he swore that he saw a tall, shadowy figure standing right in front of my door. He ducked back into his room immediately and didn't come out until morning. When he told me that, I asked why he never believed me. He said he just couldn't accept that kind of thing could be real, until it happened to him. I don't talk that much about these things. Only a handful of people. But sometimes I think about that house and the shaking and the alarms and the shadow. I wonder if maybe the walls are still remembering us. The Quiet Corner. I've never been the superstitious type. Strange things have happened before, sure, but I can usually talk myself out of believing anything weird is real. That was until this week. There are only 2 experiences in my life that I simply couldn't explain. Now, there's a third. So here's what happened, and I'd really appreciate hearing if anybody's been through something like it. A 23-year-old female. I was lying in my bed and scrolling on my phone through a bunch of social media and commenting on everything I see. I was waiting for my boyfriend, who's a 25-year-old male, to come back from brushing his teeth. Our bed sits right up against the wall under the window. We have a dog, a small mutt, crawled up behind my knees under the blanket. The room was dark except for the bluish glow from the streetlights outside. They leak right through the blinds, and the air from the open window moved the curtains a little bit. Everything felt normal. And then I noticed movement, a shape on the side of the bed. It looked exactly like someone my boyfriend's height, but just standing there. Head tilted a bit, slightly down and hands at his sides. Thought he was just trying to freak me out, I guess. Well, maybe it was payback or something. Well, I blinked and I even reached out like I expected to bump into him. There's nothing. My heart skipped, but I forced myself to laugh it off, and I told myself the light from the street must be messing with my eyes. I kept my phone's flashlight on just to make sure he couldn't sneak up on me. And then I felt something, a quick light pressure on my ankle, almost like a finger tab. I froze, yanked my leg back, and aimed my flashlight toward the foot of the bed, and my dog lifted his head but didn't move, still half asleep. I started breathing slower, trying to convince myself it was just the blanket shifting. But then it happened again, and longer this time, like someone dragging their hand up through the blanket, enough to wrinkle the fabric against my leg. I jumped up so fast and nearly fell over the nightstand trying to reach the light switch. I shouted for my boyfriend to hurry up, and he called back something like, "I'm coming, relax." I couldn't even answer, my hands were shaking. When he finally came out, I told him what happened, and he looked concerned. But before I could say more, a scream echoed from outside. It was a woman's voice, sharp and desperate. It wasn't right next to our building, but it was close enough to sound too real, and she yelled something like, "Please help." And then I swear I heard, "He's here." And then it stopped, and it was silence. Not even a car in the distance. I called the police trembling, but by the time they picked up, I didn't even know what to report. My boyfriend checked outside, nobody there. It's been 2 days since that night. I still keep the light on when I go to bed, and I'm supposed to take a solo drive across the country next month. I used to be excited. Now I'm not so sure I'll enjoy the dark stretches of highway quite the same way. The thing on the rooftop. Hello, friends. What I'm about to share is one of the scariest things that's ever happened to me. And, by the way, it's not fake. It's the first time in my life I've ever seen something that I truly believe was a ghost. I live in a small town in Chhattisgarh. It's in India. And every night after dinner I step outside for a smoke, and kind of my daily routine. Just a short walk from my house is a row of old government quarters surrounded by trees. And that night everything started as usual. It was summer and the air was hot, so I bought a bottle of cold water from the fridge. Around 11:30 p.m., while smoking, talking to my girlfriend on the phone, I stood near the small black gate that leads into the colony. The gate was always closed at night, and I remember checking it earlier, and it was definitely locked. While chatting, I turned my head slightly upward, just casually, and that's when I saw it. On the roof of one of the quarters stood a tall, black, human-shaped figure. At first, I thought it was someone from the building. Maybe they were out late to take down their dried clothes. But something just didn't feel right. The figure wasn't moving normally. It didn't even look like it was standing on solid ground, more like it was floating or leaning backward unnaturally. For a second, I thought my eyes were playing tricks, and maybe the darkness made it look strange. But then I swear the thing moved. It leaned back slowly, as if it was melting into the shadows behind the rooftop. And then it was gone. No sound, no footsteps, just silence. My heart started pounding, and I quickly walked toward the quarters to check the gate, and it was still closed. Nobody could have gone up or down without opening it, and I stood there frozen with the cigarette in my hand, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. I'm writing this now because my mind just can't process it. I've been outside that same place hundreds of nights, doing the same thing. Never like this ever happened before. And I don't know if you believe in ghosts, but I'm telling you after tonight I'm 100% sure they do exist. If anybody wants, I can post pictures of the area and the quarters. So thanks for reading, my friends. I hope I never see that thing again. Stay safe and don't go smoking alone at midnight. Don't tell me what to do. But maybe take his advice. The house that didn't want us there. Me, my mom, my stepdad, and all three of my brothers, we rented this beach house in Outer Banks. We were planning to stay 2 whole weeks, and the place looked perfect online. 3 floors, ocean view, big balcony. When we got there, it was pretty big. I mean, me and 2 of my brothers shared a room with bunk beds in the middle floor. My oldest brother got his own room downstairs, and our parents stayed at the far end of our hallway. That first night I couldn't sleep. My middle brother couldn't either, and our little one. They were totally passed out. It was like nothing happened. But for us, every time I started drifting off, something strange would happen. Like scratching sounds with faint knocking or whispers we couldn't place. One night, me and my brother decided to just check it out. We climbed to the top floor. Everyone else was asleep and the lights were off, but we could hear this light tapping near the big balcony window. It was so high up, no tree could have reached it. We bolted back downstairs, slammed the door, and locked ourselves in. When we told our parents the next morning, my mom just said, "I don't like the feeling of this house." Even my oldest brother admitted he'd been awake all night because he felt off. By the end of that week, things got worse, and we left 3 days early, and none of us had ever talked about that house again. It's like it didn't want us there. The top floor was the kitchen and living room. A big open space with windows everywhere and that huge balcony overlooking the beach. That was where we'd hear the scratching most nights. During the day, we'd play board games like Uno and charades. Nothing creepy, but every now and then I'd feel something watching us through that balcony glass. I'd turn around fast, nothing there, but it felt real, like something pressing its stare into my back. One night I told my brother we shouldn't step outside for some air, and we circled around to where the balcony was, expecting to find a bird or maybe loose branches scraping the wall. There was nothing, and it was completely still. And then out of nowhere we heard this small boy giggling, soft but close. We thought it was our little brother sneaking around, but when we realized he was inside asleep, we just ran back in faster than we ever had. When we told our parents, they checked outside, came back and said, "There's no one out there. Are you sure you didn't imagine it?" And I swear that moment made me question my own sanity. Our floor was the middle one, bedrooms and one long hallway. The fifth night was the worst, and ironically, it was the only night I managed to fall asleep for a while. Around midnight, I woke to slow footsteps outside a room. Thought maybe it was my mom heading to the bathroom, but when I peeked out, there was no one there, and then I saw a faint glow from upstairs, the kitchen light, I think. I could have sworn we turned that off, so I went up to check. The air up there was heavy and still, like the ocean had stopped breathing. No one was around, and for some reason I walked toward the balcony, which is the biggest mistake. I opened the door and looked down, and there she was, a woman standing on the sand below, and she was pale and her hair long and dark. They were wearing something like white, like an old nightgown. Her eyes were completely blacked out. She wasn't moving, just looking up at me. And yet she looked familiar, like somebody I'd seen before. As for the bottom floor, where my oldest brother stayed, we never found out much. He said he'd hear footsteps above him, even when everyone was asleep, so he never stayed in that room again for the second night. And none of us have been back to the Outer Banks since. Nextly, we have the house that wouldn't stay quiet. I think it all began early this year, and let me just take you right into it. For context, I'll start with the house. I live in a big, quiet home in Massachusetts with my fiancé and his parents. I've been here almost 4 years now, and we stay in the lower level. It's completely finished. More like a little apartment than a basement. The place was built around 2002, and one of the first odd things I noticed about this property was that when you look it up on Google Maps, it seems to show up as an old chapel site. But the actual chapel, according to Google, is about 1.5 miles down the road. Strange little coincidence, right? Anyway, I just brushed it off, and, well, until I started seeing something. Out of the corner of my eye, I'd catch this pale gray figure near the small kitchen area at night. At first, I figured I was imagining it. I'd had a few glasses of wine those nights, so maybe that was it. But it kept happening, even when I was totally sober, and it was tall. Almost human-shaped, but never clear enough to see a face. Just a blur that would vanish if I turned my head. By March, my fiancé's mom posted something on Facebook that caught my eye. She works in healthcare like me, and she asked if anybody else had ever brought something home from the hospital. She said that she felt like somebody was watching her, and that freaked me out, and I messaged her right away. I told her what I'd been seeing downstairs. She burned sage in the house soon after, and honestly, it seemed to help for a while. Then came April 23rd, and she made another post saying that she needed another cleansing because the knocking sounds were back. The dogs were barking at empty hallways again. That night I woke up to go to the bathroom, and as soon as my feet touched the floor, the printer across the room turned itself on and filled the whole space with light. My heart dropped. I just did my business, turned over, and tried to sleep again. A bit later, I'm half asleep when I just felt the bed jolt, like someone had hit the corner of it. And then I felt a breeze move my hair and I froze, pulled the blanket up over my head, and didn't move again until that morning. On May 9th, my fiance's mom posted again. She said she saw a thick black shape float past the hallway, and coincidentally that same weekend my fiance and I were away in Vermont. When I came home, I didn't see her post until 2 days later. That was about what happened on Mother's Day. May 12th, and that day already hurt. Marked 1 year since I lost my baby. It also happened to be Mother's Day. That's horrible. I was inside fixing plates for dinner when I saw something drift past the hallway and low to the ground. It was darker than the shadows around it. It moved toward the spot right near her basement door. Later, when I asked my fiance's mom about her own sighting, she said it was in that exact same spot. And as we're talking, the smoke alarms went off for no reason at all. So far, the only ones who've seen or felt anything are me, my fiance's mom, and his sister. The men haven't seen a thing, and I hate being alone in this house now. The air just feels heavy, like something's waiting. And I work with a woman who's kind of a paranormal investigator. I told her the story, and she stopped me mid-sentence to ask, "Do you light candles often?" I said I used to, but not lately. She said, "Something keeps saying to me, go ahead and light that candle. Please don't." Turns out the original home that stood in this property burned down decades ago. The detached garage out back is the only thing that survived. So yeah, I'm officially done lighting candles. The Green Monk at number 42. It had been maybe a week since I moved into this chilly little 70s flat on the edge of town. It's the kind of place where the walls seem to hum at night. And on my first night alone there, I decided to distract myself with some creepy Reddit stories on YouTube. The air felt heavy though, like the flat itself was holding its breath, and even Milo, my greyhound I inherited with the lease, didn't seem to care. They were sprawled out beside me, twitching to sleep like he was chasing ghosts. And just as video ad started buffering, I heard a faint shuffle from the corridor. Not the pipes this time, but something slower and deliberate. I paused listening, and when I peeked out, the hallway was still empty. The dim orange light from the stairwell barely reached my door. I was about to close it again. That's when I saw movement, a small, hunched figure in the corner of my vision coming up the stairs. My stomach dropped. The person was dressed in a long robe like an old monk, moving painfully slow. I slammed the door shut and leaned against it, and every hair on my arm standing on end. Milo didn't stir. I thought about jumping from the kitchen window, second floor with concrete below. Not ideal. Instead, I convinced myself I was being ridiculous. I opened the door again and looked down the stairwell. And he was still there, and this time I could see him clearly under the flickering light. His skin looked waxy and pale green like wet paper. And his hood was tattered and pointed. He was muttering softly, scanning the floor as though looking for something lost long ago. His movements were almost sad. My phone, of course, was dead, though it had been plugged in all evening. And that's just what happens in this place. Everything works until you need it most. I feel ya. The steps started again, slower and closer. Milo woke up then and let out a deep growl that rattled the air. The footsteps stopped, right outside my door, too. I swear I could feel him standing there listening just inches away. We waited 10 seconds, maybe a minute, I don't know. Eventually, the quiet came back and I didn't hear him leave, but he was gone. And that was 6 months ago. Milo and I still live here, and sometimes at night when the stairwell creaks and the air smells faintly of damp stone, I think about him. Maybe he's still searching or still lost, somewhere in the dark corners of number 42. The House with the Yellow Curtains. My aunt's house is haunted. Period. I've been saying it for years, but everybody just laughs it off because nothing bad has ever happened there, as they say. Recently, though, a few family members started noticing weird stuff, finally asking if I thought the place might be haunted. I just gave my mom a look like, oh, now you believe me. Anyway, let me tell you a few things. When I was a kid, maybe 10, I used to see figures standing in the hallway outside my room. They weren't full people, more like dark, fuzzy outlines that kind of swayed. Sometimes they'd peek in like they were checking if I was asleep. Freaked me out completely. But I was young, so everybody said it was just dreams. A few years later in high school, I started thinking maybe I was losing my grip. One night, I'm brushing my hair in the mirror when a voice behind me said, "Who are you talking to?" I spun around so fast I nearly fell over. Thought my aunt was playing around, but she was in her room with her door shut, already snoring. I tried to shake it off. I went to bed, and I was just about to sleep when I heard two voices. They were whispering from the corner of the room. "Does she see us?" "Not yet." I didn't sleep in that room again for a week. Later, I told a few friends at school. They joked that I should charge rent to the ghosts. A few weeks after that, my friend Mia came over to study, and we made popcorn, sat down in the living room, and asked, "What movie should we watch?" Before she could answer, a tiny, cheerful voice said, "Can I pick?" We both froze because there's no kids in the house. Mia didn't even grab her jacket, she just bolted. Years passed. I moved out and went to college and forgot about it. And then last winter, I stayed at my aunt's for a few weeks to help her with her knee surgery. First few nights are fine. Quiet even. Then one morning over coffee, she asked, "Did you call me last night? You said my name." No, I hadn't. Later that day, she said she heard humming in the kitchen while she was alone. I mentioned it to my cousin, who also lives there. She gave me this look before saying, "So, you've heard it too." Apparently, she hears somebody calling her name when she's in the shower, or whispering behind her door. She thought it was me until she realized I wasn't even home one of those times. Flickering lights, sure, wiring, and the shadows, maybe imagination, but now that everyone hears the voices, well, that's different. I don't know what's in that house, and it's been there long before me, and it's getting comfortable. The night the forest screamed. I've never told this story before. Fair warning, because it's a weird one. My grandparents passed away a couple of years apart. Grandma in 2020 and Grandpa in 2022. She'd fought cancer for years, and after she was gone, she just deflated. He didn't want to end up in a hospital bed, and not after watching her go through all that. In the end, he got some sort of aggressive eye cancer, and the doctors told us it would be fast, like days fast. Then one evening, my dad called, and it was Grandpa's last day. My sister, my girlfriend, and I, we just went over right away. He was asleep when we arrived, breathing slow and peaceful. We didn't wake him. I held his hand, I kissed his forehead, and I said my quiet goodbye. Not cinematic, but honest. We decided to stay at my mom's that night. Didn't feel right to drive home. Later, when the house was quiet and heavy, my girlfriend and I went for a walk into the woods to smoke a joint. Had to hide from my parents, of course. It was just after sunset and it was cool and calm. Then halfway back we heard it, and the sound ripped through the forest. It was like some prehistoric monster that had been dropped into Canada by accident. It wasn't a coyote, wasn't anything local. It sounded like the jungle. We froze with wide eyes and we were high as hell. My girlfriend whispered, "Could that be like a bear?" I said, dead serious, "If that's an omen, I'm out." We bolted, sprinting through the woods like two idiots in a horror movie. When we stumbled back to the house with our hearts racing, I checked my phone and one unread text. "Grandpapa est parti," which is Grandpa's gone. The next morning, I told my mom about the noise, and she went still, looked me straight in the eye. Was it like a jungle call? Turns out our neighbors, the ones connected to the woods, they had just brought home a peacock. A temporary peacock. So yeah, it's terrifying, otherworldly cry of death that we heard in the dark. It was a peacock. I swear that bird owes me a decade of life expectancy. I'd like to understand the use for a temporary peacock more than I ever had in my life before. And I think I'd wondered it several times prior, even that. The night my room turned into a drawing. Hey. So I was just chatting with my partner of 11 years about something that happened when I was a kid. Figured I'd throw it out here. Maybe somebody has an explanation too. And for context, I'm generally a very rational person. I don't buy into ghost stories. I usually roll my eyes when people start with, "You won't believe what happened." But a few days ago, I never went on about how her house was haunted, and she's a bit eccentric. Somehow I pulled this memory right out of storage. It must have been around 10 or 11, and I'm 32 now. And one weekend, my best friend was sleeping over, and I shared a small room with my younger brother. Bunk beds, of course. Normally, I slept on the top and he on the bottom, but since my friend was the guest, I let him choose, and naturally he picked the top. But here's where things start to get weird. We decided for some reason to sleep with our heads at the opposite end of the bed that night, right next to the wall with the light switch. And it was late and the lights were out and we were whispering about whatever 11-year-olds whisper about. That's when suddenly he went completely still and said, "Shh, be quiet." Something about the tone froze me. My eyes were closed at first, but I opened them. The entire room was glowing. Not light on glowing. More like everything was made of white paper and drawn in black pencil outlines. The furniture, the walls, even the bunk bed above me, all outlines like we were inside of a sketch. I whispered, "Are you seeing this?" And he just hissed, "Don't talk." Then we both heard it, and it was slow, and it was heavy footsteps coming up the stairs, and they were deliberate and measured. The kind of steps that know exactly where they're going. The door was open just a bit, and through the crack I could see the hallway. Same weird glow, but a pale yellow tint this time. I started freaking out and whispered for him to just turn on the light. It was literally right next to his head, and he wouldn't move. So I jumped up, smacked the switch, and bam! Normal color. Normal shadows. Everything instantly back to how it should be. We both just sat there listening, and there was nothing. Then a single thud was downstairs, like a cupboard door slamming shut. And I ran to my mom's room, and she was across the hall, and her light was off. But she was half awake or pretending to be. My little brother was asleep on her floor, completely dead to the world. I asked if she'd ever heard anything, and she just muttered something about car headlights, which made absolutely no sense. But anyway, my friend and I still talk about that night every now and then. He's had a few strange things happen to him since. Things that made me believe he's not just making this up. And honestly, I still can't explain it. The Night Without Eyes. When I was 12, I remember lying awake in bed, somewhere around 10:30 at night. I wasn't tired, not even close. The door to my room was half open on the left side of my bed, and I kept staring through it. I was doing absolutely nothing, just waiting for sleep to find me. My parents were in their bedroom down the hall. I could faintly hear the low hum of their TV. My mom always kept a small crystal lamp on her nightstand. It gave me off this sort of soft orange glow, spilled faintly into the hallway. Because of that, my room wasn't completely dark. I could see enough to make out the furniture, but it still felt like a nighttime sort of thing. Eventually, I decided maybe the light was keeping me awake, so I rolled over to face the wall. And that's when I saw it. There, as clear as anything, a small figure. A child, its skin looked ghostly pale, almost gray, like something that hadn't seen warmth in a long time. There it was short, straight, and black as ink, and its mouth hung open, unnaturally wide at that, like it could swallow a whole apple without trying. But the eyes, there were no eyes, just two black empty holes where they should have been. And yet, somehow, I could feel it staring at me. It wasn't moving. It wasn't breathing. It just stood there facing me completely still. For a few seconds I froze. I was unable to move or even think, and the air felt thick and heavy. Then everything inside me screamed, "Run!" I bolted out of bed faster than I ever thought possible. Tore down the hall to my parents' room, and I was crying, shaking so hard I could barely speak. I'm 26 now. I still remember the night as vividly as it happened yesterday. The light from the hallway and the silence and that horrible, eyeless face. I've never felt anything like that presence again. Even now, thinking about it gives me goosebumps. I've never been into horror movies or ghosts or anything supernatural, so whatever that thing was, it was something entirely new to me. Has anyone else ever seen something like that? Or know what it might mean? Because after all these years, I still don't have an answer. The Woman on the Ridge. So for context, I work as a ranger at a sort of county nature reserve, and it's been around since the late 1960s. It's a huge area, winding trails, old oak groves, open meadows, and the works. There's this one ridge I like to escape to during lunch breaks. It's quiet and breezy and high up enough that most visitors don't bother climbing there. Anyway, one day around 12:15, I'm sitting up there with my sandwich, looking down toward the picnic grounds when I noticed something strange. A woman I'd never seen before. She had light brown hair and wore what looked like an old-fashioned floral dress, maybe something from the mid-70s. She was completely soaked, and this was on a bright, clear afternoon. The only water nearby was a small pond. She wasn't muddy at all, just wet, like she'd been caught in a storm that didn't exist. She was hugging herself and walking fast and looked scared, like she was trying not to cry. I called out, "Hey, you all right?" And there was nothing. She didn't even glance at me, and then louder said, "Do you need help?" And again, no reaction at all. Not even the faintest acknowledgement that I existed. I looked around, expecting maybe somebody else nearby, but there was nobody. Turned back to the trail she was heading down, and she was just gone. It's a long open path, no turns, no brush thick enough to hide somebody that quickly. Next week, same shift, same ridge. Around 12:15 again, I hear footsteps coming up the slope. I turn around, and there she is. Same woman, same soaked dress, same haunted look. She walks past me down the ridge and around the bend and gone. Actually jogged after her this time, thinking maybe she really needed help. When I rounded the curve, there was nothing, just the sound of wind in the grass. And the third time, and yeah, there was a third time, I was ready. I went early, sat in the same spot, and sure enough, at 12:15 sharp, she appeared again. Same direction, same everything. I followed, keeping my distance, and when she was just about to disappear behind the same strand of trees, she vanished mid-step. No trace, no footprints, no sound. I dug through every bit of local history I could find, park records and newspapers and even police reports. Nothing about a missing woman from the 70s. No accidents near that ridge. But I swear something about that spot feels colder now. Haven't eaten lunch up there since. The girl by the TV. I have a strange little story that happened to my younger brother. It was around 2008 or 2009. This wasn't just once. It happened a couple of times. The first time was at my grandmother's apartment. Everyone was having one of those peaceful afternoons. Music playing and people talking, that kind of day. And then out of nowhere, we heard my brother crying from the hallway. Now, this hallway connected straight to the living room. You could see all the way down. We all turned, and there he was, sitting on the floor, crying and pushing himself backward like he was trying to get away from something. We asked him what was wrong, but he couldn't say a word. He just screamed and cried. My grandma pulled him close, sat him against her legs, but he kept pressing his head back as if something was still in front of him. And in our culture, there's a small charm, kind of like a seed or an acorn. It's used to protect you from spirits. And if you wear it, the spirit supposedly can't follow you anymore. So my grandma did that. And after a couple of hours, things kind of finally calmed down. But later that night, I asked him what happened, and he whispered, "There was a girl. She kept coming closer to my face." A few years later, we moved into a new house. And 5 days before the move, my brother and I went to explore the backyard. And there was a little gate at the back, and my brother went to check it out. It led to the back door of the house. About 5 minutes later, he came running back to me, pale as a ghost. He said, "I just saw somebody walk into the back door, and he had a tall hat like Abraham Lincoln and a black suit." We didn't say a word to anyone, just pretended that nothing happened. A year after that, we're all watching a movie in the living room. My brother had a fever, and I'm lying on the couch next to us. Everything was quiet until he suddenly sat up and said, "Who is that?" I asked who's who. He pointed toward the TV, and I thought that he meant one of the actors, but he pointed again. And this time, right next to the TV, my stomach dropped. I asked where and what it looked like. He said she's standing next to the TV and her hair's covering her face. And it's been about 6 years since then. I never figured out why my brother saw those things. But maybe some kids really do see what the rest of us can't. The girl by the church tree. So this happened a few months back, around late May. Had a weekend sleepover with my 3 best friends, and our grand plan was to make s'mores and binge a scary game, the Quarry, stay up until dawn. I live in a quiet suburb and kind of blurs into the countryside. And across the street are a few houses, and behind mine there's this huge open field owned by a Catholic church. It sort of sits right in the middle of it. Since it was summer break and the weather was perfect, we decided to play tag in the church playground. With my glowing NeoPixel lightsaber, obviously. My friend showed up around 5:30. We exchanged some small gifts and demolished a pizza and started downloading the Quarry on my PS4. While it was loading, I went outside to play tag before sunset. The light was golden, the air smelled like grass, We ran until our legs ached. Later, we roasted marshmallows, laughing too loud, and finally headed back to the basement to play the game for hours. Around 10 p.m., somebody had the genius idea to go back outside. It was properly dark now, perfect for running around with a glowing lightsaber. Ben and Noah took the saber to one side of the playground, while Carter and I ran through the grass toward a small corner near 2 trees and a wooden bench. As we rounded the corner, both of us froze, and right beside one of the trees it looked like there was a little girl, knees tucked up, head buried in her arms. She didn't move, and for a full second we just stared. Then Carter whispered, "It's just roots or shadows." We both nervously laughed it off and went back to playing. And nothing else weird happened that night. We went back inside and forgot about it mostly. Until tonight. Carter and I were shooting hoops in my driveway. That's when he saw a man sitting on his porch across the street, smoking. Totally normal, but for some reason it made us remember that night in May. One thing led to another, and of course we decided to go back to the church field. Same lightsaber, same time of night, around 10:30. And everything looked identical, except for one thing. There was no root, no bump in the ground, no shape that could possibly look like what we'd seen. We even walked around shining the lightsaber from every single angle, looking for any hint of that same silhouette. We tried sitting by the tree, testing shadows, moving the bench, trying to recreate that shape. The only way it worked was if one of us actually sat there, curled up like that figure. So yeah, the most logical explanation is that somebody was sitting there that night, maybe crying, maybe watching us, but neither of us saw anyone walk across the open field to get there or leave afterwards. Could it have been a ghost? I don't know. We tested every theory. Tree roots, missing roots, weird shadows, even pranksters. None of it fits. The door that wouldn't stay shut. I used to live in this small one-story house. It's barely 4 rooms, single bathroom squeezed together. Some of my school friends happened to live nearby, which was kind of nice. Before we even moved in, one of their moms told us that a boy had apparently died in that house years ago. He hung himself in the back room. I was 11, so I didn't really care or really believe it. When I first stepped inside with my mom and my older brother, we were just checking out rooms, figuring out who would sleep where. The moment I walked into the back right room, though, something hit me. The air felt heavy. The place was darker than the other places, even with the blinds open. Cold and sad, like the walls remembered something. My mom and brother both paused, and later I invited 2 of my friends over and I told them to go in there without saying anything about it. One thought it was fine and said I was just being dramatic. The other froze halfway through the doorway and just said, "Dude, that room feels wrong." But anyway, that's the setup. Now for the real stories. I've got a bunch, but these 3 are the ones that still make my heart pound when I think about them now. The first one is, well, the door that opened itself is what we'll call it. I was around 15, and I'm 19 at the time now. But back then, I was obsessed with this game called Warframe. I'd played with my friend Jason over Xbox. One night around 2, I'm in the living room because the Wi-Fi never worked in my bedroom no matter what we tried. I was half focused on the game when something moved in the corner of my eye. I turned and swear on everything the door to that weird back room was slowly opening by itself. Not creaking from the wind, not moving because of a draft, just opening. I froze and I remember whispering Jason's name into the mic. I kept asking what was wrong. I just couldn't answer. And after maybe 5 seconds, it stopped, and I didn't move for another 10. If anything else had happened that night, I probably would have moved in with my dad right then. The second one is called The Experiment. After that, I told my mom. She rolled her eyes at first, but when she saw the door standing open later that day, she got quiet. We decided to test it. We'd close the door, pull on it, and make sure it was firmly shut, and it was. We even checked if her dog could have done it. But it was a round knob, not a handle he could jump on. So one evening before heading to my grandparents' place for dinner, we made sure it was closed tightly. When we got back, I was racing my brother to the bathroom, and I kind of froze mid-run. The door was open again. I just stood there completely still because I remembered the experiment. And my mom saw it too and just muttered, "What the hell?" The closet. This last one didn't feel that scary in the moment, but looking back, it really was. I was lying in bed in a school night watching YouTube starting to drift off. I turned my phone off, plugged it in, and shut my eyes. Then I heard this soft clinking. The hangers in the closet was rattling. And I looked over, and they were all swaying slightly, like somebody was brushing past them. I told myself it was just the air conditioner, and I rolled over, turned my back to the closet. And that's when a chill ran across my whole body. I heard one of the hangers fall. Then slow footsteps. Soft, slow, coming from the closet toward my bed. I just whispered to myself, "Nope, I'm going to sleep." And somehow I actually did, and when I did wake up, I remembered everything. I started crying quietly and told my mom, and that was the first time I saw her look genuinely scared. We lived there for 5 years and finally moved out last year. The day we left, the top deadbolt on the front door clicked shut by itself, as if we were loading the car. None of us said anything, we just left. Looking back, I never really felt in danger, I just felt uneasy, like something in that house wanted to be seen but couldn't be. I still think about that boy sometimes, the one they said died there. Maybe he never left. The tenant who wasn't there. In 1987, I had a friend named Mark, and yeah, it's his real name. They were searching for a new place to rent. We lived in a small university town, where rent was a little bit too high to be comfortable. So when Mark stumbled upon a 2-bedroom house with a fenced-in yard and freshly painted walls, and rent that didn't make him cry, he thought he'd struck gold. It looked perfect. So we moved in. A week later, Mark showed up at my house late in the evening, sat down with my mom and me, and after some awkward small talk, asked if he could stay the night. My mom said sure, and I was puzzled. His new place was barely a 10-minute drive away, and that's when he told me something was off about the house. He said it felt strange, like somebody was still there when he was alone. The doors kept unlocking by themselves, and the stove would click on in the middle of the night. Now, I've always been like the spooky stuff girl of the group, and the one who reads about hauntings and swears she can sense energy. So of course I was all in. The next day we went to check it out. The place felt normal enough, just a faint trace of an older woman's presence and maybe a small dog. Harmless. I decided I'd stay the night with Mark and his girlfriend, who'd also had some weird experiences apparently. Before leaving to grab dinner, we made a big show of locking every single door. When we came back, the carport door was unlocked. Mark brushed it off, saying maybe the landlord had come by, and we locked it again and checked it twice. 30 minutes later, it was unlocked again. Fine, faulty doorknob, no big deal. Then, while we're sitting in the living room, a framed picture slid off the wall and hit the floor. Okay, maybe bad drywall. But then every picture, every single one, fell at once. The stereo blasted on full volume. Mark jumped up and turned it off, and just as he reached it, the volume dropped to a whisper on its own. I went to the kitchen for a glass of water. The stove was burning hot. One of the burners was on, and nobody had even cooked in that house yet. And that night we tried to sleep, and around 2 a.m. the stereo came to life again, louder than ever. I was already halfway down the hall when Mark caught up to me, and just as we turned the corner, the stereo shut itself off. And this was the 80s, there's no universal remotes then. And that's when I often saw him. An old man sitting at the dining room table, just glowering at us. His voice was raspy and furious. He said, "Get out, this is my house." He didn't want anyone there. After the others went back to bed, I sat and I tried to reason with him. I told him he was gone and that his wife was waiting for him and he wasn't having it. A few weeks later, Mark packed up and left. The landlord said nobody ever lasted more than a month. And years later, my cousin just moved in at that same neighborhood. I'd drive past that house on the way to her place. And one day I saw a young couple moving in, happy and smiling with boxes everywhere. Poor souls. A month later I drove by again, moving truck and boxes going back in. I stopped by as they're loading up and the husband looked frustrated and said that they didn't need to move, and the wife stood quietly and pale and tired and asked gently, "Is it because of the angry old man?" And her eyes went wide. "Yes," she whispered. "How could you possibly know?" I told her about Mark, about the noise and the stove and the voice, and she looked relieved and terrified, and their story was exactly the same. The Girl by the TV. I have a strange little story that happened to my younger brother. It was around 2008 or 2009. This wasn't just once. It happened a couple of times. The first time was at my grandmother's apartment. Everyone was having one of those peaceful afternoons. Music playing and people talking, that kind of day. And then out of nowhere, we heard my brother crying from the hallway. Now, this hallway connected straight to the living room. You could see all the way down. We all turned, and there he was, sitting on the floor, crying and pushing himself backward like he was trying to get away from something. We asked him what was wrong, but he couldn't say a word. He just screamed and cried. My grandma pulled him close, sat him against her legs, but he kept pressing his head back as if something was still in front of him. And in our culture, there's a small charm, kind of like a seed or an acorn. It's used to protect you from spirits. And if you wear it, the spirit supposedly can't follow you anymore. So my grandma did that. And after a couple of hours, things kind of finally calmed down. But later that night, I asked him what happened, and he whispered, "There was a girl. She kept coming closer to my face." A few years later, we moved into a new house. And 5 days before the move, my brother and I went to explore the backyard. And there was a little gate at the back, and my brother went to check it out. It led to the back door of the house. About 5 minutes later, he came running back to me, pale as a ghost. He said, "I just saw somebody walk into the back door, and he had a tall hat like Abraham Lincoln and a black suit." We didn't say a word to anyone, just pretended that nothing happened. A year after that, we're all watching a movie in the living room. My brother had a fever, and I'm lying on the couch next to us. Everything was quiet until he suddenly sat up and said, "Who is that?" I asked who's who. He pointed toward the TV, and I thought that he meant one of the actors, but he pointed again. And this time, right next to the TV, my stomach dropped. I asked where and what they looked like. He said she's standing next to the TV and her hair's covering her face. And it's been about 6 years since then. I never figured out why my brother saw those things. But maybe some kids really do see what the rest of us can't. Lady by the Creek. I used to spend my summers at my mother's father's cabin. It's tucked deep into the woods of northern Michigan, and my brother and I would run wild through the trees. We'd be following deer paths and pretending that we were explorers. We got lost often, but as long as we found the creek that ran behind the train tracks, we could always make our way home. One afternoon, when I was about 8 and my brother maybe 12, he got tired of me tagging along and darted off into the woods without a word. I wandered after him for a while before realizing he was really gone. I remember the panic rising, and my throat sore from yelling his name, until I stumbled upon a clearing with a little cottage and 2 chestnut horses grazing by a fence. I knocked on the door crying and hiccuping, and this woman with gray hair and a bun, glasses like a librarian, opened it. She looked startled, like she'd been expecting someone else. I told her about my brother leaving me. She said gently, "Stay right here, sweetheart." Then she went inside for a moment, came back out with a shawl around her shoulders, and said that she'd walk me home. We talked as we walked, and about the train tracks, about the woods, and she seemed to know exactly where we were. When we reached the tracks, I pointed excitedly down the direction that led to my grandpa's house, shouting, "That way!" But when I turned to thank her, she wasn't there, and there was no sound, no footprints, just the wind and the rustling trees. I ran the rest of the way home, and my brother was already there, and everyone was outside about to start searching for me. Grandma made dinner, and I told her I wanted to bake cookies for the nice lady who helped me. Grandma smiled until I mentioned the horses. Her face went pale. "There aren't any horses near here, honey. Not on this side of the tracks," she said. And across the tracks, well, that's all forest. No one lives over there. I insisted I'd seen the cottage, the woman and the horses, and the next morning Grandma packed sandwiches and took me to show her where I'd been. We walked for hours, but when we reached the clearing, there was no house, no horses, just the field. And lying right in the middle of it, my red hat that I'd lost the day before. We had our picnic there anyway, and I still don't know who that woman was. Maybe a ghost, maybe something older than that. But I'd like to think she'd lived by the creek once, long before the train tracks ever came through. The Giggle in the Glen. When I was 13, I lived in a small village tucked between green hills and misty fields in northern Wales. One afternoon, my cat, a scrappy tabby with more attitude than sense, managed to slip out the back gate. She was always getting into trouble, but this time she'd vanished completely. I started searching around the village lanes, calling her name until I remembered a stretch of old forest at the edge of town, a place I'd never dared explore before. Something about it always looked quiet. But thinking the cat might have chased a bird up there, I decided to go check. The woods were darker than I expected. My voice sounded strange when I called her name. The trees were swallowing it. Still, no sign of her, so I kept walking until I came into a clearing that felt oddly still. It's as if everything, the wind, the birds, had all stopped. And that's when I noticed it. Faint crunches on the dry leaves behind me. Footsteps perfectly matching my pace. And if I stopped, they stopped. If I moved, they moved. And I couldn't see anyone, just empty air and the sound of my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. Something deep in me said not to run. But after a few more steps, the fear broke loose and I bolted. And that's when I heard it, a sharp giggle. It was high-pitched and close enough to brush my neck. And I sprinted all the way home, and the cat was sitting smugly on the back step, licking her paw like nothing had happened. I didn't go back to those woods again. Some places don't want to be found. Thanks for listening, guys. See ya. Paranormal M reveals what hides between fear and fascination. From eerie stories to unexplained encounters, nothing is off limits. Subscribe if you're ready to face the unknown over here. The Girl on the Carpet. When I was a kid, I once woke up in the middle of the night and I just saw this woman sitting on the floor beside my bed. She was completely naked. Her arms were wrapped tightly around her knees and her face was buried in them. The glow from the streetlight outside gave her hair a soft golden color. Half awake, I thought it was my mother. Maybe she and Dad had argued again and she'd come to my room for some space. And they did often sleep naked, so it didn't strike me as being odd. Then I hesitated. My mom's hair wasn't blonde then, though she had experimented with highlights. As all of her mothers probably did. Still, in my sleepy logic, that seemed enough of an explanation. I whispered, "Mom?" No reply. A little louder, "Mom?" I reached my hand toward her. And that's when things got strange, and my hand should have touched her, but it didn't. It was as if the space between us bent somehow, like she was there and not there at once. And at that moment, she lifted her head and looked straight at me. It wasn't my mom. The woman was young, maybe in her 20s, and her eyes were red and glistening. I could tell that she'd been crying, although I don't remember if I actually saw tears or just knew. I froze and she looked at me for a heartbeat and turned her head away. Slowly, she began to fade as if the darkness of the room swallowed her up. I didn't dream it. I remember staring at the carpet afterward, trying to bring her back by blinking hard and rubbing my eyes. I'd always been afraid of ghost stories as a kid. But that night I wasn't scared, not even a bit. I didn't think ghost. I didn't think much at all. I just rolled over and went back to sleep. I forgot about it for years. And then when I was 14, a teacher mentioned something about seeing things that aren't there, and it all came back to me. Now I'm 31 and I still can't explain it. Maybe it was a trick of the light or my kid brain inventing comfort, or maybe not. But the way she moved and the way she faded, I've since heard other people describe the same thing. It makes me wonder, are these just shared quirks of the human mind, or is there something or someone out there that occasionally crosses over, just long enough to sit on a child's carpet and cry? The night the Fawcett's woke up. While bartending at an old jazz bar in St. Paul, I had what I still believe was my most unnerving ghost encounter. It was a quiet Wednesday night around 11:15. I was halfway through closing. The regulars had all gone home and the jukebox was silent, and every door was locked. It was just me, the hum of the fridge, and the faint smell of beer and bleach. The layout of the place was simple enough. A long mahogany bar stretched down the room, ending at a narrow hallway. Turn right and there's a rickety stairwell to the basement. The kind that creaks even when you think you're walking softly. Keep straight and you hit the kitchen, and the only entrance behind the bar was at the far end near that hallway. As I queued up a playlist to clean to, I heard something that made me pause. A faint rush of water from the kitchen. The music was low, so it was impossible to miss. I frowned, thinking maybe one of the cooks had come back to grab something. I walked through the dim hallway. I flicked the kitchen light on, and I saw it. The big industrial sink was running full blast. The handle was turned, and cold water was pouring steadily. I knew it hadn't been running a minute ago. I turned it off, shook my head, and told myself maybe the faucet had a loose valve. Lights off, back to the bar. Maybe 30 seconds later, there it was again, the unmistakable whoosh of water. My heart was pounding, and I went back, and this time leaving the lights off. And sure enough, the smaller hand-washing sink next to the big one was gushing water at full tilt. The faucet had been turned completely sideways. I spun around, expecting to catch someone crouched behind a counter laughing, but there was no one. The air felt heavier, like the moment before thunder hits. I swallowed hard and said, as calmly as I could, "Please don't do that again." The water stopped instantly, and I won't pretend I was brave. I grabbed the chef's knife, I called my friend on speaker, walked through every inch of that place. Nothing, no doors open, no footsteps, no draft. I finished closing up somehow. Every muscle was tense. I was feeling eyes on me. That wasn't until I stepped out into the cold air. A few weird things have happened since. Chairs moving slightly and glasses clinking when no one's nearby. But that night, that was the one that still gives me chills. Shadows on the old base road. Mom and I had been on a mission lately to track down where my great-great-grandparents on Dad's side were buried, and we had a general idea of the cemetery's location. But the catch was that it sat right along the border of an old military training ground. There were warning signs everywhere, like restricted area and enter at your own risk, which was more than enough to keep us away for years. Eventually, though, we found out that as long as there weren't any active drills happening, locals were usually allowed to explore the outskirts. So one cloudy afternoon, we took a chance and drove in through a narrow service road that looked like it hadn't seen a vehicle since the Cold War. And after bouncing along for what felt like forever, we finally came across a small clearing. And you could just make out the cemetery through the tangle of vines and fallen branches. Mom told me to stay in the car with her dog, an older black and tan terrier mix, because with my poor eyesight she didn't want me tripping into a snake pit or something. So there I was, sitting in the passenger seat with the dog curled up on my lap, the only sound being the wind and the hum of cicadas. And then suddenly the dog stiffened. Her ears shot straight up and eyes locked on something outside. Slowly, her head turned, following nothing. At least nothing I could see. I still had some usable vision, but there wasn't a soul out there. The way she tracked the air, though, was how, she was acting like somebody walked by, and she was quiet, alert, and patient. I grabbed my phone and called Mom, and I said, "Find anything?" She hesitated and said, "Yeah, actually I did. I found their graves. But I swear I just heard footsteps behind me, like somebody's walking past. When I turned around, no one was there, and I'm heading back now." We didn't wait around much after that. Once we got back to the car, we both agreed to come back another day, maybe with better shoes and daylight. Between my dog staring at invisible people and Mom hearing phantom footsteps, we figured we'd had our fill of ghost stories for one afternoon. I meant to write this down while it was still fresh in my mind, and as I'm doing that, I remembered something eerily similar from a few years ago. Same dog, different graveyard. That one was a rural cemetery off a county road, with another modern one across the street from it. The older section had this monstrous oak tree. Had to be at least a century old, with its roots curling over and around the gravestones like something out of a fantasy novel. Locals called it the witch's tree. Mom and I are wandering through the old part, reading the names and dates from the 1800s. And that's when we realized the dog was gone. We searched around, calling her name, and found her crouched behind one of the car's back tires, deliberately positioning herself so she couldn't see the old graves at all. Now, this dog's no coward. She's been to half a dozen cemeteries and never batted an eye. But that day, she wouldn't budge until we left. Maybe dogs just pick up on things we don't, or maybe some places remember more than we think. The Voice Beyond the Door. This story is about my Uncle Robert, who passed away when I was 6, almost 7. It happened in the early 2000s, sudden, shocking, and impossible for me to truly understand at that age. I was just a kid, naive and unaware of what death really meant. Uncle Robert had cancer, though none of us knew then. He never told anyone. No medication, no chemo, no warning. So when he died, it hit our family like a storm. About a month after his funeral, I'm staying with my dad for the summer. We had just moved into the apartment that used to belong to my uncle and his roommates. My dad took over the lease after Uncle Robert passed. It became our new home. I was excited and it felt like a fresh start. My dad even renovated one of the bedrooms to mine, and I was thrilled to finally have my own space after sharing a cramped room with my siblings for weeks. The first night in my new room started out pretty great. I loved how it smelled like fresh paint and how my toys were neatly set up. But as the night went on, that excitement began to fade into something strange. I couldn't fall asleep. I kept hearing faint sounds like whispers or the soft hum of static. I turned on the light in the big TV in my room. It only showed white noise, and I tried to convince myself everything was fine. I eventually drifted into what I thought was sleep. At some point during the night, I woke up to the sound of crying. Deep human crying. Just outside my bedroom door, too, and the lights were off. I don't remember if I turned them off or if my dad did, because my door was closed, so I pressed my ear against it. The sound was clearer now, wailing and desperate and heartbroken. I thought maybe my brothers were fighting or somebody got hurt, so I gathered my courage, unlocked the door, and peeked out. The apartment was dark and silent, except for the crying. It grew louder when I stepped out, and I could swear it sounded like somebody calling my dad's name. "Help me. Louis, please help me." My heart stopped. My dad's name is Louis. And so was my brother, so at first I thought it was him. Then I recognized the voice because it was Uncle Robert's. My chest went cold and I froze, not sure what to do. I whispered, "Uncle Robert." No answer, just more sobbing and that desperate plea. I panicked. I ran into my room, locking the door behind me. I shoved my pillow over my ears, forced myself to sleep. Though my heart was pounding so loud, I thought I just might wake the house with it. The next morning over breakfast, I asked carefully, "Did anyone hear anything last night?" Everybody shook their heads. My brothers laughed it off and said I must have dreamed it. When I told my dad what I'd heard, the voice calling his name, his face went still. He didn't say anything for a while, just looked at me like he wanted to believe it was nothing. Couldn't quite manage to. I never brought it up again. 16 years have passed since then, and I'm 23 now. I still remember it like it was yesterday, and I've had other strange experiences since then. Whispers calling my name when no one was around, or maybe all in my head. But that night felt real and too real. I still pray for Uncle Robert's spirit, hoping he's found peace, but sometimes, when the house is quiet, I still wonder, was he just lost in trying to reach my dad one last time? Or is he already gone, and I was just the only one still listening? I'm glad you guys are still listening. The night my mother was in two places. This strange little memory, or dream, or whatever it was, happened when I was about 7 or 8, and I'll tell it the best I can remember it. It was a regular school night. I'd just come up from the basement to get ready for bed, and as I stepped into the kitchen, I noticed my mom standing at the counter with her back to me, packing my lunch. And that alone made me pause. She usually made my lunch in the morning before work, not at night. I didn't think too much about it. I just said, I'm headed to bed. When she turned around, I noticed she was wearing her pink robe with tiny stars on it. I used to love that robe for some reason. Maybe because it smelled like her perfume. I don't really recall what we talked about, but I do remember the feeling. A warmth and comfort and a soft kind of love that makes you feel completely safe. That is an excellent kind of love. She smiled and said I looked sleepy, told me she'd come up soon to say goodnight. I hugged her and went upstairs to my room, but just as I reached the top, the bathroom door opened. And out came my mom, except this time she was in her work clothes. I froze and she looked at me confused and asked what was wrong. I asked how she got upstairs before me. She blinked and said she'd been in the bathroom for a while. I told her what I saw, that she was downstairs making my lunch. She looked at me like I was joking and said, "Honey, I haven't been downstairs," she said. We went down together, and there on the counter was my lunch bag, all packed and ready. My mom frowned and called my dad to see if he'd made it. He hadn't, and she decided I must have done it myself and just forgotten. I was sure I hadn't touched a thing, though. And even now, I remember the feeling more than the details, that strange glowing sense of motherly love from her in the kitchen. Whatever that was, I didn't feel afraid, just held. Maybe I dreamed it while awake. Maybe I made my lunch and forgot. But even after all these years, I can still see the stars on that robe as clearly as the day it happened. Now that's a good kind of ghost. I'll take one, please. Or two. The footsteps above the ceiling. Backstory. 2018, I was 26. I was just trying to get my life together. Money was tight, and I asked my dad if I could move into one of his spare rooms to save on rent. He agreed. And a few weeks later, my boyfriend moved in to help with bills. It was a big old house, 4 bedrooms and a small basement unit that a couple was renting, but on the one side of the house was my dad and my teenage brother Eli, who was 15. The other side had my older sister, Maya, 22, and her newborn, and my youngest sister, Sophie. Then there was me and my boyfriend, Derek, and all the names are changed, of course. We really weren't party people. Glass of wine now and then, sure, but mostly we stayed in and watched Netflix. My family wasn't wealthy growing up, just simple, hardworking people, rational types. Nobody in our family ever talked about ghosts or weird stuff, and Derek's a skeptic. He's logical and grounded, and, well, so am I. At least I used to be. One night around 9, Derek and I were laying in bed and we heard heavy footsteps above us. Not the creaky kind. These were loud, purposeful stomps, like a big man wearing boots pacing corner to corner across our ceiling. I froze and Derek got up, grabbed a flashlight, and went outside. Nothing. The yard was empty. Even asked the tenants downstairs, and I hadn't heard a thing. Only me, Derek, and our dog reacted, and the house went quiet again. A few nights later it happened again, but this time it sounded lighter and quicker, like a child running back and forth. That made it creepier somehow. I checked every room, and everyone else was asleep, and no one else heard a thing. And after that, it became almost routine. Every few days, footsteps above our room. I was convinced somebody was living in the attic, and each time I'd open the hatch and stick my head up with my phone light. Nothing. Eventually, I crawled up there. No signs of anyone or anything. Derek started getting annoyed, and I started losing sleep. At the time, I was training for a marathon. I desperately needed rest. driving me crazy. One afternoon when everyone was out, I heard the steps again, louder and angrier. I ran straight to the attic and shouted, "All right, I'm alone. What do you want? Show yourself." Nothing, just silence and dust. So then weeks passed, and one night at around 2:30 a.m., the steps came back, faster and erratic, like someone running wild above us. I sat up shaking, and Derek tried to call me. I started Googling in the dark, like footsteps in ceiling at night, ghost footsteps or spirit noises. And that's when I stumbled upon the word poltergeist, a noisy spirit. I learned it's not a ghost, but a kind of energy created by strong emotions, usually from teenagers, and then it clicked. Our house at the time was chaos. My brother was getting into trouble at school, and my sister and dad fought almost daily. And Maya was exhausted from her baby, and I was burned out and anxious. The air in that house was heavy and negative, and constant yelling and crying and tension. Derek and I realized maybe that energy wasn't just emotional, maybe it manifested. So we tried something new. We started praying before bed. We opened windows, and my sister brought sage and burned it, while my dad read verses from the Bible. We even agreed as a family, no more shouting, no more anger, just peace. And that same night, for the first time in months, there was silence. No footsteps. Nothing. And it stayed that way. We never talked about it again. And looking back, I'd like to think it was the universe's way of forcing us to change, to calm down, to take care of ourselves. And Derek and I are married now with a little boy. Moved into a new house in November 2023. And on our first night there, I stood in the living room, held his hand, and said, "Only good energy in this home." He'd laughed, but I was serious. He lit some sage, and I whispered a prayer of thanks. We haven't heard a sound since. Well, that was cute. The dream that burned bright. This is a true story. Took place more than a decade ago now. And out of respect for those involved, her name's been changed. The night was calm, wrapped in the kind of silence that only exists when the world is half asleep. I'd fallen into a deep, heavy slumber, the kind where even dreams seemed too tired to form. I was unaware that my life was about to catch fire. It started quietly. Somewhere in the corner of my room, a spark blinked to life, small and almost innocent. Within minutes, the gentle glow turned wild, climbing over the curtains, feeding on paper and dust. The flames spread like they had a purpose, each a breath of air. I was fueling their hunger, and soon the room wasn't a room anymore. It was a storm of orange and smoke. In another world, my dream, I was walking through a sunlit meadow, the kind filled with tall grass and bees and humming like distant violins. Something felt off, and the air trembled, and before I could understand why, she appeared, my friend Lily. Her hair was damp, clinging to her face, and her eyes were wide with panic. "Get up," she shouted. "You have to wake up now." Her voice sliced through the dream, sharp and desperate, and she grabbed me, shaking me so hard I could feel the pull on my shoulders. Then she slapped me hard, and the shock of it just tore me out of sleep. I woke up into chaos. The air was thick and black, and the heat was unbearable, and fire was everywhere. I was crawling across the ceiling and devouring my desk and roaring like an animal set free. I couldn't breathe, and instinct took over. I stumbled out of bed, coughing and groping through the haze toward the door. When I twisted the doorknob, the world exploded in a violent backdraft. It threw me backward, slamming me against the floor. Dazed but alive, I crawled to my knees. I ran, yelling for my parents, pounding on their doors, dragging everyone out of the house, just screaming. By the time firefighters arrived, the second floor was gone, reduced to embers. but we were all standing outside barefoot and shaking in the cool night air, alive and miraculously alive. Hours later, when the flames were out and dawn crept over the blackened ruins, the phone rang. It was the worst kind of call, the kind that makes the world tilt. Lily had drowned in her apartment bathtub the night before after an epileptic seizure, and I couldn't breathe. I mean, she was gone. But she'd also been there in my dreams, saving me. For years, I've turned that moment over and over in my mind. Maybe I crossed into some other thread of reality where I got another chance, or maybe, in the space between her last breath and mine, her spirit found me. Standing amid the ashes that morning, I felt it, her presence, fierce and loving, pushing me toward life. Some mysteries don't belong to science or reason. Maybe Lily was my guardian, maybe just a whisper from another world. But one truth burns clear. Her friendship didn't end with death. It saved me, and I will never forget that. Whispers on Maple Hill. My parents were hunting for a weekend getaway. They could have gone with something normal, like a beach cottage in Cape Cod, maybe a cozy place by the lake, but no. They bought an ancient and, yes, seriously haunted colonial estate from the late 1700s up in Vermont. The place sat on nearly 90 acres with 8 bedrooms and a carriage house. A few crumbling barns that looked like they hadn't seen a horse since the Civil War. One of the outbuildings had once been a smokehouse, and another, strangely, was a tiny sort of church or chapel, whatever you want to call it. Had a rusted iron bell still hanging in the steeple. The land itself had quote-unquote history, as the realtor delicately put it. Old Revolutionary War skirmishes and forgotten burials, that sort of thing. From the moment you stepped inside, it felt like walking into a heavy fog. The air pressed down on you, and you always had this crawling sense that somebody was standing right behind you. But of course, no one was ever there. And I remember one bright summer afternoon sitting in the parlor watching Gilligan's Island reruns on the tiny TV. I was alone. Mom and my sisters had gone into town for groceries, and suddenly that familiar tension filled the room. The back of my neck prickled, and I felt watched, intensely, almost suffocatingly so. I turned off the TV and left, walking all the way to town just to shake it off. Years later, I found out my older sister had done the exact same thing once. Left in the middle of the day because you couldn't stand the feeling of being inside that house. The first unexplainable thing that ever happened to me was in my bedroom, which had 2 twin beds. My mom and I were staying there alone that weekend. She was sleeping on the other bed around dawn, and I woke up to the sound of someone furiously rustling sheets. It was loud and constant. I turned over expecting to see Mom fussing with the blankets, but the bed was empty. She was in the kitchen downstairs making coffee. And this house was way too big. You wouldn't hear a gunshot from the next floor, let alone sheets. Later, though, Mom told me about her own experience. She'd stay there by herself just once, same room, middle of the night, and something sat down at the end of the bed. She swore she saw the mattress sink like the weight of someone invisible right by her feet. We kept that house for years, though. Too many stories to cram into one telling. But let's just say if you drive through Maple Hill and see a weathered white farmhouse with green shutters and a lonely bell tower out back, keep driving. More to come. The Night Visitor. I had my fair share of issues growing up. I had ADHD and anxiety, maybe bipolar disorder, but never officially diagnosed, just whispered about by adults. I never much really paid attention to really any of it until something strange happened when I was in 5th grade. My childhood wasn't terrible otherwise. I had caring parents, a cool older brother, and a mischievous little sister. handful of neighborhood friends, too. Oh, and I had what my mom gently called imaginary companions. Some were kind and others not so much. It all began after we watched the 1984 Ghostbusters movie. You know the one. Bill Murray, big marshmallow guy. Oh yeah. We watched it late one summer night, and since it was too hot upstairs, our parents said we could camp out in the living room. My brother and I were thrilled, and my sister's sleepover was happening in the den. Our friends were already teasing us from behind their pillows. Let me paint the picture of that old house. It leaned slightly, like it was tired of standing. The front and back doors are on the same side, but the back seat a few feet lower, and the moment you walked in, the living room opened up straight ahead. To the right were the stairs, and then the bedrooms, and then the kitchen wrapped around the corner. Upstairs, the bathroom sat at the top, and my room was just a few steps down the hall. Anyway, at some point during the night, I got up to use the bathroom. And there it was, something standing in my doorway. Not Gozer exactly, but something shaped like it, tall and pale with eyes too dark to be human. My body locked up and it spoke softly, almost playfully. "Where you going, kiddo?" I stammered and I said, "Bathroom." "Well, hurry back, I want to show you something." I bolted into the bathroom and I slammed the door, and when I came out it was still there, kind of closer now, like it had been waiting. "Want to play with us?" it said. "No," I blurted. "You shouldn't be here. My parents don't like strangers." Right then my mom called from downstairs, and before I could answer I heard thudding footsteps, heavy running from inside my closet. I screamed, and my dad flew up the stairs, grabbed me by the shoulders, and said, "What happened?" When I told him, everybody came running, my siblings, my sister's friends, and they're all crowding the hall when my closet door slammed so hard it cracked the frame. A second later, my bedroom door did the same. My dad's face went pale. He told everyone to get downstairs and told my mom to call the cops. Then he opened my bedroom door again, flicked on the light, and froze. A few minutes later, my mom came up with an old Polaroid. When she saw what was inside, she let out this awful, strangled sound I'll never forget. There were 3 deep scratches running from wall to wall, long and jagged like something had used metal claws. My closet door had been torn clean off. My dad took pictures of everything and handed the film to the police. They interviewed all of us, me, my family, my sister's friends, and after a few days, decided that I'd simply made it all up. Said I must have done the damage myself. Sure, because a 10-year-old can carve 6-foot gouges into drywall while 7 people watch TV 10 feet away. We never saw the photos again, and the police quote-unquote lost them. And after that, I started seeing a therapist, and he said I was probably hallucinating. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part came later when my imaginary companions came back. Only now they were shadows and they never spoke. They just stood in the corner staring. When I started taking medication, they faded for a while, until my grandmother died. Then they returned with no pills, and, well, nothing's gotten rid of them since. I still sense them sometimes, watching and waiting. I've written about them before, hoping that maybe sharing their story would take their power away, but it never does. People think I'm making it up, that it's some creepy internet fiction, but it's not, because I'm no Stephen King. And this isn't a story, it's just what my therapist later called me. The boy who invited shadows. Anytime I hear the name Stephen King, I think about his upper lip. Nothing comes after that thought, but that's what happens to me. The farmhouse in August. I want to start by saying this happened when I was around 14, so roughly 20 years ago. My best friend at the time lived just a bike ride away. We bonded over everything weird, like ghost stories, UFO documentaries, you name it. One summer, she told me about her grandparents' farmhouse on the edge of town. According to her, it was haunted, and people said you could hear old country songs drifting up from the cellar at night. And that the guest rooms upstairs were quote-unquote active. A story that her uncle, who used to live down in that basement, had died in a terrible ATV accident after a night of drinking. Some said it wasn't the crash that killed him, but his heart giving out before he even hit the ditch. Either way, it wasn't peaceful. So one Saturday, my friend invited me and her cousin to help clean those 2 upstairs rooms. We were thrilled, half out of curiosity, half because we secretly hoped we'd see something. The farmhouse itself was old but well kept, and her grandparents were pretty far away, so the 3 of us had the place to ourselves. We started by checking out the basement, and it smelled like oil and pine, and there were band posters like Nirvana, Guns N' Roses, a few dusty amps in the corner. Nothing weird happened, so we went upstairs to start cleaning. There were 2 rooms off the narrow hallway. One to the left, one to the right, and my friend and I took the right room while our cousin started on the other. We were joking around, tossing pillowcases at each other when I noticed a small square panel in the ceiling, an attic door. It took both of us to pull it open, and as soon as we did, hot air rushed out. It was heavy and sour, like something had been trapped up there for years. I froze, feeling the strange pressure in my chest. We just looked at each other for a second before slamming it shut. A few minutes later, as I was wiping down the dresser, my friend just gasped. There were faint smudges, like handprints. They were appearing on the wall near the window, and they were big. They hadn't been there before, at least, I swear. Both backed away, whispering to each other, trying to make sense of it. Then her cousin came in, rolling her eyes, thinking we were messing around. "Come look at her room," she said. So we followed her. The bed in her room looked freshly made, crisp white sheets and all, but there was a deep impression in the middle of it. It's like somebody had just lain there. She yanked the sheet back in one motion, and I'll never forget what we saw. A smoky gray mist rose up like dust caught in sunlight and darted straight into the wall. Before we could react, the little fan in the window clicked on by itself and began to hum. The 3 of us bolted, and I don't think I've ever run that fast in my life. We tumbled down the stairs screaming for our mom, who's outside hanging laundry. And that was the last time any of us ever set foot in that house. The house on L Street. This happened quite a few years back when I was living in Washington, D.C. I had just moved into a small townhouse near DuPont Circle with 2 friends. It was an old narrow building with creaky floors and paper-thin walls, and a basement that smelled like dust and band sweat. Band sweat. We used that basement for rehearsals. Well, upstairs were 3 cramped bedrooms, and the living room always looked like we were halfway through moving out. The couple I lived with, I'm going to call them Dan and Lily, they had been together for years. And a few months after I moved in, Lily found out she was pregnant. Not long after that, strange things started happening. At first, it was just sounds and footsteps mostly. Light ones, like somebody walking barefoot upstairs and no one was home. Sometimes we'd hear it coming down the stairs and stopping right before the kitchen. We did live in a rough neighborhood back then, so the idea of a break-in was always on our minds. But every time we checked, the doors were locked and nothing was missing. And after a couple of weeks, it got weirder, and each of us at different times thought we saw a figure. A young woman, maybe in her 20s, long hair, and old-fashioned dress. Always in the corner of our eyes. None of us felt scared exactly, but more unsettled, and we joked about our roommate from 1910. Then one night, while Dan and I were out at practice, Lily called, absolutely terrified. She said it sounded like somebody was throwing things around in the basement. She'd locked herself in a bathroom and called the police. By the time we got home, about 40 minutes later, the cops had already checked the place and there was nothing, no open windows, no sign of anyone breaking in. After that, though, things escalated. The footsteps, the shadows, all of it. But the strangest part was how it all seemed to center around Lily. Once she and Dan told me they saw a red orb like glowing marble. It drifted across the bedroom wall and disappeared. They swore it wasn't a reflection. And around that time, we'd also had moments where we felt a light tap on a shoulder. Every time we'd turn, there'd never really be anybody there. And for context, Dan and I were both skeptical. We were science-minded types. Lily, on the other hand, grew up in rural Georgia, where ghosts and spirits were part of everyday talk. She wasn't religious, but she believed in energies and souls that linger. And her pregnancy was tough. She found out she was carrying twins, but they're very small, and the doctor said they might not make it. That added a kind of quiet tension to the house. She insisted on seeing a psychic, and I thought it was ridiculous, but we did go. The psychic said the spirits in her home were souls waiting to be reborn. They were unsure if they wanted to return to this world, and I rolled my eyes through most of it. But I would be lying if I said I wasn't a little shaken. A few weeks later, I had my worst night there. Dan and Lily were gone for the weekend, and I was alone. Around sunset, the basement noises started again, banging and dragging like someone moving boxes. And then suddenly the lights went out. Nope, I grabbed my jacket and walked fast to a friend's place a few blocks over. When I got there, climbed the stairs and opened the door, the power in their building cut out too. And at the same time, 2 paintings fell off their hallway walls. And I swear to this day, I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't have seen it. That night, while we're trying to laugh it off, we heard somebody whistling outside, just a slow, wandering tune up and down the street. But we looked out the window and there was no one there, and about a week later, Lily went into early labor and it was bad. She nearly lost both babies, but somehow they survived. Fragile, tiny things hooked up to oxygen tanks for months. When they finally came home from the hospital, every bit of weirdness in that house stopped, and the footsteps, the shadows, the cold spots, all gone. But I've always stayed skeptical. I don't jump to ghost as an explanation, but whatever that was, it was real enough to shake me. And I still think about that little house on L Street sometimes. I wonder who or what wanted to come back through Lily. The night the covers moved. Hey guys, this is hands down the most realistic paranormal experience I've ever had. Even now, thinking about it gives me chills. I was around 13 or 14, I'm 25 now. My parents, my 2 cousins, and I stayed for the weekend at a beach house in Las Terrenas, Dominican Republic. The place belonged to one of my mom's old co-workers, and we didn't know anything about the house's past necessarily, and honestly, we still don't. I've asked my mom to check with her friend about it, but she always laughs it off. Anyway, the house itself was kind of a mix and an old structure, but with some newer touches here and there. First floor had nothing weird about it, but the second floor, that's where everything happened. I remember going up and seeing about 8 twin beds lined up side by side, all neatly made, like the place was ready for a summer camp. At the very end of the hallway was the master bedroom, but the room my cousins and I slept in was the first one right by the row of beds. That room had a small but strong wall air conditioner, white plastic chair, a closet with drawers, and a queen bed and a twin bed right next to it. My cousin shared the queen and I took the twin. Pretty normal setup until it wasn't. The first weird thing that happened was the chair moving at night. At first, we thought it was just the AC's airflow pushing it, so we tested it during the day, and yeah, it moved a little, but at night it would slide across the floor when it wasn't anywhere near the air conditioner. Still, I brushed it off, and I didn't believe in ghosts, so I convinced myself it was just the air somehow. The second weird thing happened when we came back from the beach one afternoon. The room was completely messed up. The sheets pulled off, the closet doors open, and drawers out, light on, door wide open. And that same chair moved again. My parents said one of my cousins was probably playing a prank, and let's call the quiet one J and the mischievous one E. That night, J and E slept on the queen. I was in the twin bed beside them. The beds were so close it felt like one big bed, and here's where it gets freaky. I am a night owl, so I was the last one awake. Around 1 or 2 a.m., finally I decided to sleep. Put my phone down, put the blanket up to my chin, and it was freezing. Closed my eyes. Maybe 2 or 3 minutes later, the blanket was yanked straight down to my knees. I shot up instantly, and I thought maybe one of my cousins did it, but G would never do that. And E was way on the far side of the bed, and there was no way. I tried to wake them, shaking them, even tapping their faces, but they wouldn't budge. It's like they were in a trance, and I panicked. I wanted to run to my parents' room, but the thought of walking past those empty twin beds in the hallway? Nope. And I sat there terrified, just watching the dark room until the first light of sunrise came through the window. To this day, I can't explain what happened. There's no draft, no prank, no dream. Just the most surreal moment of my life. And the night the covers moved. The night the monitor spoke. I, a 26-year-old male, was talking to my mom the other night about the strange things that happened in the house where I grew up. I always had this feeling that something wasn't quite right there. Lights flickering, footsteps in empty halls. But I never knew the full story until she told me something that still gives me chills. Apparently, when I was just a few months old, something or someone took me out of my crib. My mom said it happened around 2 a.m., and she and my dad were dead asleep when the baby monitor started blaring. It was an old-school model from the late 90s. 2 chunky walkie-talkies with a red alert button that only went off if somebody held it down. There was no timer, no remote trigger, no chance of a random malfunction. They bolted in my room expecting to find me crying, but what they found was me sitting on the carpet near the closet, coughing and wheezing like I couldn't breathe. Crib gate was still up, and I was way too small to climb over it. My mom swears the monitor on the dresser, the one with the alert button, was still warm, like it had just been pressed. My dad ran to the living room where the nursery camera was hooked up to the TV. And he was proud of that setup. It was cutting edge in 1999. But when we tried to rewind the tape, the recording had completely erased itself. It was blank. Mom started keeping a small notebook after that night, writing down every flicker and every whisper and every door that moved on its own. She says nothing ever touched anyone again, but she believes whatever triggered that alarm was trying to protect me, not harm me. The land itself had no story to tell. My dad had cleared the woods himself to build our house. No graves, no tragedies, just fresh timber and new paint. But maybe some places don't need a history to have something living in them. Over the years, I'd still hear knocks from the attic or toys turning on by themselves, but never anything as intense as that night. I'm not sure what to believe, but if something invisible really did lift me out of that crib to save me, I guess I owe it my life. The Balcony Girl and the Moko Spirit. I come from a Maori Pacifico away now, where stories about the unseen aren't unusual. They're woven into who we are. On my dad's side especially, the women carry a strong link to the spirit world. My nannies and aunties have always felt things others can't, and to outsiders it might sound odd, but if you've grown up on an island or a Maori home, it's just another part of life. And I've had 2 moments in my life that still make me shiver a bit when I think about them. The first happened when I was about 10, back when we lived in, excuse me on pronunciation, or pronouncing things, Menorewa in South Auckland. We stayed in this big wooden house that looked out over the road with a long deck wrapping around it. And every afternoon I'd play on that deck with another girl around my age, and we'd run, laugh, and sometimes sit against the railing, talking about school. Nothing strange about that until my dad's auntie, we're going to call her Mir, which isn't her real name, came by one day. Mir has a reputation in our family. She's deeply connected to the Wairua, which is the spirit world. The moment she saw me playing, she froze, and later that evening she pulled my parents aside. "That little girl," she said quietly. "She doesn't belong to this side anymore." Barely, my playmate had passed many years before. Mir said she meant no harm, that she was just lonely and drawn to laughter. I didn't remember much of it until my mom reminded me years later, and I still recall that balcony and how for a long time after I avoided looking out into the dark. The second story happened much more recently, only a couple of years ago. By then, I was living down south in Otapati, or Otapoti, maybe. I had just received my Moko Kawe alongside my mom and auntie. One of the proudest moments of my life. We stayed overnight at the marae after the ceremony, surrounded by our our ancestors' photos, and the smell of smoke from the fire outside. But by that night, I began to feel off and restless, hot and itchy all over. At first, I thought it was just nerves or maybe an allergic reaction. But the more I rested, the worse it got. My face felt like it was burning. When I tried to stand, everything went blurry. My mom scolded me for being dramatic until she actually looked at me. I'll never forget the way her face drained of color. She called for my dad and my auntie and told the kids to step outside. "Her face, it's not her face," she whispered. And I barely remember what happened next. My Uncle Hemi came rushing in with a tawanga and began reciting Karakia. He placed a small pendant that belonged to my great-grandfather, a respected Tohunga, into my hands, and slowly my breathing eased and the fire underneath my skin began to fade. Later, Mom explained what she believed happened. Before the Moko ceremony, we'd visited our Yoruba, the resting place of our ancestors. She reckoned I must have accidentally disturbed a spirit there, somebody who wasn't at peace. Normally, I would have been protected. My auntie Annie is a blocker. She can stop negative energy from reaching anyone close to her, but she had returned to Auckland the day before, taking her protection with her. My dad can block too, but only for his own line, and left me wide open. It took me months to fully recover, not physically really, but spiritually. I made peace with it now, but it's a story that reminds me how real the unseen world is for us. Some people grow up fearing ghosts. In my way now, we grow up respecting them. So sorry for the slew of me not knowing how to say anything in that language. But I did try. The house with too many eyes. Recently, my family and I moved into a temporary house because our old one is under renovation. Honestly, I still can't figure out why my parents bought that place. It's on an insanely busy street and perfect for running a small shop. Just a few minutes from the city center where land costs a fortune. But apparently, the old owners sold it cheap because they had to move out fast. Something about that deal just doesn't sit right with me. When we first arrived, the whole place was covered in dust, and I started cleaning and opened one of the old wardrobes. And inside were these porcelain dolls, dozens of them. One in particular looked like a baby, but its glassy eyes gave me the creeps. I threw that one straight into the trash. Since we were only staying temporarily, my mom invited a Buddhist monk or maybe a shaman. Not so sure. Don't even really know what the English word is for that. But anyway, point is, they came to perform a welcoming ritual. He placed paper talismans at the corners of every room. My mom said they're supposed to keep bad spirits out. Personally, I think they might also be keeping something in, but who knows, right? Anyway, things started getting weird soon after, and my mom noticed her things kept moving around even when no one had been in her room. Her towel would fall off the hanger, and her watch kept ending up on the floor, always in the exact same position, leaning up against the wall. She swore she hadn't touched it. So she called another monk to perform a calming ritual for the house. From what I gathered, he said that there were multiple spirits, maybe 3, maybe 5. They were wandering around, not just in Mom's room, but throughout the entire house. And that includes my room and my sister's, though honestly, we were too lazy to care. Sometimes I'd hear thumping and knocking in my room, like someone punching the walls. I assumed it was my sister being annoying, but it happened even when she wasn't home. I also started losing random stuff. Small things, but enough to make me wonder if these spirits are borrowing them. Now, my mom crushes ginger and puts bits of it in my backpack and around my room, saying it'll keep the spirits away. I don't know if it works, but I'm not arguing. And that's it, really. Sounds like one of those ghost stories people make up for fun, except it's not. It's happening to us right now. The Song Behind Room 9. April 2016. Mrs. Daria has been unconscious since yesterday afternoon. We, the ones standing quietly beside her bed, can do nothing but watch. Dr. Lionel, who's been attending her case for weeks, sits silently near the monitor. His eyes are fixed on the screen, but his mind, I think, has already accepted what's coming. The beep slows. The green line on the monitor falters. By midnight, the room is filled with the soft sounds of crying. Mrs. Daria is gone. My name is Britt. I've been a nurse at St. Lucian Hospital for nearly 6 years now. And ever since I was little, I've dreamed of helping people heal, and most days I still love my job. I do love the rhythm of it, the people, even the chaos, almost everything. Our hospital is an old one, built back in the colonial times. The corridors echo when you walk, and the walls still carry that faint smell of antiseptic mixed with damp concrete. Some parts haven't been renovated in decades, though the paint is redone every few years. The main complex now has 4 buildings. One of them, they're 7 stories high, and it's a maze of hallways and stairwells and stories. Tonight I'll tell you about one of them. Something that happened right here, and it's one I still remember vividly. Spooky Ape Agency, my husband's project always says. Never read alone, because sometimes the story isn't the only thing that's listening. Spooky Ape Agency, huh? The patient. Mrs. Daria stayed with us for nearly 3 months. She was 71, gentle, thin, and always smiling despite everything. She had a sharp wit and a soft voice, and every night she hummed old lullabies before sleeping. Her illness was complicated, and the kind that gave her good days and terrible ones. I was her assigned nurse when she came up from the ER, so we got close quickly. We stayed in a private room, room 9, with a small couch and a table for family members. And that first night, her daughter and son-in-law were there. The daughter was quiet and scrolling through her phone, while the son-in-law stood behind the bed, and they were holding Daria's hand and whispering things I couldn't hear. When everything was ready, I told her, "If you need anything, just press the button by the bed and I'll come right away." She smiled, tired but kind. "Thank you, dear. You remind me of my granddaughter." That was the first time I met her. The song. Weeks passed. Her health wavered and her children came and went. Not as often as you'd expect, though, and the daughter visited the most, the son rarely, and she had another child who never showed up at all. Most nights when the ward grew quiet and the clock struck midnight, you could hear her soft humming from room 9. An old tune, wordless and soothing like something half-remembered from childhood. Then, one night in April, she stopped humming. That was the night she passed away. The return. A week later, room 9 was cleaned and prepared for a new patient. A middle-aged man recovering from a car accident. Around 1 in the morning, his call bell rang, and when I entered, he looked uneasy. "Nurse," he whispered, "there's someone singing in the bathroom." I smiled politely. It might be the TV from another room. But he shook his head. "No, it's inside." I opened the bathroom door and it was empty. No sound, only the faint drip of the tap. I assured him all of it was fine, and he went back to sleep. Still, as I left the room, a strange chill followed me down the corridor. Whispers in the ward. Over the following weeks, we started hearing things. Not all the time, just now and then, and one cleaning lady swore she heard a woman's voice humming from inside room 9 when no one else was there. Another nurse, Rihanna, said she saw a figure sitting by that window, I guess. Women with white hair. They were facing away from her. When she blinked, the figure was gone. We joked about it at first, but no one wanted the night shift near that room anymore. My turn. That night, only 3 rooms were occupied. The rest were empty. Silence was heavier than usual, though, the kind that presses against your ears. It was almost 12:30 a.m. when I wanted to replace an IV bag in the far room. And to get there, I had to pass room 9. The corridor light flickered faintly, like it sometimes does when the generator hums too long. And as I pushed the trolley past the door, I made the mistake of glancing inside, and I froze. A woman was sitting on the bed, her hair long, white, and untied, her hands folded neatly in her lap, and she was smiling. I knew that face. Mrs. Daria. She looked peaceful and almost warm, like she was waiting for me. My body went cold and I couldn't move, and my breath felt stuck somewhere between my throat and chest. I shut my eyes and I told myself, it's nothing, it's exhaustion. When I opened them, she's still there, only now she was humming that same song. I ran. Epilogue. Since then, I've tried to convince myself it was stress or imagination, or maybe the flickering light playing tricks. But every time I pass that hallway, I feel the same heaviness in the air. Maybe she's still there waiting and humming, watching over the place she spent her last days. It's one of the memories I'll never forget from my years as a nurse, and there are others, some stranger, some sadder, some even darker, but this one still sings. Thanks to Spooky Ape Agency for listening. Stay safe and remember, never read alone. Night Shift Whispers. The silence of a workplace at night can feel alive. Sometimes it's not the machines or the wind, it's something else, something that doesn't belong. And this is a story I'll never forget from the time I worked the night shift at a packaging plant. It began with the sound again, faint, steady, and rhythmic. I froze and turned toward the corridor even though I knew it was empty. The sound of cloth dragging on concrete like somebody mopping the floor. During the day, that noise meant the cleaners were doing their rounds. But at 2 a.m., when the whole factory should have been asleep, it felt wrong. The mop strokes came closer, scraping softly against the ground, slow and deliberately. I sat up from my thin mat, pressing my back against a cold metal wall of the storage room. The only light came from a single flickering bulb above the doorway, casting long, trembling shadows across the floor. First came the mopping, then faintly the steps. One after another, uneven and slow, not bare feet, not shoes either, but something that smacked lightly with every step. Plack, 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 the sound of rubber soles on concrete. My breath quickened. Every tiny sound in that dark space grew louder. The hum of machines outside, the creak of the tin roof, and my heartbeat. I remembered what Paul had told me my first week. There used to be a janitor here, an old lady named Ruth. Worked night shifts for 30 years straight. Died right there in the hall after everyone left. Some people say she never clocked out. And I had laughed then, and now I wasn't laughing. The footsteps stopped, and then came something new, a low humming, like a song with no words. The voice of an old woman, faint and dragging notes through the air. Sometimes it broke into short, breathy giggles, and my skin crawled, and I pressed my palms over my ears, but I could still feel her presence moving inch by inch toward the door. From the bottom crack of the metal door, I saw shadows flickering. Something brushing past the light and end of the mop swaying. My whole body went rigid. The voice was just outside now, right beyond the thin steel sheet between us. And then came the knocking. I almost screamed, my throat locked. My legs folded under me as I pressed myself deeper into the corner. Cold sweat rolled down my back. Again, deliberate and patient. And then silence. The seconds dragged into minutes, and I could hear the faint shuffle again, moving toward the small glass panel next to the door. I didn't want to look. God knows I don't want to look. But my eyes lifted anyway, drawn to the faint glow. Through the grimy glass she passed by, an old woman, gray hair tied in a loose bun, skin as pale as dust, moving with a broom in her hands. She wasn't walking so much as gliding, and her mouth moving as if whispering to herself. When she smiled, a sudden twisted smile, I saw the reflection of her eyes catch the light, and she was gone. The humming stopped, the air felt empty again, thick and cold. I waited, heart thundering before daring to move, and then I bolted, kicked open the door, and sprinted through the silent factory. I went past the conveyor belts, past the row of idle machines, till I saw the orange glow of the security post. "Hey, Leo, what happened to you?" It was Marco, the night guard. I grabbed the edge of the counter, gasping for air, trying to form words. "There's someone in the storage room." Marco frowned, half amused, half concerned. "You saw Ruth, didn't you?" The night the old clock fell. This might sound dumb, but I swear it happened. I was maybe 16, and at that time I was living at my grandma's place. It was during the summer. Her house was pretty old and had that mothball smell to it, mixed with a little bit of fried onions. Sounds kind of good to me. I had the attic room, which was cool because I had my own little space, but a little bit creepy too, especially at night. One morning, half awake, I'm in that fuzzy state where you're not sure if you're dreaming or not. Had my little radio alarm set to some country station. It kicked on, playing low, and I just laid there listening. The light through the window was that dim blue, so I hadn't bothered turning on the lamp yet. Then the music started to fade, like not cut out exactly, but melt into static. Not fast, not sudden, just slow. I thought maybe the old wires or the antenna was loose. Kept getting worse until it was all static, louder than it should have been. Like way too loud for volume that I had it on. Start to get goosebumps because, I don't know, it just didn't sound right. Then I heard a dull thump. Not heavy, more like a footstep, but like something solid hitting wood, and I froze. Radio went silent right then, like somebody hit mute. No static, nothing, just emptiness. I couldn't even move, I just lay there staring at that ceiling. Then a couple minutes go by, which felt like an hour at the time, and radio starts coming back on, but weird. Like somebody was slowly turning the knob up from 0. First faint, then clearer. Then the music was back like nothing had happened at all. I finally pulled myself up and switched on the lamp. Everything looked the same except for one thing. The old clock that sat on the shelf above the radio was on the floor. The thing is it was wedged behind a stack of books. The books didn't move, just the clock. And that clock had been there for years. My grandma said it hadn't been touched. No way it slid out clean without knocking anything else down. I stuck it back. I tried to shrug it off, but the next day I told my grandma. She just nodded like she'd heard that sort of thing before. Didn't even look surprised, just said, "That house is old and it does remember things." Which, what does that even mean? So I stopped using the radio after that. Keep this flashlight by my bed too, and I do also think about that clock. The Thing by the Barn. I was maybe 13. I was out in the middle of, somewhere in Kansas. This has been circling my head for about 20 years now. I never told anybody except for my cousin who was there with me, but I still think about it sometimes, especially when I'm walking past old barns. So my uncle had this place just outside town. It was like a farmhouse with a red barn that always looked like it was leaning a little too much. He let us stay there sometimes in the summer when our parents wanted a break. It was one of those trips where we stayed up late, sneaking Dr. Peppers and playing Game Boy until we passed out. Next morning we got bored and decided to go mess around outside. It was hot, like the kind of sticky summer heat where even the grasshoppers sound tired. Behind the barn there's this little patch of trees and a dried up creek bed. We were just tossing rocks into it, trying to make them bounce. That's when we both heard it, like somebody walking in the gravel on the other side of the creek. There was heavy steps. They were real steady, like 3 crunching sounds. My cousin looked at me and I looked at him, and then up the slope comes this, I don't even know quite what to call this. It looked like a man, but not really. It was all black, not like clothes black, but like when you stare into the inside of a chimney. Just no detail. Shoulders, arms, boots, even the shape of a head, but no face. We froze, and I remember I still had a rock in my hand, and I just didn't throw it. My cousin, he actually said, hey. Like we'd just run into some neighbor. But there was nothing. The thing didn't talk and didn't move much. Just stood there a few yards away. Then as slowly as it showed up, it turned and walked back down the other side of the creek. We heard the steps for maybe 3-4 more crunches, and then nothing. Dead silent. Of course, we ran down to check, and kids are kind of stupid like that. There wasn't a damn footprint, not even one. The ground was dusty and should have shown something. But nope. We ran right back to the house, locked ourselves in the kitchen, sat there drinking warm soda until my uncle got home. Never told him, never told my parents. Every once in a while, when I drive past that area, I still glance at that barn. Wonder if what I really saw was what I think I saw. Cousin swears up and down it was real, so at least I know I'm not crazy. But it does bother me that there wasn't a single mark left behind, like it didn't belong here at all. The balloon face in the barn house. I don't even know how to word this right. Feels kind of dumb even typing it, but it happened, and it's stuck in my brain. Where I grew up, there were old barns just falling in on themselves everywhere. But in the same area, we rented this 2-story house, and it used to be a feed store in the 40s. At least that's what my dad swore. You could still smell the grain, at least in the wood, especially when it was raining. So anyway, one night I'm maybe 19, and I was upstairs in what used to be the hayloft. My parents let me turn it into my room because it had a window that looked out over the fields. Sitting on the floor playing my old PS2, my heater's buzzing like crazy because winters here are brutal. Out of nowhere, something floated up the stairs. Not a person, not an animal, and it looked like this clear, stretched balloon kind of gliding up. It wasn't bouncing or rolling, just moving. And the face on it. God, I still hate thinking about it. It was like Edvard Munch's The Scream, but twisted, like somebody had drawn it on plastic and stretched it too far. It wasn't sharp like a solid thing, more like a reflection that wouldn't go away. Faint, but with more weight. You know how you can feel someone staring at you? Well, I had that too. And even though it didn't make a sound, I swear my chest felt this vibration. Like when you stand too close to speakers at like a county fair. Or anywhere that might have speakers. So I froze, and the controller was in my lap, and I was just staring at it. Told myself it was headlights bouncing off weird off the wall, or maybe my eyes being tired. But no, it lingered too long, moved too deliberately. Thought about running outside, but it was February. Snow piled to my knees. So I did the next dumbest thing. Pulled the blanket over my head like I was 6 years old again. Fell asleep shaking like an idiot. Funny part is next morning my mom mentioned she kept hearing somebody walking up the stairs in the night. No one was there when she checked. She brushed it off, but I didn't even try to explain my side of the story. I've seen shadows and I've seen weird lights before, but nothing like that. Balloon thing. With that screaming face. Has anyone else ever seen something float like that? Not a shadow person, not a mist, but something that feels halfway between a hallucination and an actual object. I can't shake it, it felt too real. And I really, really don't want to see it again. The thing by the barn. Last spring, late March. I still don't have a good answer for this thing. I live out in the country, like proper middle of nowhere stuff, and I've always been pretty comfortable outside at night. I mean, I grew up walking around the fields with just a lantern or no light at all. My dad always said, if you know the land, it won't bite you. And I believed him mostly. Anyway, one night I went out to check the shed because the wind had been banging something around. My wife was inside with her little boy, and I didn't want the noise keeping him up, so I pull on my boots, grab the old flashlight, and I head out. It's quiet, except for frogs and the wind in the pines, that kind of quiet that feels thick. And as I get near the barn, I see this thing, and the best way I can describe it is like a tall streak of light, whitish with this weird green tint, almost like when you crack a glow stick but brighter. Wasn't standing still either, it was sliding or maybe rushing straight toward me. And it felt fast. Froze for maybe a second, then my legs just decided on their own, like, nope. Turned, ran back to the porch. My heart was hammering. I was half convinced I'd trip over my own boots and get eaten or zapped or whatever it was going to do. I didn't stop until I was back in the glow of the porch light, breathing like I'd sprinted a mile. Next morning, walk out there again, feeling a little bit dumb about the whole thing. Thought maybe the flashlight had bounced off the tin roof or caught the glass on like a chicken coop window. That could make sense, but I tried flashing it every which way and couldn't get anything like what I'd seen. The window's on the wrong side anyway. The part that stuck with me, though, was a week later. I was talking to my neighbor, an old guy named Harold, who's lived here forever. I mentioned the light, just joking around, like, guess I saw a UFO. And he got serious. He did it real quick, too, and he said, don't walk by the barn at night. Never have, never will. Then he just changed the subject and wouldn't explain it. The Boy Who Spoke to Daniel. Before my mother met my dad, she was married once before, to a man we're going to call Daniel. From everything I've heard, Daniel was a gentle soul. The kind of man who never raised his voice, who brought home flowers for no reason, made everybody feel safe just by being there. My mother adored him. One winter night, she woke to the sound of something wrong, a faint, strangled noise behind her. When she turned, Daniel was convulsing and gasping for air, and it wasn't alcohol or anything like that. His heart had simply stopped cooperating. By the time help arrived, he was gone, and for years my mother carried that grief quietly. And then, as life insists on doing, it moved forward, and she met my father, remarried, and then I came along. When I was about 2, I apparently had a habit of chatting to myself in my room. My parents thought it was adorable, baby babble and imagination and all that. But after a while, it got persistent. My mother told me one afternoon, she finally asked, "Sweetheart, who are you talking to?" I looked up at her dead serious and said, "His name's Daniel, he says he knows you." She told me she froze, and I just went back to playing like nothing strange had happened. Our little talks went on for a while after that, until one day they didn't. I grew older. Daniel stopped visiting, I suppose. Now and then I still think about him. I even went with my mom to visit his grave last year. I stood there not sure what to say to a man who died long before I was born, yet somehow once knew my voice. If it weren't for him leaving, I wouldn't have been here at all. And if it weren't for you guys listening, neither would I, because, well, that's why I do it. Sweet dreams. See ya.